The new son of heaven showed a look of pain, his body trembling violently, yet he gritted his teeth to persist, fully operating the cultivation technique, gradually guiding the immense heavenly fate into himself. Feng Qingyi wore a solemn expression, monitoring the entire process to prevent any mishaps. The ritual lasted several days before gradually coming to an end. The pillar of heavenly fate gradually thinned, slowly dissipating. The new son of heaven's aura noticeably strengthened, but his face was pale, clearly having consumed immense energy. Feng Qingyi just breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to take the son of heaven away, when suddenly a faint, death-laden voice transmission whispered to her ear, "Qingyi, my time is nearly up, at most 1,000 more years, in 500 years, bring him here again, for the final complete transference of heavenly fate." This voice was intermittent, filled with fatigue and decay, and came from Feng Wenzhong, who was barely hanging on in the depths of the ancestral tomb. Feng Qingyi's form quivered slightly, a hint of sorrow and gravity flashed in her eyes. She bowed slightly toward the ancestral tomb, and replied through voice transmission, "Understood, Grandpa, take care." After speaking, she no longer lingered, taking the new son of heaven who had finished stabilizing, tearing the space as they departed. Deep within that green giant star was where Feng Wenzhong was residing. He was not in the core of the ancestral tomb, but in this large star serving as a transit station, clearly for the convenience of transferring heavenly fate. Chu Jing, like a shadow, lurked nearby, observing everything. He didn't rush to act but instead, with a thought, contacted his most powerful incarnation in the vast universe, who had ascended to the position of vice mansion master of a prestigious divine mansion, and calmly arranged matters. His currently strongest incarnation, having operated in the vast universe for 10,000 years, with his undead characteristic and extraordinary means, had secured a position as vice mansion master in a powerful divine mansion, attaining a status high enough to cause considerable unrest. Now, Jingqiu had become a well-known label in the vast universe. Many living creatures and even ancient ancestors in the vast universe mistakenly believed that he practiced some earth-shattering method of infinite incarnations, making him difficult to completely annihilate, and they believed he would inevitably gather grand chief fortune to become an ancient ancestor of the vast universe. As a result, his incarnation even gained unexpected support and cooperation from an ambitious ancient ancestor of the universe. Chu Jing needed to create enough disturbance to firmly hold the attention of the Immortal Court, especially Feng Qingyi, at the cosmic edge. The border desolation of the great universe often experienced chaos, requiring the stationed ancient ancestors to be rotated periodically. The current visible top-tier combat forces of the Immortal Court were mainly Su Daoyu and Feng Qingyi, the two immortal ancestors. Su Daoyu has been stationed at the border desolation for a long time and is soon due for rotation. Chu Jing must stall Feng Qingyi's return, preventing her from promptly aiding the Feng clan ancestral tomb. Chu Jing's aim was a window of time, to strike swiftly, seize the destiny, and then escape far away immediately. From his perception, Feng Wenzhong indeed was in a state of oil exhaustion and lamp withering, his aura decayed and declining, sustaining only by the bloodline power of the Feng clan immortal ancestor and the great array of the ancestral tomb holding his last life force. His strength, perhaps less than 1/10 remains, is far easier to handle than initially anticipated. Several years later, the incarnation in the vast universe finally sent feedback that all preparations were complete. The great realm of the vast universe, under the scheming of many ancient ancestors, was preparing to organize a large-scale assault to probe the cosmic edge of the great universe shortly. Now it was perfect to go with the flow, making slight adjustments to scale and timing, fitting Chu Jing's requirements perfectly. Chu Jing once again suppressed the unease in his heart, patiently lying in wait, quietly anticipating. In a flash, over 70 years passed. Until this day, he once again received a message from his incarnation, that the vast universe had erupted the largest assault in tens of thousands of years, with ancient ancestors from all sides of the great universe sending out calls for aid. The cosmic edge was nearly torn apart completely, chaos erupting suddenly. The moment he received confirmation from his incarnation of Feng Qingyi's presence in the border desolation, Chu Jing's gaze instantly sharpened, as keen as a heavenly blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly revealed his presence. His body swelled instantaneously, transforming into a chaos giant god stepping on stars and crowned with the sun and moon, a massive foot covered with chaos Dao patterns, like divine retribution, smashing down with the force of destroying the starry sky. Crack, on the outskirts of the Feng clan ancestral tomb, the incredibly powerful guardian array covering the entire star sea, under this absolute force, emitted moans of sorrow, instantly shattered by more than half, revealing a massive breach. Simultaneously, the heavenly mirror soared from his brow, abruptly ascending, and its surface shone brightly, no longer with gentle starlight but bursting out a chaos divine light as thick as a star river, like the first ray of light created the world, precisely blasting toward the core of the green giant star, Feng Wenzhong's hiding place. Courting death. A weak but still supremely authoritative angry shout erupted from the depths of the giant star, followed by a surge of decayed yet grand spacetime power. The green law divine chain soared into the sky, embodying the speed of the wind and the spacetime law, attempting to resist the divine light of the heavenly mirror. Boom, the brilliant immortal light exploded, illuminating the starry sky of the universe, turning countless star fragments around into dust. The entire ancestor tomb star sea trembled violently. Chu Jing stepped into the ancestral tomb range, directly locking onto Feng Wenzhong deep within the giant star. Neither wasted any words, instantly engaging in a battle that shook the heavens and the earth in this completely spacetime isolated star sea. The moment he crossed into the ancestral tomb, Chu Jing immediately sensed something amiss. The starry sky before him was being manipulated by the spacetime law, slowing the passage of time by at least tenfold. A day in here equated to 10 days in the great universe. Chu Jing's expression immediately turned solemn. This meant the battle time was further compressed, necessitating a swift and decisive fight. Though Feng Wenzhong was on the brink of death, having entered the ancestral realm, he had experienced countless ages. His mastery over the spacetime law was phenomenal. The passage of time had nearly lost all significance to him. He rose from the great star, his body withered, silver hair lifelessly dull, and his expression cold. As he raised his hand repeatedly, a gentle breeze transformed into blades that rend the star river, while the illusion of the river of time occasionally emerged, weaving toward Chu Jing. Brilliant azure immortal light rampaged across the star sea, instantly sweeping over Chu Jing. In an instant, Chu Jing's heart beat like a drum, resonating loudly, slashing away tens of thousands of years from his lifespan. Chu Jing paused briefly, indifferent. He was far too young. Tens of thousands of years meant little to him, simply a drop in the ocean, unworthy of concern. His actions didn't cease as he struck again. Despite only entering the primordial golden immortal realm, he was at the peak of his vigorous years. Chaotic chi surged around him, with the immense power of the laws of destruction in each of his punches and kicks. The heavenly mirror hung high above, continuously projecting chaotic light beams, disrupting time and space, countering the gusts stirred by Feng Wenzhong's fingertips. He was like a wild dragon breaking through a net of time and space, rudely tearing at all restraints. In a flash, divine light extended for billions of feet, enveloping vast swathes of the star sea. The heavenly dome shattered, stars crumbled to dust. The epic battle was fiercely intense, time and space at their clash warped and fractured, instantly reorganized, stars crushed then restored in the chaos, continually living and dying. Feng Wenzhong continually neutralized Chu Jing's ferocious assaults. His counterattacks were overwhelmingly sharp, leaving numerous scars on Chu Jing's Dharma phase. Chu Jing, unconcerned with injuries, further activated the heavenly fate within him, augmenting with heavenly fortune power, elevating his battle prowess by several tiers. Chu Jing could clearly sense Feng Wenzhong's power rapidly dwindling. Each of his bursts was accelerating the depletion of his already sparse life origin, his attacks like the sunset glow, brilliant yet nearing darkness. Young one, to what end do you strive today? In the heat of the battle, Feng Wenzhong suddenly coughed lightly, his strike slightly slowed, attempting to divide Chu Jing's focus. Chu Jing's eyes flickered, not missing this fleeting opportunity. He aimed his fingers like a sword, pure primordial power coiling at the tips, thrusting fiercely toward Feng Wenzhong's brow. Simultaneously, atop the star dome, the heavenly mirror's light surged, radiant starlight and moonbeams intensified, casting the circuit of chi, locking the bubbling yet dwindling space-time law barrier surrounding Feng Wenzhong. Thud, Chu Zhang's fingertip effortlessly contacted Feng Wenzhong's brow, piercing through his skull. Ancestor blood splattered, dyeing the dimensional space. A towering blood wave surged, bursting forth immortal light in layers, ultimately becoming a formless, intangible funeral bell that pierced the myriad realm barriers. Dong, the bell tolled, shattering souls, ignoring temporal barriers, instantly booming in the deepest sea of consciousness of every ancestral realm giant across the great universe. This was heaven's omen, ancestral fall and path collapse. In the next instant, the abundant heavenly fate within Feng Wenzhong poured continuously into Chuzheng like a breached flood. The process was unexpectedly smooth. In mere moments, Feng Wenzhong's residual heavenly fate was thoroughly plundered by Chuzheng. With the departure of heavenly fate, Feng Wenzhong's already decaying body crumbled like withered sand, turning into countless light dots, dispersed in the starry sky of the ancestral tomb, completely vanishing with his path and spirit. Chuzheng, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled from the starry sky frantically. He didn't risk lingering in the great universe but detoured directly to the cosmic edge, crossing into the vast universe to reckon with his avatar. Then he ventured to a concealed location, wholly engaging the Yuan Qi within, guiding the newly acquired heavenly fate to swiftly merge with his existing heavenly fate. Boom! His aura began to explosively escalate at a visible pace, instantaneously stabilizing in the primordial golden immortal realm, progressing toward a deeper, uncharted tier. Meanwhile, outside the Feng clan ancestral tomb, the void was forcibly torn open, a grim rift by invisible colossal strength. Feng Qingyi's figure stepped forth, her towering fury and icy killing intent wrapped around her. She didn't have time for a detailed survey of the ancestral tomb's interior. Her divine sense swept past the violently fractured Guardian Array gap and the tumultuous energy ripples remaining in the star sea, her expression already dark enough to drip water. She suddenly extended her hand, 5 fingers spread, fiercely grasping at the starry sky yet to come after the war. Buzz, vast ancestor realm power surged outward, forcibly intruding upon the space-time laws over an innumerable stretch of billions of miles. In an instant, the shattered star river, dispersed energy, even lingering light shadows started to rewind and reorganize as though in an illogical playback. The scenes from moments earlier, chaos dharma forms shattering the array, heavenly mirrors light beams, the fierce clash of 2 figures, up to the final finger crushing the skull, although somewhat hazy, the key features were distinctly visible, all caught forcibly by Feng Qingyi's immense mana, ingrained in her vision, heavenly mirror, Xingqiu. Upon witnessing the familiar ancient mirror, and the handsome face unaffected by the spatial undulations yet unmistakably recognized, the anger and hatred within Feng Qingyi's chest suddenly breached the critical point. Wretched creature! She looked up and let out a piercing cry that ripped through the star river, her voice filled with boundless rage and a violently provoked killing intent. The ancestral realm's pressure erupted without reservation, causing the remaining stars around to tremble and shatter one by one under the force of her scream. I will kill you, from heaven to earth, the great universe shall have no place for you to hide. The roar was like a billion thunders exploding, causing the entire ancestor tomb star sea to wail. The silhouette of Feng Qingyi instantly transformed into a green rainbow tearing through the universe, crazily pursuing along the lingering aura of Chuzheng and the intense waves of heavenly fate. The long-planned large-scale assault on the vast universe did not cease due to Feng Qingyi's early departure. Instead, it intensified and lasted for several years. The flames of war spread across dozens of critical nodes in the border Desolation, with columns of light flickering in and out. The 10 great ancient clans had to join forces, dispatching numerous elites and several ancient ancestors to provide support. This conflict was exceptionally brutal, with casualties on both sides, blood staining the starry sky. Even an ancient ancestor-level being was gravely injured in the fierce battle and forced to retreat back to the ancestral land for recovery. Soon, a new strong figure filled in to remain at the border Desolation, preventing the battle line from collapsing. However, just as the war at the border Desolation reached a stalemate and the attention of the various forces within the great universe was drawn there, an unforeseen gigantic change occurred. The first to strike was the Immortal Court. Yun Tianji broke the balance, and unbeknownst to anyone, he had quietly gained control of a Foundation-level ancestor weapon from the Immortal Court. Then, as the Yun family transferred many elites to the border desolate land, Yun Tianji led the core members of the Ascension Alliance, whom he had cultivated in secret for many years, to launch a lightning-fast assault. The target was the Yun family ancestral land. This assault was so sudden, it was horrifying. The Yun clan, caught off guard, hastily engaged, but the ancestral land's defense was swiftly breached. Wielding the ancestor weapon, Yun Tianji's power was earth-shattering. Furthermore, he seemed to have used some forbidden secret technique, boosting his strength to an extremely terrifying level in a short time. He personally confronted the old ancestor of the Yun family, and a fierce battle erupted in the Yun family ancestral land. The final outcome was that the Yun clan's ancient ancestor was slain under Yun Tianji's ancestor weapon. Although Yun Tianji also paid a hefty price and was severely injured, his ferocity had already intimidated the entire great universe. That was an ancient ancestor. Even though near the end of lifespan, it was still an ancestral realm existence. With the fall of the Yun family's old ancestor, the Yun clan was left leaderless, plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. And this was merely the beginning. Yun Tianji's sudden act of ancestor slaying was like igniting a fuse, instantly detonating a long-suppressed powder keg. The Star Moon ancient clan, which had long been in friction with the Immortal Court and harbored deep resentment, reacted most swiftly and intensely. They decided not to wait for Yun Tianji to grow stronger, directly initiating the Dao War. The Star Moon ancient clan held nothing back, and Yuanga personally ordered a full-scale war against the Immortal Court with the entire clan's might. The Star Moon ancient clan's army, long poised, surged forth, no longer engaging in minor skirmishes but in blatant invasion and annexation. In a short time, the Immortal Court's border defenses crumbled like paper, with over 30 resource-rich, strategically important great realms rapidly swallowed and occupied by the Star Moon ancient clan. The Immortal Emperor and Immortal Monarch-level experts guarding these realms were caught off guard, and many were either surrounded and killed or driven away. More than a dozen perished. The Immortal Court suffered heavy losses, and its territory shrank. The flames of war were no longer mere undercurrents but had turned into a raging blaze sweeping across most of the universe. The Immortal Court faced an unprecedented crisis, forced to urgently recall numerous elites from the border desolation. As the pillar of the human race, the Martial Pavilion inevitably got swept into this sudden great war. The Martial Pavilion leadership quickly reacted, making emergency adjustments. Sun-eroding Cry needed to hold the line at the border desolation, Yan Qi martial ancestor had to oversee the entire situation, and Xue Qing was still in seclusion, attempting to break through to the ancestral realm during this crucial period. Under such circumstances, Jun Huang, who the martial ancestor pinned high hopes on and had demonstrated an iron-fisted approach in previous wars, was officially appointed as the overall coordinator for the Martial Pavilion's external operations this time, granted significant authority to orchestrate and coordinate the Martial Pavilion's combat power. The great universe had fully plunged into the vortex of total war, with order collapsing and smoke rising everywhere, and this chaos was all triggered by Chu Jing seizing the heavenly fate and Yun Tianji's shocking patricide. The storm has arrived. In a short span of time, the entire great universe underwent a nearly transformative upheaval. The consecutive demise of the Yun ancestor and Feng Wenzhong, two ancient ancestors, had an impact far beyond the power shifts of two supreme forces. Their deaths meant that the heavenly fate they bore had changed hands. This violent fluctuation in heavenly fate invisibly stirred the entire universe's fate pattern, causing many previously stable orders to loosen, and many hidden opportunities and calamities to be triggered prematurely. For a time, various abnormal celestial phenomena occurred frequently throughout the great universe, secret realms opened up, and even some long-extinct ancient times relics moved by fate, revealing traces. And Chu Jing and Yun Tianji, positioned at the center of this storm, were inevitably thrust into the spotlight, becoming the focus of the myriad realms. One stormed the ancestral tomb, severed ancestors, and seized fate, the other rose against elders, betrayed his clan, and slew ancestors. Such figures were rare within an epoch of the great universe, yet now two appeared simultaneously, triggering unprecedented violent turbulence. After Yin Tianji seized fate, the Star Moon Ancient Clan and the Immortal Court, two long-standing adversaries, finally tore their faces completely and officially entered a state of all-out war. Among the Star Rivers, vast armies formed by millions of cultivators surged like roaring Star River torrents, intertwining fiercely, raising giant waves in the Star Sea, and star domains were bombarded daily, with numerous great realms wailing amid the flames of war. The Yun clan, leaderless and plunged into unprecedented chaos, left behind a massive legacy of countless resource stars, affiliated forces, ancient secret realms, which didn't last long and were quickly annexed and assimilated by the nearby Immortal Court. A clan with an ancestral realm presence, though not among the 10 great ancient clans, its foundation was not far off. A vast majority of these enviable resources did not fall into the Immortal Court but were seized by Yun Tianji, who had long prepared and gathered them into his own grasp, causing his Ascension alliance to rapidly expand. Their influence and strength quickly rivaled the Feng family and Su family, these two major factions of the Immortal Court, becoming a highly unique presence. The overall power of the Immortal Court surged again due to this annexation, but its internal structure became more complex, with undercurrents surging. However, just when the outside world thought Yun Tianji would take advantage of the momentum to expand and vie for greater authority within the Immortal Court, he made a decision that surprised many living creatures. He announced a retreat. He handed all affairs to trusted aides, intending to assimilate the gains and begin impacting the ancestral realm. The war continued. On the other side of the human race, the Martial Pavilion displayed an astonishing level of aggression and warfare efficiency after Jun Huang assumed the role of chief coordinator. Jun Huang seemed born for the path of competition, rational to the point of being nearly ruthless, issuing precise commands from the main strategy hall, causing the long-dormant war machine of the Martial Pavilion to start full-speed operations. The Martial Pavilion did not explicitly declare its stance on the Immortal Court nor establish a formal alliance of offense and defense with it. Its strategy was extremely clear and domineering. Jun Huang on one hand targeted the Star Moon Ancient Clan, waging a death battle with the Immortal Court, continuously harassing its flanks, seizing great realm resources amidst chaos, and on the other hand, actively initiated conflicts with the Heavenly Feather Clan, which had long-standing grievances with the Martial Pavilion, pressing the army towards them. In the chaotic situation, Jun Huang's actions were aimed at maximizing benefits for the Martial Pavilion, expanding their territory, and seizing resources, with the majority of martial monarchs, martial emperors, and countless great saints of martial path from the pavilion leaving with no reservations. Having grasped heavenly fate, Chu Jing did not hesitate and immediately began seeking a retreat location. He did not return to the relatively safe Martial Pavilion ancestral land, as at this moment, time was of the essence, and Feng Qingyi would surely scour the entire universe to find him. Returning to the Martial Pavilion could cause massive trouble for Xue Qing and the pavilion. In a desolate, lifeless star domain near the cosmic edge, far from the core areas of various forces, he laid down a formation encompassing the entire star domain. This formation could to some extent gather the power of the stars and conceal his aura. Entering the core of the ancient array, Chu Jing waved his hand and laid down layers of exceedingly complex space-time restrictions and concealment formations. He intended to use this place as a temporary cave, directly retreating and impacting the ancestral realm. Finally, he took out a well-refined grand hall, covered with space-time laws patterns inside, able to accelerate the passage of time more than tenfold. He meant to strike while the iron was hot, leveraging the newly acquired half of heaven's fortune and his previous accumulation over tens of thousands of years, to break through barriers and step into the supreme ancestral realm. He could not afford to waste any time, every minute he gained was an extra gain. After obtaining the ancestral status, he had more and greater tasks to undertake, facing the incoming, even more turbulent tide of the era. In the blink of an eye, eons of time quietly passed amidst endless war and strife. 10,000 years, though to the mortal world meant drastic changes, to the cosmic pattern, it also signified tremendous transformations. The flames of war not only did not die down but started further upgrading and expanding. Among the 10 great ancient clans, except for a few extremely remote or neutral ones, almost all were drawn in, splitting the universe into several major camps, attacking each other, caught in a chaotic conflict. The Star Moon Ancient Clan, originally the core of the war, was bearing the double pressure from the Immortal Court and Martial Pavilion, enduring heavy losses. They secretly extended intentions of alliance to the powerful Giant God Clan, hoping to join forces against the human race. However, the Giant God Clan did not accept this olive branch. Instead, they chose to kick them when they were down. They targeted the weakness of the Star Moon Ancient Clan and reached a tacit understanding with the Immortal Court, collectively starting a frenzied squeeze and division of the remaining living space and resources of the Star Moon Ancient Clan. The pillar of the Star Moon Ancient Clan, the Star Yen ancestor, had not yet recovered from old wounds while defending the border Desolation. At this critical moment of survival, he had no choice but to forcefully intervene multiple times, attempting to turn the tide of defeat. However, under the joint siege of the Immortal Court and the ancient ancestor of the Giant God Clan, his injuries continued to worsen until ultimately he was exhausted and fell in a fierce battle. The half of Heaven's fortune he carried was not spared either, eventually being forcibly taken away by the ancient ancestor of the Giant God Clan who had been waiting for the opportunity. Thus, the once glorious Star Moon Ancient Clan was utterly shattered, their ancestral grounds breached, clan members scattered in escape, and their territories divided and devoured by various major forces. At the last moment, the Yuanga ancestor broke through the siege, but she did not choose to fight to the death. Harboring a faint glimmer of hope, she dashed into the great realm of the universe, intending to search for any lingering soul of her brother Star Yen, hoping for a chance to restore the clan in the future. From then on, she disappeared without a trace or news. After successive battles, all clans suffered heavy casualties, greatly depleting their resources, with their top combat forces each sustaining damages. With the demise of countless strong ones, especially those originally carrying great chief fortune, the cosmic edge and the depths of the great realm within the universe, the Soul Origin Pool and the Burial Valley, became busier than ever before. Every day, innumerable residual souls are drawn by the universe law, swirling into these places. The number of gods emerging from these two forbidden zones has increased several hundredfold over 10,000 years, including some who were prominent talents and top supreme beings during their lifetimes. They have lost all memories of their past, devoid of emotions and desires, transformed into evil spirits knowing only slaughter and destruction, adding immense pressure and unpredictability to the already chaotic border Desolation. Martial Pavilion Ancestral Land. Outside the ancient stone hall where Xueqing was in seclusion. The passage of 10,000 years left little mark on the stone hall, and the front of the door was spotless. The great sun hung high over the heavenly dome, emitting an eternal and scorching radiance. Gongyi Ziyu knelt upon the ground, her once bright and lively eyes now dim and devoid of spirit. Before her lay the cold, stiff body of a corpse. It was Tu Jingchuan. He lay quietly, his breath completely extinguished with no signs of life. His once resolute face was covered with terrifyingly intersecting cracks, like a porcelain piece barely reassembled after being shattered, utterly shocking to behold. In the continuous, extremely fierce battles, he ultimately failed to break through that barrier and cross into the space-time domain, eventually perishing in an encounter battle with the elite of the Heavenly Feather clan. In that battle, his great saint body was torn apart entirely, almost leaving no remains. Upon receiving the news, Gongyi Ziyu rushed to the battlefield ruined into chaos, ignoring her injuries, and searched tirelessly for several years before finally retrieving parts of her senior brother's remains. She painstakingly pieced them together and brought him back to their master's place of seclusion. Even though his broken body was patched up after death, it was still covered with unremovable cracks, telling the tale of the brutality of that slaughter. Gongyi Ziyu looked at her lifeless senior brother, who could never again call her junior sister, and her eyes instantly turned red, tears silently falling. She knelt, heavily kowtowing towards the cold stone hall door. "Master." Her voice choked with grief and helplessness. Having been disciples for tens of thousands of years, day and night together, she now felt as if her heart was being twisted by knives, as if the entire world in front of her had lost all color. Besides Tu Jingchuan, she had lost too many friends and family, as well as numerous martial pavilion elders who watched her grow up, whose familiar faces had all disappeared amid the relentless snowstorm of battle reports. Yet now, with her master in seclusion, endeavoring to reach the ancestral realm not to be disturbed, Elder Xingqiu had gone missing since acquiring heavenly fate, his life or death uncertain. She was filled with too much fear, too much fatigue, too many words wanted to be said, yet she found no one to whom they could be confided or relied upon. "Master, Ziyu misses you dearly." Gongyi Ziyu muttered softly, as if doing so might bring her a slight, illusory comfort. "Senior brother once told me he had already touched the gate of spacetime, glimpsing the dawn of the martial monarch realm, determined not to disgrace your name. He said that even dying in the star sea would be a worthy death. Who would have thought that such words would turn into prophecy, so having today's result?" Over 3,000 years ago, senior brother's homeland was shattered by those heavenly feather clan beasts, ancestral lands gone, 90% of clan members perished, and he had no final thoughts anymore. Seeing him despondent, I brought a piece of his homeland fragment to the martial pavilion ancestral land on my own, hoping when he returned, it could be a source of solace. Regrettably, I entered your tutelage at the age of 8, and it's been almost 60,000 years now. You guided me painstakingly, hoping I would succeed, but I am dull and have struggled to create my destiny, stuck before the portal of time and space, unable to advance, truly ashamed before your teachings, unworthy of your grace." After a long while, she slowly stood, wiped away her tears, and a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand, fingers poised like a sword, and unleashed the grand martial art's true essence, carving out a modest mausoleum on the ground beside her. She carefully lifted Tu Jingchuan's body, gently placing it into the grave, as if afraid to disturb his slumber. She then filled the grave with earth and erected a tombstone. The inscription was very simple. "Tomb of Brother Tu Jingchuan." Then, she built a tomb for herself on the other side, where only her clothes and crown would be buried. "Tomb of Gongyi Ziyu, this battle is perilous, with no end in sight. 7 or 8 out of 10 of her friends and family members have died. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or death. If she were to fall in this battle, it might be hard for anyone to collect her remains, so it is better to prepare early." Gongyi Ziyu looked at her tombstone, remained silent for a long time, then took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. She carefully sealed the letter and placed it in a jade coffin she had already prepared, burying it in her cenotaph. After finishing the letter, Gongyi Ziyu took a deep breath, suppressing all sadness and vulnerability. She adjusted her blood-stained battle robes and performed the most solemn ceremony of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before the ancient palace gate that had been closed for 10,000 years. Then, she resolutely turned around, transformed into a stream of light, and merged into the radiance of the great sun, leaving no traces behind. The struggle for the Tao is like a fierce fire, burning the star sea and consuming the souls of the 10,000 races. Amidst the endless internal and external troubles, the cosmic edge grew more turbulent due to the surge in gods. Chu Jing sat cross-legged at the core of the ancient array in the desolate star domain, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, like an eternal rock. The aura around him was completely unmasked, the vast oppressive force of his primordial golden immortal perfection glaringly exposed amongst the universe's star river, causing the surrounding stars to tremble slightly. Inside him, an immense amount of space-time essence flowed like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, continuously nourishing his 5 viscera and the 5 chi. In his perception, time grew increasingly vague, almost leaving no traces, with tens of thousands of years flowing away within the acceleration array, passing by him as if in the blink of an eye. The Tao vein within the universe he had established inside himself expanded rapidly, extending like the primary trunk of a universe arching out new, finer branches deeply integrated into every inch of Chu Zhang's flesh and every wisp of his divine sense. His oppressive force continued to rise, causing the entire star sea beyond the ancient array to start vibrating faintly, as if unable to bear this power on the verge of transformation. The expansion of the Tao vein reached its peak, and the laws flowing within became extremely viscous and heavy. Each cycle felt like billions of stars being born and destroyed within him, bringing infinite power and enlightenment. Chu Zhang's body was repeatedly tempered by this power, becoming increasingly flawless and untouched, emanating an eternal radiance as if he had become part of the universal laws. As time passed, the pressure belonging to a primordial golden immortal gradually compressed to its limit, returning to simplicity and authenticity. In an instant, thousands of divine kingdoms seemed to rise and fall behind him, this exemplifying the rise and fall of Taoist orthodoxy across epochs, reflections from the river of spacetime, resembling mirror images, seeming both real and illusory. At this moment, Chu Jing stood at the pinnacle of the mixed-element golden immortal realm, with no further advancement possible. Only a thin yet seemingly insurmountable chasm remained, blocking his path from the final ancestral realm, that needed to condense his unique Dao seed. His physical body had completely shed all shackles of the postnatal form, transforming into a primordial Dao body closest to the cosmic origin, impervious to all means, imperishable through the 10,000 tribulations. This aura was ancient and pure, imbued with the celestial majesty originating from the cosmic origin. Now, his primordial Dao body, under the furious tempering of the torrent of spacetime, continued to strengthen at an astonishing speed. With each breath, Chu Zhang's physical strength increased geometrically, and the pure sound of blood and qi flow affected the surrounding space, causing subtle distortions. Time, within the core of the hall where the flow sped over 10 times, rushed by madly, while outside, the stars flew by like a waterfall and countless springs and autumns passed within the hall. Chu Jing sat cross-legged at the heart of the torrent of spacetime, like a divine statue indifferent to the passage of time, and the Yuan Qi roared inside him. Each circuit of Qi made his aura even more profound and unfathomable, moving him closer to the final critical point. As time went on, under the harmonious orchestration of vast heavenly fate, a faint yet deeply rich vortex gradually formed in the depths of his mind. The chaotic primordial Qi also dispersed in its roars, returning to its form of cosmic origin, slowly melding into the center of the vortex. In an instant, Chu Zhang's physical body became illusory and transparent, as if about to fully integrate into this nascent vortex representing the universe's ultimate mystery, transformed into the Tao. All the chaotic qi, all the laws, everything was compressed and condensed into an infinitely small singularity. Then, this gathering of Chu Zhang's life essence and the culmination of his path silently blossomed. A perfect and flawless, crystal-clear ancient seed hung quietly at the center of Chu Zhang's sea of consciousness, resembling an ancient lotus seed. It was entirely transparent, pure like crystal untouched by any dust, seemingly solidifying eternal time, having no color yet naturally reflecting all the myriad realms' colors and laws' trajectories. In the crystal core of this clear and transparent molecule, there were odd substances like liquid starlight or threads of destiny, flowing slowly and spiraling. That was not ordinary energy nor the manifestation of laws but heavenly fate, the half of heaven's fortune that Chu Jing controlled, belonging solely to him. This Tao seed differed slightly from those of future generations but remained equally powerful. Chu Jing's eyelids, closed for untold years, slowly opened. Deep within his eyes, there was no sorrow or joy, no surprise or anger, only that clear Tao seed and within it the still-flowing, emblematic authority and eternity of heavenly fate. This is his Tao seed, with the body as the universe and heavenly fate as the core. The violent space-time turbulence around him, at the instant Chu Jing opened his eyes, seemed to be instantly smoothed by an invisible hand, falling into absolute stillness. The whole universe seemed at that moment, due to the birth of a new ancestor, to fall into an imperceptible pause and tremble. Under the acceleration of time, while 1,000 years have passed outside, within, over 100,000 years of arduous cultivation have actually occurred, and Chu Jing has already again stepped into the supreme ancestral realm. The moment he entered the ancestral realm, the surging Tao resonance and heavenly fate fluctuations brought about by his life-level leap could no longer be concealed, like a lighthouse ignited in the darkness, instantly spreading throughout the great universe. The many ancient ancestors within the great universe, whether in seclusion, waging war, or sleeping, all sensed something at the same time, their expressions suddenly changed, collectively directing their gaze generally towards Chu Jing's location. At the cosmic edge, the 10 light pillars suppressing the universe and resisting evil demons, shone fiercely, waves arising as if also responding to the birth of a new ancestor. Has someone become an ancestor? Who is it? Xueqing. The divine thoughts of several ancient ancestors on duty intertwined instantly, full of surprise and gravity. Their gazes were immediately fixed on the sun-eroding cry. The news of Xueqing's seclusion to impact the ancestral realm is not a secret to beings of their level. The gaze of sun-eroding cry slightly condensed, secretly sweeping towards the martial pavilion ancestral land direction, yet discovered that the aura of Xueqing's seclusion was still silent, showing no sign of breakthrough. He slightly shook his head. Seeing his reaction, very quickly the group's gaze fell on Fengqing's body. Yun Tianji has been in seclusion impacting the ancestral realm for quite a significant period as well, and with his accumulation, the likelihood of success is also quite high. Fengqing's expression was cold, with eyes burning with suppressible rage and killing intent. She shook her head lightly and then spoke in a deep voice, tone extremely certain, "It's not Yun Tianji, it should be Jingqiu." Jingqiu? It's him? How could it be so fast? From where did he obtain complete heavenly fate? Feng Wenzhong's heavenly fate, after being passed multiple times to your family's son of heaven, doesn't have much left. How can it support him to become an ancestor? Coupled with what he seized within the Heaven Burial Palace, perhaps it's enough. Fengqing's eyes grew colder, the killing intent almost overflowing. Qi cultivators are inherently different from us. Perhaps there's a way to collect heavenly fate, yet unknown. Upon hearing her words, the numerous ancestral realm figures paused, glancing at each other. The gravity between their brows slightly relaxed, and some even had a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Jingqiu's becoming an ancestor, for these non-human ancient clans, is much better than the martial pavilion or immortal court having another ancestral realm. After all, Jingqiu is solitary, without an enormous clan power needing nourishment. His threat is individual, not collective. Now, probably the most troubled would be the immortal court and Fengqing herself. Not to mention Jingqiu previously blew up the Feng family's ancestral grave, killing the elder ancestor of the Feng family. Just the immortal banishing rune that could overturn the foundation of the immortal path is enough to trouble the immortal court. An ancestral realm mastering the immortal banishing rune, for the immortal court, is of immeasurable deterrence. After the news of Jingqiu becoming an ancestor spread like a cosmic storm, within merely a few years, the heavenly fate in the universe underwent another noticeable change. Another person succeeded in becoming an ancestor. This time the aura was surging and sharp, carrying pure martial path power, soaring into the sky, originating from the martial pavilion ancestral land. It's Xueqing. After years in seclusion, she too successfully broke through, becoming another martial ancestor. Within the martial pavilion, millions of miles of brilliant light soared to the sky. The mighty martial ancestor pressure swept across the star sea. The entire martial pavilion was filled with joy and excitement, morale greatly boosted. The martial pavilion once again had 3 ancestral realms in their prime, with unprecedented confidence. In this chaotic era, undoubtedly possessed stronger influence. Soon after, from the direction of the immortal court, a surge of heavenly fate erupted. Yun Tianji also successfully stepped into the ancestral realm. In a short period, 3 new ancestors were born in succession, and all were from the human race. These changes began to intensely affect the power division and layout of the great universe, making the war situation more subtle and complex. Many ancient clans became increasingly cautious, even starting to gradually retract their overly dispersed territories, adopting a defensive stance. Meanwhile, they are also secretly trying every means to connect with Jingqiu's whereabouts. All forces understand, this newly ascended human ancestor, his current attitude is crucial. It will directly impact, even decide the future direction of the great universe. Martial Pavilion Ancestral Land. Deep within the great realm, the ancient stone hall that had been sealed for eons finally showed signs of movement. Inside the hall, the chaos stream and surging martial intent that had pervaded for thousands of years began to slowly converge, like rivers flowing into the sea, gathering towards the central figure. Xueqing slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of divine light like the newly opened star swirls swept by, immediately transforming into deep and boundless calm. In the depths of her eyes, it was as if countless spacetime fragments were circulating, the trajectory of all martial evolution was fleeting. A genuine joy floated onto her cheeks, the decades spent in accelerated timeless meditation, divine traveling in the void, honing and comprehending in the river of spacetime, the dangers and solitude within were beyond what outsiders could understand, but the gains were immensely fruitful. She not only successfully stabilized her cultivation in the ancestral realm but more importantly, the path she envisioned long ago, aimed at connecting the martial path past, present, and future, already had a clear prototype. This path is not a physical one, but a kind of mysterious resonance of laws, a spiritual bridge built on her powerful martial intent and spacetime enlightenment. Through this bridge, she has already returned to the past and exchanged with some martial prodigies, gaining invaluable insights. Some martial combat techniques that were originally lost might thus shine once again, reappearing in the human world. Moreover, with the path of teaching, she has the opportunity to send the divine senses of those who meet the conditions into the long river of time, to comprehend the moods and even the combat techniques of martial arts strongmen from different eras, and perhaps even communicate with some remaining imprints of martial arts. The first thing she thought of was her two disciples who had been stuck in bottlenecks for years. Their talent and temperament were both exceptional, what they lacked might be this opportunity and baptism across time and space. If they can enter the path of teaching, undergo the baptism of space-time law, it would be much easier to break through the bottleneck that had trapped them for years. The hint of joy was like the early spring sunshine on Xueqing's face, pausing for only a moment before it suddenly froze. The smile that had just risen stiffened at the corners of her mouth. She abruptly raised her hand, her slender, pure white fingers trembling slightly as she retrieved two life-bound soul tokens from the void. What she saw made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The two jade tokens, which should have been radiantly colorful and closely linked to the disciples' lives, had lost all their luster, dim and dull, covered in a web of cracks, and had even shattered into several pieces lying quietly in her palm, cold as ice. These were the soul tokens of Tu Jingchuan and Gongyi Ziyu. The shattered tokens and extinguished souls, the outcome speaks for itself. Xueqing slowly stood up, the pressure of the ancestor of martial arts seemingly dissipated at this moment. She only felt a world-spinning sensation, her legs weakening slightly, and she instinctively supported herself against the cold stone wall beside her. She looked up in disbelief towards the stone door outside the hall, sealed for 10,000 years, her gaze penetrating the space-time law barrier on the stone wall, seeing the scene outside. She slowly stepped forward and pushed open the heavy door of the grand hall, which had been sealed for more than 10,000 years. The daylight flooded in, a bit glaring, yet more dazzling than the light was the sight in front of the hall door of two graves to the left and right, as well as the two cold gravestones. Xueqing's gaze instantly lost focus, staring blankly at the two graves, her breath halted. The desolate air of late autumn enveloped the heavens and the earth, withered leaves spinning in the chilly wind, silently drifting down. In the distance, the setting sun like blood dyed the clouds a mournful red, reflecting the endless sorrow and lament of this world. She stepped forward one step at a time, her step somewhat unsteady, quietly gazing at the two gravestones, as if through the soil, seeing the cold faces of her disciples. After a long time, she slowly raised her hand, using a void hand grip, retrieving that letter from Gongyi Ziyu's empty tomb. The letter paper was slightly yellow, the ink seemed not to dry, still retaining some warmth. She held the cold gravestone, slowly sat down, and unfolded the letter. Before Master, Disciple Ziyu, weeping blood, sincerely submits this farewell letter. Now the star sea is overturned, the 10,000 races are at war, the heaven and earth are a furnace, all beings are coal, the azure a slaughter field, a flesh and blood millstone. Brother Jingchuan, to protect Marshal Tao, to guard the pavilion's prestige, fell at the front of the battle, his steadfast heart and blood staining the Star River. This disciple traversed the 9 heavy battle ruins, seeking the broken corpse at the risk of 10,000 deaths, yet his divine form has shattered, soul lamp extinguished, only a 3-foot jade bone remains, unwilling to leave it in the wilderness. Brother's homeland was long consumed by the flames of war, the 4 seas vast, with no place to return. Thus, he was buried 3 zhang outside Master's closed-door practice place. In the past, when Master caressed the top of our heads and taught us the Tao, Brother often stood by the left side. Now let him guard the sect for eternity, also fulfilling the bond of serving tea to Master in life. Now the war drums urge again, horns resounding, this disciple is heading to the battlefield. This departure into the vast unknown, life and death uncertain, placing this empty tomb of pause before the Master's temple, sealing this final piece within the coffin. 6,000 eons of Master's grace like a mountain, this disciple dull-witted, untalented, couldn't comprehend the truth of space-time, break through the shackles, failing the Master's deep expectations, thinking of it always, shame deeply. Meeting the Master was a fate cultivated in Ziyu's 100 lifetimes, even if form vanishes and Tao dissipates, this heart retains gratitude, never to be forgotten eternally. Hope on the day Master breaks the barrier, the universe is clear, and the 10,000 stars return to their positions, evil demons perish, martial fortune prospers. At that time, the disciple hopes to let the soul reside in the star river, transforming into stars, eternally guarding the Master's Tao, illuminating the path ahead of our martial pavilion. Unworthy disciple, Gongyi Ziyu. Final letter, reading each word of blood in the letter, the desperate and longing confessions between the lines, Xueqin felt only waves of spasms in her heart, an extremely unfamiliar piercing pain, her gaze went void, lost in focus. Memory surged like the tide, so vivid as yesterday. In her recollection, two doll-like children, one lively, the other honest and silent, followed behind her, calling Master in soft voices. Past events so vivid, now it is a permanent separation by life and death. The scalding tears finally slipped uncontrollably down her cold cheeks, dripping onto the letter, blurring the ink. As the ancestor of martial arts in one lifetime, able to shake heaven and earth, yet couldn't protect the closest disciples beside, irrecoverable. This kind of helplessness, for her, was enough to be bone-eroding and heart-burning. At the same time, far outside the endless star domain, Chuzheng also ended his 10,000-year-long seclusion. He stepped out from that ancient array, with all his aura completely restrained, returning to the original simplicity, seemingly no different from ordinary people, only those deep eyes seemed to hold the universe's birth and demise, space-time flowing. He slightly adjusted to the normal passage of time and space outside, and with a slight movement of his divine sense, he perceived the dramatic changes that had occurred in the external world over these millennia. The subsequent changes happened too quickly and were too cruel, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Even though Chuzheng had already entered the ancestral realm, facing the war machine sweeping across the universe and the countless passing of life, he felt a deep heaviness and an ungraspable bewilderment. He walked out of seclusion and, following a faint connection in the void and the deductions of the heavenly divination technique, quickly traversed the boundless starry sky, finding Chuan who was undergoing tribulation in a great realm. Chuan's aura was more condensed, having entered the mysterious immortal realm, with a few more touches of competence and hardship between her brows, evidently having undergone innumerable trials over the years. Seeing Chuzheng emerge from seclusion, her gaze paused slightly, a flash of joy in her eyes, her demeanor noticeably more composed, and she stepped forward to bow in salute. "Greetings, Lord. Where is Jinping?" Chuzheng's gaze swept over as he spoke in a low voice, unable to sense Jinping's aura, a premonition brewing in his heart. "Dead, 7,463 years ago." Upon hearing this, Chuan's body trembled slightly imperceptibly, she lowered her head, her gaze dimmed, and her voice was low. His descendants retrieved his remains afterward, helped to lay him to rest, and buried him in the newly constructed Shin family ancestral tomb. Her voice was very calm, lacking any significant fluctuations. As time passed, the pain and heart-wrenching grief of her brother's passing seemed to have been gradually soothed by the ruthless passage of time, leaving only deep engravings and helplessness. The power of time is terrifyingly immense, capable of dissipating all intense emotions in an instant, whether love or hatred, eventually leading to tranquility. Only upon occasional remembrance would the heart stir slightly. Chuzheng remained silent for a moment, speaking no more. Partings due to life and death, in this chaotic world, have become a norm. At the Martial Pavilion front line, in the main directing hall, the atmosphere was grim and bustling. On the massive star map, countless light points flickered unpredictably, representing the real-time situation of the various battle lines. Various orders and martial arts strongmen of different levels came and went hurriedly. Xue Qing's figure appeared without warning at the center of the hall, her calm restored, her face cold, yet deep in her eyes lay an indissoluble iciness and questioning. Her arrival did not intentionally suppress her ancestral realm pressure, instantly silencing the bustling hall as all cultivators felt an oppressive force making it difficult to breathe. Her gaze, like two icy swords, directly pierced towards the figure seated high on the main seat, Jun Huang. Jun Huang continued handling the mountain of military jade scrolls, not raising his head, as if unfazed by the suffocating oppression. Only when Xue Qing stepped in front of the desk did he slowly set down the jade scrolls in his hand and raised his head. His expression was terrifyingly calm, even carrying an almost imperceptible indifference and weariness. Facing the stare of a newly ascended martial ancestor, he showed no trepidation or reverence, only a calm return of the gaze. My two disciples have both perished in battle. Xue Qing's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. What do you have to say to this? Upon hearing this, Jun Huang's expression remained unperturbed. He slowly stood up, meeting Xue Qing's gaze, his voice equally calm. Snow Qing martial ancestor, I, as the martial pavilion's chief dispatcher, entrusted by the martial ancestor, oversee the whole situation. Presently, below the ancestral realm, all cultivators and all legions are under my command. Can there be no deaths in the path of striving? Throughout the martial pavilion, the number who have died in battle, the fallen great saints, martial monarchs, and even martial emperors, the list could fill this entire hall. I, Jun Huang, also have to personally go to the front lines, drenched in blood, battling, sustaining severe injuries multiple times near death. His voice gradually rose, carrying a repressed anger. You've achieved no merit at the martial pavilion or the battlefield, and immediately upon reaching the ancestral realm, you question me about the deaths of your two disciples? Pray tell, what right do you have to question me? Is it because you've become an ancestor that you can disregard the countless heroic spirits who shed their blood for the martial pavilion and were laid to rest in the Star Sea, and solely care about your own disciples' life and death? The questioning voice echoed within the hall, resonating between the ceilings. No one within the hall spoke, all wore cold expressions. In the midst of these continuous battles, they had all lost too many friends and relatives, most of whose remains were never reclaimed, cenotaphs scattered everywhere. In the hall, a pin drop could be heard. Snow Qing stared into Jun Huang's eyes, looking at the suffocating blood evil qi and exhaustion enveloping him, momentarily rendered speechless. The full brimming sorrow and questioning were choked by this brutal path struggle, suffocating painfully. In the path struggle, can anyone remain unscathed? Her disciples were people, others were flesh and blood too. As members of the martial pavilion, enjoying its cultivation resources, dying in battle in its service was naturally should be expected. To martial cultivators, it was even a glorious honor. Yet instinct told Snow Qing that this matter was not so simple. Both Tu Jingchuan and Gong Yiziyu had reached upper realm great saint perfection. Within the space-time domain, no living creatures could possibly have killed them. And the battlefield of the space-time domain was not where great saints should intervene. There must be other reasons involved here. In the end, Snow Qing said nothing, giving Jun Huang a deep look filled with a complex mixture of suspicion, coldness, and a tinge of indescribable fatigue. Then she turned, stepped out, and her figure disappeared from the hall. She would find out the truth of this matter and provide a conclusion. Jun Huang stood there, still with a straight back, underneath the large star map, his expression cold as a blade, staring at the stained military affairs before him, silent. No one noticed, but the hand he let droop in his sleeve was clenched so tightly that his nails were deeply embedded in his palm. Chu Jing, with Chuan, hastened to the martial pavilion ancestral land. On the way, he had already received news, learning of Snow Qing's ascension to the ancestor level. He followed Snow Qing's aura to arrive before that great hall. Snow Qing stood before the hall, gazing up at the resplendent sun, her eyes deep as an abyss. Upon sensing Chu Jing's presence, she withdrew her gaze, turned to look at him, her expression calm, without waves. Glancing at the tombs lining the sides of the hall entrance, Chu Jing's steps paused slightly, and he spoke slowly after a moment of silence, "I'm sorry." Before Snow Qing secluded herself, she had instructed him to take care of Tu Jingchuan and Gongyi Ziyu, but clearly, he hadn't achieved that. "It's not your fault." Snow Qing shook her head slightly, took a deep breath, and her gaze flickered. "While I was comprehending the Tao and the river of spacetime, I pondered a great deal. I, too, was once bewildered. For what purpose did heaven bestow upon me extraordinary talent in the martial path? I often contemplated the core essence of martial arts. Is it slaying? Power? Or is it to assert dominance, establish a legendary legacy, and immortalize one's name? At the end of martial arts, what exactly lies there? In recent days, it seems I've found an answer." At this point, Snow Qing's gaze deepened, speaking slowly, "The ultimate peak of martial arts is to end war. Now, with chaos arising everywhere, it signifies the absence of a supreme being to redefine the rules." Indeed. Chu Jing naturally agreed with Shui Qing's words. The chaotic state of the great universe's Tao battle essentially stems from the absence of heavenly Tao, the scattering of heaven's mandate, and the lack of absolute martial power to suppress the numerous ancient ancestors, leading to the present chaos. The heavens are dead, and now a new heaven is needed to inherit and reorganize the epic. This is what he must do now. Human strength has its limits. Shui Qing slightly shook her head, her gaze dimmed. "I have seen the peak of the martial path. Several epochs ago, a martial Tao creature once wielded heavenly fate, but in the current era, it is difficult to revive the martial path, and I cannot achieve it." The moment she entered the ancestral realm, she saw her own limits and knew her endpoint. Even if she was invincible in the ancestral realm, she couldn't change the situation in the great universe by herself. Under Heaven and Earth universe, there are a total of 40 ancient ancestors. Even if one person's power is strong, it is quite limited. This is beyond what the ancestral realm can achieve. One person cannot do it, then seek allies. Chu Jing spoke calmly and deeply, "I will find a way to end the Tao war, reopen Yin Yang, and then everything will return to its proper course." "Allies? How do you plan to do that?" Shui Qing asked, puzzled. "In the current situation, which Taoist orthodoxy would support you? Besides, even if one Taoist orthodoxy wins the Tao war, chaos will resurface when the Supreme Being's life ends." She had already seen clearly that the root of the Tao war lies in the desires of living creatures. Even if it can be stopped for a moment, it is difficult to stop it for a lifetime. When external threats disappear, internal strife will emerge, and this point cannot be changed. Just watch, you'll naturally know when the time comes. Chu Jing slightly shook his head. After entering the ancestor realm, he remembered most of his future memories and was nearly clear on the path to the future. In the current great universe, sun-eroding cry would naturally help him. However, there was no need to involve Shui Qing in these matters at the moment, as there wasn't much about Shui Qing in the memories he currently knew. It seemed that Shui Qing wasn't deeply involved. If she was allowed to intervene too much, it might backfire. Thinking of this, Chu Jing slightly furrowed his brow. His memories came to mind mostly, but some parts of the memories within the Heaven Burial Palace and in the heart-burning corridor in later generations were still unclear. As if intentionally obscured by someone. Undoubtedly, this was the influence of heavenly power fragment. The little Taoist in the Heaven Burial Palace once said that many of his memories would interfere with his current judgment, leading him to make the wrong choices, hence he helped him obscure them. Only after becoming Qingzu would some be unraveled. Now, it seems that some memories are still not unraveled, pressing deep in his mind. This feeling of being covered by a thin mist isn't pleasant, but at this moment, he can only walk the originally established path. Shui Qing slightly frowned, saying no more and turned to enter the stone hall. The path of transmitting Tao still needs improvement. It requires some time. If you need my help, feel free to come to find me. Chu Jing did not linger, his figure flashed, taking Chuan away from Shui Qing's Taoist field, stepping into the boundless void. Master. Chuan spoke deeply, following you has become useless. Please allow me to leave and cultivate alone. She was well aware of her abilities, unable to participate in what Chuzheng was doing now and would only be a burden. Chuzheng was silent for a moment, and waved his hand, go. He was already used to traveling alone, and as a fellow Qi cultivator, Chuan's path was the same. I wish you peace, master. Chuan bowed, turned, and left. After Chuan went far, Chuzheng flipped his palm and took out an ancient talisman covered with mysterious patterns. His divine sense moved, and a message crossed the endless star domain, sent to an unknown far place. Not long after the message was sent, Chuzheng received a brief response. He took a step forward, space folding under his feet, stars flew back like fireflies. In an instant, he stood in a desolate and ancient star domain. Here seemed to be the forgotten corner of the universe. Stars were sparse, mostly dim, and the distant star river flowed quietly like a hazy veil. The remnants of shattered stars floated silently, telling of battles countless epochs past. Further away, there were even gigantic ancient beast bones, large as mountains, cold and lifeless, long existing in the vacuum. All around was absolute silence, except for the occasional meteor cutting through the eternal curtain, leaving a fleeting light trace. The void slightly fluctuated, like ripples spreading, a figure quietly condensed, not a true body but an incredibly solid incarnation. The visitor was tall, shrouded in hazy starlight, features hard to discern, only a pair of bright eyes like stars in the night, carrying a deep and calm insight into everything. His aura perfectly blended with this silent starry sky, as if he was part of it, existing for endless ages. It was sun-eroding cry. Surroundings were dead silent, only fragmented stars slowly rotating in the eternal void, emitting cold faint light. During the tens of thousands of years of secluded cultivation in the martial pavilion, Chuzheng had also seen this martial pavilion master who shocked heaven and earth universe several times. The two weren't familiar, even their conversations were few, but at their level, sometimes no words were needed, sensing each other's aura could lead to some understanding. I have not yet congratulated you on entering the ancestor realm. Sun-eroding cry spoke, his voice low and steady. How about it? Do you have plans to join my martial pavilion? He didn't engage in any small talk, his gaze meeting the sun-eroding cry, directly addressing the matter. The reason for inviting martial ancestor here today is because there is something I wish to ask for your assistance. Oh? The coarse eyebrows of sun-eroding cry slightly raised, a flicker of faint surprise in his eyes. This was the first time Chuzheng had clearly asked him for help, and with his understanding of Chuzheng, if it weren't a matter of great importance, he wouldn't have made the request. What is it? Speak freely. Chuzheng's gaze was deep, as if reflecting the entire chaotic universe, and he spoke slowly. I have a method to fuse heavenly fate, intending to use it to reorganize the great universe, sweep away ancient clan conflicts, clear the vast universe, and restart Yin Yang. Even the mind of sun-eroding cry, firm as a rock, was momentarily stunned when he heard this, the starry radiance circulating around him coming to a halt, fusing heavenly fate. What does that mean? This concept was so astonishing, it nearly overturned the ancient understanding of living creatures regarding heavenly fate. Even in the ancestral realm, at most only a bit more than half of heaven's fortune could be attained. Beyond that, a further step was needed, but there was no path beyond the ancestral realm, which was the limit for all beings. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng faced him candidly without concealment, quite literally, to gather all the heavenly fate scattered among the ancient ancestors into my own body, to completely end this unending Dao war. I will become the new master of heavenly fortune, holding order, and reshaping the universe. Sun-eroding cry remained silent, his thick brows tightly furrowed, falling into deep thought. Chuzheng's words were simple, but the meaning contained within was an upheaval enough to overturn the current cosmic structure, affecting the 10,000 races and living creatures. He did not doubt the truth of Chuzheng's words. At their level, especially since Chuzheng had successfully entered the ancestral realm, there was no need to deceive him. The matter was too significant. After a long while, sun-eroding cry raised his eyes, his gaze burning like a star. In a few days, I will give you a reply. He did not rush to agree. This was no small matter, even one of the most significant decisions he faced in his endless years, requiring time to weigh pros and cons, and to deduce possibilities. After all, the heavenly fate of the great universe, though divided, remains relatively independent. Even within the martial pavilion, the heavenly fate among various martial ancestors is only remotely complementary, without real fusion or cohesion. Regarding whether Chujing could accomplish it, he still had some doubts. Okay. Chujing nodded, without urging, appearing very patient. Because he knew well, as long as ancient history proceeded along the predetermined trajectory, sun-eroding Cry would inevitably choose to help him. This was a destined fact within the fragments of the future. The Star River flowed, years passed silently. The manifestation of sun-eroding Cry grew silent, evidently engaging in intense deduction and weighing. After several years, that manifestation finally reappeared, giving a response. As Chujing had predicted, he agreed, but with conditions. He sought a divine decree for the future martial path, to ensure its eternal prosperity. After Chujing agreed, sun-eroding Cry's gaze turned sharp and resolute, cutting through all hesitation. How do you plan to proceed? The two met again in this desolate star domain, sun-eroding Cry directly asking, with a hint of inquiry and doubt in his eyes. Even though he had agreed to join forces, he was keen to know how Chujing would implement this world-shattering plan. Chujing's response was succinct yet carried a chilling aura of destruction: sever the ancestors, claim the fate. His eyes flashed, and a vast star map outlined by divine sense unfolded between the two, its light points varied in brightness, representing different ancient clan forces. The distribution of heavenly fate in the great universe is quite clear now. The giant god clan has annexed nearly half of the star-moon ancient clan's legacy, now holding 2/10 of the heavenly fate alone, dominating. Below them is the martial pavilion and Immortal court's Taoist orthodoxy, each occupying 1.5/10. The fourth is the true dragon bloodline, with 2 ancient ancestors within the clan, holding 1/10 collectively, which totals 6/10 of the heavenly fate. Within the Heavenly Feather clan, there is only 1 ancient ancestor, occupying 1/2, totaling 6.5/10. The Golden Crow ancient clan and Shadow clan each also have 1 ancient ancestor, each occupying 1/2, bringing the total to 7.5/10. Then there's an ancient ancestor from the 3 Prisons sect, plus the 1/2 that I inherit, making 8.5/10 of the heavenly fate already claimed. Outside the 10 great ancient clans, there were originally 3 scattered ancient ancestors, namely from the Yun family, Tai clan, and Shan clan, each occupying 1/2 of heavenly fate. Chujing pointed to 3 relatively isolated light spots on the star map. The Yun family is already destroyed, leaving only the Tai clan and Shan clan. Within Yuana and the Heaven Burial Palace, there are still some scattered heavenly fate, which does not need to be considered for now. The 10 great ancient clans, their ancient ancestors all need to guard important cosmic chasms throughout the universe, deeply intertwined, and cannot be easily moved lest they trigger unpredictable changes. Since this is the case, let us begin with the Shan clan. Chujing's gaze flashed coldly, the chill in the air palpable. The foundation of these 2 clans is far less profound than the 10 great ancient clans, lacking much terrifying heritage and legacy. The ancient ancestors within are mostly due to lucky coincidences, inheriting the rewards of predecessors to ascend, making their foundation relatively shallow, the most suitable breakthrough point. Sun-eroding Cry heard this, glanced at the star domain coordinates of the Shan clan, silently pondering for a moment, then nodding decisively. All right, I will immediately send a message to call Yan Qi to the border Desolation to take over my duty of guarding. Then, I shall accompany you in person. Once he made the decision, he would not hesitate any longer. The martial ancestor acted with decisive resolution as always. Shortly after the message was sent, a figure as scorching as a star tore through the void, descending upon the cosmic edge. The newcomer was another martial ancestor from the martial pavilion, Yan Qi. He exchanged no words with the sun-eroding Cry, merely nodding for the handover. The true body of sun-eroding Cry was thus freed to reunite with Chujing. He strode forth, as if the void beneath his feet had solidified, with each step causing the Star River to tremble slightly. Clad in a plain dark martial robe without any adornments, his presence seemed to fill the desolate star domain completely. Though his physique was not bulky, it conveyed an ultimate sense of strength. His muscle lines did not bulge exaggeratedly, but tightly intertwined like ancient dragon veins, with each fiber infused with the power to shatter stars and tear apart the universe. His broad frame stood like a divine pillar supporting the heavenly dome, unshakable. Beneath his dark golden skin seemed to flow an eternal divine fire, exuding an indestructible, eternal divine luster. On the surface of his skin, countless intricate and profound war patterns faintly appeared naturally. These were not postnatal engravings but the natural imprints of great Dao laws left on his physique after achieving a state of divine perfection in martial arts cultivation. Each flicker seemed to refract fragments of time. Chu Jing spoke no unnecessary words. Two figures transformed into breathtaking streaks that tore through the great universe, ignoring the endless void, heading straight towards the ancient star domain of the Shan clan's ancestral land. The Shan clan's ancestral star was enveloped in a majestic aura, akin to mountains worshipping from all directions. A terrifying and boundless aura suddenly descended, shattering the eternal silence and causing the phantom images of endless mountains to tremble. Deep within the ancestral land, within an ancient stone hall that seemed integrated with the mountain ranges, the ancient ancestor of the Shan clan, Shan Han, was abruptly awakened. With a step, he stood beneath the starry sky, recognizing the leader as Chu Jing at a glance, and a flicker of uncertainty passed through his eyes. Jing Chu? Chu Jing, who had just attained the ancestor realm, possessed an aura deep as an abyss, inducing a sense of unease in him. "What do you intend to do?" he asked sternly, a thick, pale yellow divine radiance beginning to coalesce around him, causing the starry sky to hum. "I intend to do something grand." Chu Jing's expression was calm and indifferent, but his words were earth-shattering. "I've come to borrow your heavenly fate." Shan Han was initially stunned, then flew into a rage, a mocking smile on his face as he laughed in anger. What an arrogant and ignorant junior, newly entered into the ancestor realm, yet dares to act recklessly in my ancestral land, uttering such wild words. Truly seeking your own death. Today, I'll slay you, shatter your Dao seed, refine your heavenly fate, and add another to my Shan clan's ancestor realm. With our combined strength, the Shan clan can ascend into the ranks of the 10 great ancient clans at once. He spoke coldly, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, and beneath his feet, the entire ancestral star roared, with countless mountain sigils soaring into the sky, causing a riot in the space-time law, sealing the starry sky entirely and dragging it into the river of space-time. Hand over the heavenly fate, and you may escape death. Gazing at the surging river of space-time beneath his feet, Chu Jing remained calm, still offering Shan Han a lifeline. As Chu Jing's words fell, Shan Han's laugh was filled with extreme anger, his voice rolling and echoing through the ages. Arrogant junior, newly entered into the ancestor realm, unaware of the heights of the heavens, dare covet the heavenly fate of this ancestor? Your life is mine today. As his words faded, in another overlapping space-time dimension, a figure dressed in a dark martial robe with a body seemingly cast from immortal divine gold lay quietly in wait like an ancient fierce beast, ready to pounce at any moment. Rumble, Shan Han wasted no more words and directly made his move. Knowing that none who reached the ancestor realm were mediocre, he spared no effort, unleashing his full strength. His previously slightly lean body suddenly swelled, with endless divine light bursting forth from within, like a divine sun dormant for ages suddenly erupting. The river of space-time surged, countless ancient mountains emerging from past and future, lighting up instantly, mobilizing the vast power of the earth veins. Coupled with the portion of the heavenly fate he carried, it converged into a terrifying torrent capable of crushing the ancient star river, charging straight at Chu Jing. This strike encapsulated all the cultivation Shan Han had since reaching the ancestor realm, combined with his understanding of the great Dao laws, and further mobilized the foundation accumulated over endless years within the river of space-time. The river of space-time raged with towering waves, the laws wailing and retreating, as if an ancient universe was collapsing towards Chu Jing. Facing this apocalyptic strike, Chu Jing's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze sharpened suddenly. He didn't retreat but instead took a step forward. Only one step. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, like an ancient divine king striking a war drum, and an extremely sonorous Dao sound spread from beneath his feet, echoing along the banks of the river of spacetime. His entire body surged with chi and blood, unleashing the cultivation of his newly attained ancestor realm without reservation. Though it did not mobilize the boundless might like Shan Han, it was more pure and condensed, endowed with an unstoppable, assertive, invincible momentum. Shatter. Chu Jing uttered a true word, holding a Dao seal in one hand, pushing it forward slowly, without any flashy changes in divine skills, possessing only the utmost power and great Dao law's condensation. On the Dao seal, it seemed like scenes of creation were circulating, yin-yang dual qi intertwining, evolving into earth, water, fire, and wind, ultimately returning to chaos, and rebirthing from chaos, controlling birth and extinction. This was the confluence of the Qi cultivator's divine skills, borrowing the power of heaven's mandate. Though newly formed, it already revealed an imposing presence surpassing ordinary ancestral Dao techniques. Boom! The Dao seal and the earth vein heavenly fate torrent collided fiercely, terrifying space-time ripples erupted instantly, sweeping through past and future. Many ancient divine mountains trembled violently, the countless ancient forbidden techniques covering them crackled, flickering uncertainly, and shattered in an instant. Countless billions of miles of spacetime turned into chaos, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind rampant, as if the heavens and earth were just beginning. Every law collapsed inch by inch, yet incessantly reorganized. The heavens and earth are replaying. Light of billions of feet submerged everything. Ordinary living creatures here, even those in the realm of ancient myths, would have their divine souls evaporate into void if they got slightly close. As the light slightly dispersed, Chu Zhang's figure swayed slightly, stepping back half a step, his chi blood surging around him, but his eyes became even brighter. At the instant of the clash, he could perceive that Shan Han's mobilization of the power of heavenly fate was only a tenth or two, far inferior to his own. Shan Han's expression suddenly froze, his eyes flashed with disbelief. This all-out strike had utilized the heritage accumulated over endless years, yet now it was being directly met by this newly ascended ancestor? Indeed, you have some capital, but today, you will surely die. Suppress. Shan Han's eyes flashed with ferocity, he roared, his face flushed, and he pressed his hands fiercely onto the river of spacetime. In an instant, countless phantoms of divine mountains soared into the sky again from various places in the river, each one imposing and majestic, entwined with different powers of laws, some heavy, some sharp, some scorching, some icy cold. Countless phantoms of divine mountains converged, integrating the limitless mountains and peaks of the heaven and earth universe, transforming into a supreme divine mountain capable of crushing myriad heavens and realms, locking onto Chu Zhang's figure and suppressing down with a thunderous crash. This practically mobilized all his origins, the power several times greater than the previous strike. The void was completely solidified, even time became viscous, intending to completely seal and refine Chu Zhang right there. Chu Zhang felt immense pressure, the bones around his body emitted a faint humming. He took a deep breath, Dao sounds roared within him, preparing to unleash an even stronger means. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The sight of the supreme divine mountain crashing down, a silent fissure opened in the void, and a figure flashed out like a specter. It was the long-hidden sun-eroding cry. The timing he seized was exquisitely balanced, precisely the moment when Shan Han fully mobilized his heritage, most closely connected with the river of spacetime, but most neglected his own defense. He said nothing, his face stern as cold iron, delivering a punch, without Shan Han's earth-shattering momentum, or Chu Zhang's world-opening phenomena, only the utmost condensation, and pure extreme terrifying force. On the punch's edge, dark gold skin, numerous immortal martial arts battle patterns instantly lit up, suddenly awakening, transforming into countless miniature martial divine forms roaring. The majestic and vast chi blood power was restrained to the extreme, condensed to a point where the punch passed, the void did not shatter, but silently vanished, reverting to the most primal void. This punch represented the pinnacle of martial path, the extreme of power, annihilating all laws, enough to crush through the years. Crack, sun-eroding cries meticulously prepared punch landed with precision on the phantom of that supreme divine mountain. This strike seemed to shatter the pillar supporting the universe, the supreme divine peak that gathered numerous divine mountains and ancient peaks trembled violently. From within came a toothaking sound of collapse, countless runes instantly dimmed and shattered. On the massive mountain. Phantoms, from the punch's impact point as the center, enormous cracks frantically spread, covering the entire mountain in an instant. Rumble, the millions of divine mountain phantoms wailed, finally unable to maintain their form, and exploded with a thunderous roar. The terrifying energy lost control, pouring madly in all directions, stirring up waves in the river of spacetime. The divine skill being forcibly broken, under the backlash of the chi machine, Shan Han the ancient ancestor's body shook violently, spitting out a mouthful of pale golden ancestor blood. Where the blood dropped, the void was scorched through. For the first time, his face showed horror and incredulity. Sun-eroding cry? Master of Martial Pavilion, you actually teamed up with him? Why would you meddle in my Shan clan's affairs? He never expected that Chuzheng did not come alone, but there was actually a martial ancestor more powerful than him. Sun-eroding cry would personally back him up. Heavenly fate is being re-established. It is the trend of the times. I do not wish to enter the universe after death. Sun-eroding cry's tone was calm, his figure solidified, standing with Chuzheng to his left and right, subtly locking onto Shan Han's chi machine. Having made his choice, he would not hesitate at all. Hesitance is a great taboo of the martial path. The trend of the times, what is the trend? Shan Han knew today would be hard to conclude peacefully, plunged into utter madness. If you want to kill me for fortune, then exchange your life for it. He burned ancestor blood, at the center of his forehead, the seal of space-time law, dazzling to the extreme, invoking the heavenly fortune power belonging to him in the unseen, reinforcing himself, and unleashed a desperate forbidden secret technique. Throughout ages, the Green Mountains and ancient divine peaks have buried countless heroic souls. Today the two of you will be buried with me. Consider it a fortune for you in 3 lives. The light around Shan Han instantly dimmed, a divine mountain reappeared behind him, now permeated with boundless deathly decay, spreading through space-time, transforming into gray-black shackles, wrapping around Chuzheng and Sun-eroding cry, seeking to erode their ancestor bodies, extinguish their souls. Simultaneously, he transformed into a stream of light, merging with the mountain, carrying the accumulated resentment and death aura of ancient peaks, like a falling ancient star, crashing towards Chuzheng. At the very least, he wanted to drag one to the Yellow Springs with him, and compared to Sun-eroding cry, Chuzheng was evidently more suitable. Stubborn and unyielding. Chuzheng coldly rebuked, facing Shan Han's desperate attack, he no longer held back. The heavenly fortune power within him, which had already partly fused, surged, and behind him, a phantom of the reassembling sky seemed to appear. He pointed his finger, with a breath of creation and termination flowing from his fingertip, as though dividing yin and yang, redefining order, settle. Words followed by action, the surging decay and death energy suddenly halted. Almost simultaneously, Sun-eroding cry moved again, like a crimson flash of lightning breaking through eternal darkness. His punch, carrying his life's martial arts cultivation, struck the stream of light transformed by Shan Han. Boom, a deafening sound reverberated, accompanied by a chilling crack of bone. Light shattered, and Shan Han's figure flew backward, his chest collapsed, his body covered in cracks, and faint golden ancestor blood scattered through space and time, his aura declining to the extreme. The madness in his eyes was replaced by shock and despair. Before the combined force of 2 ancient ancestors who were not weaker, but even stronger than him, his struggle seemed utterly futile. Chuzheng gave him no chance to catch his breath, his form shadowed him instantly from above. His palm descended, with countless Taoist symbols swirling within it, pressing down on Shan Han's brow and heavenly spirit. In an instant, behind him, the Chaos Dharma form manifested, suppressing spacetime. The Dharma form wasn't a tangible object, but more like a surging universe and starry sky, encompassing all directions, confining all laws. Shan Han struggled with all his might, but under the Chaos Dharma form, it was like a beast trapped in vain. Crack, finally, with an unwilling roar, Shan Han's ancestral outline fractured, his head shattered, and the last trace of true spirit emerged in the chaotic spacetime. He realized the flow of heavenly fortune, noticed it gathering towards Chu Jing. He seemed to comprehend something, and let out another fierce cry, "You are devouring heavenly fortune, attempting to usurp heaven's throne, you will surely face heavenly retribution." The last unwilling roar had yet to fall when his consciousness was thoroughly consumed by endless darkness and spacetime torrents. Under Chu Jing's palm, the light shone brilliantly. A vast, majestic power containing a portion of universal authority was forcibly extracted and stripped away, the very heavenly fortune that Shan Han carried. The star sea trembled, all paths seemed to sense it, and let out a mournful cry. An ancient ancestor had fallen. Chu Jing stood in midair, drawing upon this heavenly fortune power, his aura visibly becoming deeper and grander. Half of heaven's fortune entering his body meant his battle power soared, not merely by a small margin, this was heavenly might. Except for good corpse and evil corpse, any ordinary ancestral realm, including the sun-eroding cry before him, in a head-on confrontation, could no longer be his match. After a moment, Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes, looked at sun-eroding cry, and slightly nodded. The first step to cleanse the two realms had been taken, but this storm had only just begun. Beside him, a trace of amazement flashed in sun-eroding cry's eyes. Even though he was used to the ebb and flow of Taoist orthodoxy and knew Chu Jing's extraordinariness, such a swift and crushing defeat of an ancient ancestor renowned for years was indeed somewhat exaggerated. This was not merely a difference in strength, but an absolute suppression in essence. The most crucial point was that, after killing Shan Han and absorbing heavenly fortune, the present Xing Chu emitted an extremely dangerous aura. He took a deep look at Chu Jing, spoke no words, truly believing a bit more in Chu Jing's words at this moment. The two exchanged no surplus words, not even glancing at the rapidly dimming ancestral star of the Shan clan. As Chu Jing finished absorbing heavenly fortune, the two figures again transformed into streams of light, tearing through the universe, rushing towards the next target, the ancestral land of the Tai clan. The Tai ancestor, Qingzu's age was far longer than Shan Han's, but in overall strength, only matched Shan Han who had fallen before. The Tai clan's foundation was slightly weaker, their only treasure worthy of a clan-defining weapon, the ancestor weapon Tai Divine Wheel, had been forged for millions of years. Due to limitations in resources and Dao laws, it always missed the final key step to becoming truly perfect. Its power, though strong, was by no means invincible. The outcome of the battle was naturally without suspense. The Tai ancestor had long been alert, Shan Han's sudden fall had made all ancient ancestors throughout the universe fearful. When Chu Jing and sun-eroding cry's aura descended upon the Tai ancestral land, the Tai divine wheel was already suspended high above the ancestral star, cascading down billions of strands of chaos chi, shielding the entire ancestral land. Xing Chu? Sun-eroding cry? Are you truly going to commit such an act of extermination? The Tai ancestor roared, with a trace of panic in his voice. He took the initiative to attack, fully activating the Tai divine wheel. The incomplete ancestor weapon bellowed, bringing forth the power of all heaven spacetime, transforming into a destructive light pillar, sweeping towards the two. Yet this time, sun-eroding cry did not conceal himself. Since his participation had been perceived by all ancestors of the universe, he chose not to hide. Sun-eroding cry stepped forward, opting for a swift battle, taking the initiative with his physical form directly confronting the destructive light pillar emanating from the Tai divine wheel. His fists glowed again, martial arts battle patterns burning, and his blood roared out like the ancient star dragon. With a single punch, all laws shattered. The light pillar capable of devouring spacetime was actually blown apart by his fist. During this gap, Chu Jing's figure, like a phantom, penetrated the chaotic spacetime flow, disregarded the Tai divine wheel's automatic defense, and appeared directly before the main body of the Tai ancestor. In his palm, the chaos radiance, merged with a portion of heavenly fortune and newly taken from Shan Han's power, surged again, more condensed, more terrifying, as if wielding part of the universal authority. The Tai ancestor's pupils suddenly contracted, frantically burning his essence blood, attempting to summon the divine wheel for protection. But the incomplete ancestor weapon was forcibly entangled by sun-eroding Cry's domineering martial arts' true intent, unable to return in a short time. Daoist friend, please stay your hand. A short and urgent cry of despair, chaos light engulfed the Tai ancestor. His protective divine light and life-bound Dao technique were fragile and could not withstand the power nearly as overwhelming as the might of heavens. The Dharma phase was suppressed, the Dao source shattered, and the heavenly fate was extracted. In just a moment, yet another ancestor followed in Shan Han's footsteps. Almost simultaneously with the Tai ancestor's fall, the invisible Dao laws in the depths of the universe violently fluctuated. Boom! At this moment, the first ancient and mournful toll of the death bell had not completely dissipated, still reverberating between the minds of many ancestors, reminding them of Shan Han's demise. An ancestor realm has fallen? Who is it? That fluctuation just now, was it the Shan clan? Who moved against them? Countless powerful divine senses intertwined in the dark universe, filled with surprise and disbelief. The fall of an ancestor is a significant matter. Boom! Yet before the numerous ancestors could calm themselves and deduce an explanation, a more muted yet mournful toll of the death bell exploded. Its source, surprisingly pointing in the direction of the Tai clan's ancestral land. This time, all ancestors who perceived everything were no longer shocked, instead feeling a chill and fear that penetrated to the bones. Another ancestor had fallen, 2 in succession and in such short intervals. This is absolutely no accident, nor a mere ordinary Dao rivalry slaughter. This is a premeditated purge targeting the ancestors. In no time, the whole universe was filled with anxiety. Every existence at the ancient ancestor level instinctively restrained their aura, strengthening their vigilance, and panic spread like a plague. Soon, the events within the river of spacetime fell into the eyes of many ancestors. Sun-eroding cry. Reacting the most strongly was the giant god clan, currently the strongest in heavenly fate and power. A terrifying divine sense containing rage and questioning crossed the endless star domain like thunder, directly locking onto Sun-eroding cry, who had just left the Tai ancestral star's range. What are you trying to do? Do you want to start an ancestor conflict? Does your martial pavilion intend to be against the whole universe? The wrath of the divine clan ancestor was justified, although the Shan clan and Tai clan were weak, each possessed half of heaven's fortune. If these 2 portions of heaven's fortune were obtained by the martial pavilion, along with the 1.5 they originally had, the martial pavilion would instantly hold 2.5 portions of heaven's fortune, along with Xingqiu, that makes 3. This would severely threaten the advantage the giant god clan had just established. Facing this questioning filled with boundless fury, Sun-eroding cry's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He did not even look towards the direction the divine sense came from, only responded lightly, his voice clearly resonating in the ears of many ancestors. I did nothing. It was Xingqiu who did the killing, Xingqiu who took the heavenly fate. What does it have to do with my martial pavilion? With those words, he cut off the connection with that divine sense, exchanged a glance with Chu Jing, whose aura beside him was growing more mysterious, and without hesitation, they transformed into streams of light, disappearing into the star sea. At the cosmic edge, those 10 beams of light seemed to support the universe, still silently standing, exuding an ancient and unchanging desolation and deathly stillness. However, this expanse, which should only contain void and silence, was at this moment filled with invisible panic. The mournful waves from the demise bells of the 2 fallen ancestors seemed to still reverberate in this barren star domain, striking the hearts of every ancient existence, causing uncontrollable fear. This is no small matter. It signifies that the relatively stable ancestor pattern since the collapse of the heavenly Dao and the opening of the Dao War has been violently shattered. Today, it's the Shan clan and Tai clan, and the next moment, that sharp blade of heaven's fortune reaping could well hang over any one of their heads. For a moment, the ancestors who were wary of each other, their divine senses interweaving subtly and frequently in the void, besides inherent apprehension, an unprecedented intent of forming alliances sprouted due to the immense threat. Previously, though they knew Xingqiu had newly entered ancestor realm, most believed his foundations were unstable, merely a newborn ripple in the grand scheme, unlikely to pose substantial threat to those seasoned ancestors. but now it seems, this threat is not just immense, but fatal. Having just stepped into Ancestor Realm, and already slaying 2 ancestors in succession with thunderous means, such combat prowess is unheard of. If allowed to continue growing, devouring heavenly fate, in the future in this vast universe, who could restrain him? Especially since most of them had no camaraderie with this newly crowned god of killing, possibly even having friction or enmity between their subordinated Taoist orthodoxy in his early days. This is even more dangerous, as no one can guarantee they won't be the next name on that death list. Invisible fear permeated the heart of every ancestor. The Shang clan's and Tai clan's ancestral lands fell into unprecedented panic and mourning. The fall of their ancestors and loss of heavenly fate meant they fell from their high status as ancient clans, becoming powerless prey surrounded by predators. Within the clans, hearts were uneasy, unable to face the day. Under immense survival pressure, the remaining power holders of the 2 clans made the same decision without much hesitation, to seek the strongest protection at all costs. And currently, the one with the deepest conflict with the ominous star Jingqiu, almost completely irreconcilable, is the deep-rooted and powerful Immortal Court. Only the Immortal Court might have the capability and motivation to confront Jingqiu and the Martial Pavilion's forces supporting him head-on. Thus, shortly after the fall of the 2 ancestors, 2 declarations of submission and allegiance crossed the Star Sea, presented before the Immortal Court's supreme temple. They were willing to integrate the whole clan into Immortal Court, only seeking its shelter. The Immortal Court, too, was in turmoil due to this upheaval. It was amid such turbulence and fluctuating hearts that, from deep within the Immortal Court, a newly born yet incomparably pure and vast ancestor realm aura firmly stabilized, soared to the skies. Yun Tianji has emerged from seclusion. After entering the ancestor realm, he secluded himself for quite a while, stabilizing his cultivation and thoroughly integrating the heavenly fate, reaching a new height. His aura was ethereal and lofty, yet deeply hidden in authority over all directions. Upon emerging from seclusion and hearing the recent monumental changes shaking the universe, especially Jingqiu with sun-eroding cries aid, slaying 2 ancestors, seizing heavenly fate, and forcing Shang clan and Tai clan into submission to Immortal Court, his eyes suddenly turned extremely deep, with a chill seeping out that could nearly freeze surrounding star laws. Jingqiu. Sun-eroding cry. He muttered coldly. Jingqiu was not unaware of the blood feud between himself and sun-eroding cry, yet this result clearly showed he completely ignored him. For a while, his mind surged with thoughts, eagerly wanting to see Jingqiu and clarify his intentions. If Jingqiu indeed intends to sever ties, then perhaps he need not care for those few past sentiments. As the great universe was in turmoil, another news that shook the 10,000 races once again issued from the giant god clan's ancestral land. The one who had been dormant for countless epochs, hailed as the unquestioned strongest in the current great universe, the ancestor Blood Tea, stepped out from the deepest part of the giant god clan's chaos nest. His actions inherently resonated with the universe's rhythms, causing countless laws to tremble and resonate. An indisputable decree containing supreme authority immediately spread across the awareness of all ancestor-level existences. Let Jingqiu come to Divine Fire Star Cliff to see me. The decree was brief, without threatening intent, nor any emotional fluctuation, yet carried an absolute will akin to a heavenly Dao edict. He was not inviting, but issuing a command that must be obeyed. Divine Fire Star Cliff. A barren land at the cosmic edge, also an ancient legend site where an ultimate battle among supreme beings occurred during the last epic renewal. This decree is an invitation for Jingqiu to come for a battle, to decide the future ownership of the great universe. Blood Tea's involvement heralds an impending storm, ready to explode atop the ancient star cliff burning with unextinguishable flames. At the pinnacle of the boundless universe, an eternal blaze replaces the icy darkness. This place is the Divine Fire Star Cliff. It is not a cliff in the ordinary sense but a vast broken continent, as if an ancient giant god had forged its immortal relics using the stars as a hammer and the Star River as an anvil, suspended at the end of the eternal Star River. The Star Cliff presents a dark red, nearly black hue, a trace formed after being scorched and tempered by the eternal and undying star divine flame for billions of years. On the cliff's body, ravines crisscross, and from the depths of each rift flows flames that can melt gold under wrought iron, spewing not thick smoke, but fire essence chi so pure that it can incinerate the primordial source of stars in a mundane great realm. These flames are not mundane fire, their color is not simply red but shifts between fiery white, golden yellow, and even ghostly blue, at times coalescing into forms of ancient fiery beasts, roaring skyward, shaking the universal laws, releasing terrifying light and heat, illuminating billions of miles of surrounding void, distorting light, steaming star brilliance, making even time seem thick and scorching here. Here is a sea of riotous energy, a place of destruction incarnate, yet it is also a legendary realm of nirvana and rebirth. In this extremely harsh environment, some rare external fire attribute living creatures and divine materials are instead nurtured. Scorching fire winds howl ceaselessly, sweeping across the cliff body, raising countless flying embers and energy dust, transforming into an unending storm of flames. The position of the divine fire star cliff is extraordinary, standing at the boundary of the cosmos, not far from the ancestral land of the universe's strongest clan, the giant god clan, whose vast and majestic aura faintly echoes with the fiery primordial force of this place. It is also not far from the mysterious and unfathomable, forbidden land where the old era was buried, the Heaven Burial Palace. This unique geography has meant that throughout history, the divine fire star cliff carries numerous legends and symbolic meanings and is often the meeting place of supreme beings or the site of major events that determine the universe's course. At this moment, this burning land's end draws the gaze of nearly all top-tier existences across the great universe. Apart from the 10 ancient ancestors who must guard heaven and earth, unable to move an inch, other beings who have reached the ancestral realm, standing atop the myriad ways, regardless of where they are or what they are doing, have spontaneously cast a part of their divine sense to the peak of this flame-wild star cliff. Their wills stretch across endless light years, like an invisible net, covering this void space, quietly observing, waiting. And at that peak of the star sea, at the center guarded by billions of strands of divine fire, a figure sits cross-legged. His existence itself is like another, more ancient, more massive star, his brilliance even temporarily overshadowing the undying divine flame of the divine fire star cliff. That is the ancient ancestor of the giant god clan, recognized as the first strongest in today's great universe, Blood Tea. His form is too colossal, not a dharma phase, but a true ancestral body, majestic as an ancient star, sitting there like a great star burning with war blood. For ordinary stars in front of him, they are as small as grains of sand, his appearance rugged to the extreme, with facial lines as if chiseled by axe and knife, carrying an ancient, unchanging majesty and indifference. With the opening and closing of his gigantic eyes, it seems as if sun, moon, and stars are born and perish within them, and wherever his gaze falls, even the violent star fire is tamed and flows gently. The blood around him faintly boils, and the boiling war blood emits an overwhelming pressure that distorts and folds the surrounding space layer by layer, creating an absolute domain unique to him. Merely his naturally emanating aura is enough to make ordinary ancestral realm beings feel suffocating pressure. Amid this all-consuming flame, not far from the colossal ancestral body of Blood Tea, there exists a striking sign of life. It is a sapling of a parasol tree. It is not a mundane wood, its body a crystalline and transparent fire jade texture, with branches thin yet upright, stubbornly rooting in a crack of cliff rock heated red and nearly melted, its leaves unfurl, not verdant green but sculpted from the purest ruby, with golden halos flowing along the edges, greedily absorbing the terrifying fire essence chi around it as nourishment for its growth. The presence of this sapling forms an extremely stark contrast with the destructive surroundings, as if silently narrating the resilience and miracle of life force, and metaphorically hinting at a cosmic truth of burning the old to nurture the new. Its ability to grow in such a place is extraordinary in itself, perhaps a relic seed from an ancient epic, innately divine. In the great universe, all creatures qualified to sense the scene here, whether ancient ancestors or various great powers, at this moment shift their focus from Blood Tea to another person who has yet to appear, Xingqiu. Blood Tea's decree has already spread throughout the universe, summoning Xingqiu to the divine fire star cliff for a meeting. Now, Blood Tea is present, like an ancient monolith, stationed at the peak of the star cliff. Everyone quietly awaits, awaiting Xingqiu's response, awaiting his choice. Without a doubt, Xingqiu's choice will influence the future course of the universe's grand scheme. In the eye of the storm, Chu Zheng's reaction upon receiving the decree from the giant god clan was unexpected to all observers. He did not care, nor did he even address it. To him, the level of the ancestral realm was no longer a match. While blood tea was strong, reputed as the first in the great universe, it ultimately couldn't transcend the scope of the ancestral realm and simply wasn't worth caring about. However, Chu Zheng's mind was clear as ever. At this moment, he might need to rein himself in a bit. His goal has never been mere slaughter, nor was it to dominate this chaotic epic. Even if he had the power to kill all the ancient ancestors in the great universe and claim all the heavenly fate for himself, it would be meaningless. Such an act wouldn't gain recognition from the river of spacetime, and future generations would rewrite history. Indeed, he could be undefeatable in this world, reaching everlasting prosperity, but a great limit would eventually come, and he would still die, unable to truly redefine the universe. What he needed to do now was to find Yun Tianji and advance the next step of a plan long in the making. In his grand design, the entrenched and continuously warring old order of the 10 ancient clans must be thoroughly dismantled, including their Taoist orthodoxy, their spheres of influence, and their monopoly over the heavenly fate, all needing to undergo a complete reshuffle. Afterwards, by using the martial path and the immortal path as the main branches, the heavenly fate would be redistributed to let martial path and immortal path share the world evenly, forming a new and relatively balanced order. After laying this groundwork, the most crucial aspect for Chu Zheng is to establish the boundary. This is the key to an endless future, to truly ending all turmoil. Only by temporarily isolating the current great universe and the vast universe can the 50% of the heavenly fate stuck at the border Desolation be extracted and dispersed into the universe. Once the boundary, unchanging through the ages, is established, he can calmly make some necessary arrangements, such as gathering the ancient ancestor of the universe as his trump card for future generations. However, separating the two realms is easier said than done. It requires unimaginable power and resources. Chu Zheng had deduced that he needed massive heavenly fate assistance and the ancient ancestor blood seal containing the origin and laws imprint of living creatures in the ancestral realm to serve as the seal, securing the core foundation and heritage of the boundary. Such things would not naturally be given by the living ancient ancestors, and the blood seal of the newly fallen ancestors would have suffered a great loss in spirituality due to their fall, making them unlikely to meet the requirements. Thus, the source left was nearly singular. To target the ancestral tombs of the 10 great ancient clans, those burial grounds of generations of ancient ancestors might still retain some powerful blood seals not entirely eroded by time. Having already excavated the Feng family's ancestral tomb, he planned to dig the tombs of the 10 ancient clans. This was undoubtedly an offense-making task. As Chu Zheng pondered how to find Yun Tianji and began plotting his visits to the ancestral tombs of various ancient clans, something somewhat unexpected occurred. Before he could seek him out proactively, Yun Tianji had already sent a message inviting him to meet. Chu Zheng's gaze subtly shifted. Without the slightest hesitation, he agreed and proceeded. He also wanted to see why Yun Tianji had reached out amidst such turbulent times. Soon, Chu Zheng's figure appeared beneath a starry sky near the border of the Immortal Court. This place wasn't as extreme as the divine fire star cliff but possessed its own magnificence and vastness. Countless stars, like scattered diamonds, were embedded in the deep blue sky. A brilliant Milky Way stretched across the firmament, flowing with cold and pure starlight. In the distance, enormous nebulae rotated slowly, presenting a dreamlike purple-blue color. The cradles of new stars emitted a hazy glow. In the void, a faint primordial chi of heaven and earth permeated, denser than in many life stars. Occasionally, massive meteors silently slid by, trailing long tails of light. Under this tranquil starlight, a figure stood with hands clasped behind, emanating an ethereal Dao charm that blended with the surrounding starlight, revealing Yun Tianji. It had been tens of thousands of years since they last met. He had changed much. No longer the way he was back then, alternately forbearing or sharp, his demeanor now was exceptionally calm, like a deep ancient well, unruffled. His eyes were profound, as if harboring a bottomless abyss, devoid of emotional fluctuation, rendering his thoughts and intents inscrutable. Achieving the ancestral realm had apparently completed some critical transformation in him. Brother Tianji, congratulations on entering the ancestral realm. Chu Zheng's expression was calm as he began, bowing slightly with a hint of formality, though maintaining a sense of detachment. Yun Tianji slowly turned, casting his gaze on Chu Zheng. That abyss-like depth in his eyes seemed to ripple slightly, but soon settled again. He shook his head slightly, his voice steady, neither joyous nor angry. Daoist Jingchu, after entering the ancestral realm, you consecutively slew Shan Han and Tai, the two ancient ancestors, shaking the universe with your earth-shattering means. Compared to you, I am but a glowworm, barely worth mentioning in the face of the luminescent moon. His words sounded complimentary, but the tone was flat, revealing an indescribable sense of estrangement. Chu Zheng naturally could sense the subtle detachment from the other party and the hidden wit within his words. His expression remained calm as he got straight to the point. Daoist Yun inviting me here, I assume it's not just to say these things. Whatever you wish to discuss, feel free to speak directly. Yun Tianji was silent for a moment, as if even the surrounding starlight dimmed with his silence. His deep gaze locked on Chu Zheng, and he finally asked out, his voice slightly lowered and earnest, "What, Daoist, is your relationship with the Wu Pavilion Erosion Sun Cry?" When he asked this, the serene Dao charm surrounding him rippled ever so subtly, showing that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. Sun-eroding Cry, who killed his grandpa, is his greatest and must-resolve blood-feud enemy of this life. If Chu Zheng completely sided with Sun-eroding Cry, then for Yun Tianji, no matter what past connections they had, Chu Zheng would henceforth be an enemy. The debts of gratitude he owed were, in his mind, already repaid, and if they were truly enemies, he would have no more hesitation or scruples. Upon hearing this, a trace of understanding flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes. So, this was the issue. He had no intention to evade or beat around the bush, and directly spoke bluntly, as if shattering the sky, "If you want to kill Sun-eroding Cry, I can help you." Yun Tianji was suddenly stunned, the previously calm expression on his face shattered instantly, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. His pupils contracted suddenly, his mind roared with vibrations, buzzing, almost unable to process this sudden information. Help him? Kill Sun-eroding Cry? Didn't Jingchu and Sun-eroding Cry just join forces to ambush and kill two ancient ancestors? He stared intently at Chu Zheng, trying to find a trace of teasing or deceit in his expression, but he could only see boundless calmness and indifference. Truly? After a while, Yun Tianji squeezed out two words from between his teeth, his voice dry, filled with doubt and disbelief. Truly. Chu Zheng nodded, his tone affirmative, with no joking element. His heart was as clear as a mirror, this was always a part of the ancient history's already determined path. With Yun Tianji's now freshly stabilized ancestral realm cultivation and means, he simply could not kill a powerful martial ancestor of Sun-eroding Cry's level. According to his knowledge of ancient historical trajectories, at most, he could only suppress and seal him for a long age. Now, he needed Yun Tianji's help, needed the power of the Immortal Court to implement his plan. At least until the boundary was successfully cultivated, his relationship with Yun Tianji could not rupture, they even needed to maintain some form of cooperative state. Using Sun-eroding Cry as bait was the most direct and effective method. Yun Tianji's chest heaved violently several times, it took him quite a while to barely calm the turbulent waves in his heart. He took a deep breath of the coldness in the starry sky, his gaze became incomparably sharp and solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "If you can really help me kill Sun-eroding Cry, I owe you a life. In the future, for any command you have, as long as it does not violate my Dao heart, I will die 1,000 deaths without regret." This promise is not light, a promise of life from an ancient ancestor is enough to change the cosmic pattern. It is too early to speak of this now. Chu Zheng, however, seemed very calm, saying indifferently, "Just wait." After speaking, he said no more, turned around and took a step, his figure merged into the endless starry sky and disappeared. The additional trace of heavenly fate he had gained had not yet been fully transformed and absorbed. It remained on the surface, needing time to be completely refined and integrated into his own foundation to fully transform into tangible and unparalleled combat power. This would take some time. Moreover, regarding helping Yun Tianji deal with Sun-eroding Cry, he still needed to discuss a thing or two with Sun-eroding Cry himself. This play required the tacit cooperation of two main characters to perform realistically, to deceive everyone, including Yun Tianji at present, so as to smoothly advance the grand plan concerning the future of the universe. Under the starry sky, only Yun Tianji stood alone. He stared at the direction where Chu Jing disappeared, his gaze flickering violently, his heart in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time, hatred, hope, doubt, and even vigilance intertwined, almost shaking his freshly stabilized ancestral realm Dao heart. And at the distant end of the universe, on the divine fire star cliff, the figure as vast as a star was still sitting quietly, waiting for the response seemingly temporarily forgotten by him. The inextinguishable flames continued to burn fiercely, illuminating the unpredictable cosmic phenomena. In the blink of an eye, several years passed silently. For the vast universe and the ancient ancestors who had already stepped into the near-eternal field, it was just a brief breath amidst the flow of the Star River. However, in these years, the situation of the great universe became extremely tense due to Jingchu's previous thunderous methods. The invisible oppressive feeling brought by the consecutive slaying of ancient ancestors pervaded the minds of every powerful clan with an ancient ancestor in command, feeling kinship and sorrow. With the continuous fall of ancient ancestors from the Shan clan and the Tai clan, the heavenly fate was seized, and the Taoist orthodoxy wavered. Such scenes were terrifying. No ancient clan wished to become the next target. Fear forced these originally either proud and isolated or endlessly warring ancient forces to begin laying down past enmities and pride, choosing the most primitive mode of survival, united self-preservation. For a while, various forms of alliances were quietly formed within the universe. Some were based on geographical proximity, others on similar Taoist orthodoxies, or simply for the sake of banding together for warmth. Ancient ancestors now, at least, traveled in pairs, never easily venturing alone, to prevent falling prey to that elusive calamity star. Some closely related ancient clans even signed extremely strict Great Dao covenants, agreeing that if one party faced difficulty, the other must provide full support, giving no chance for Chu Jing to separate and break, slaying them one by one. This union was not monolithic. Internally it was still filled with suspicion and scheming, but under the common external lethal threat, it indeed formed an invisible and powerful net, making it difficult for Chu Jing to find such a perfect opportunity to strike as before. And that supreme being of the giant god clan, ancient ancestor Blood Tea, still sat like an eternal sculpture atop the divine fire star cliff, waiting quietly for Chu Jing's response. Within the universe, rumors about Chu Jing's delay have been swirling and growing increasingly intense. Some say Jingchu is surely frightened. Blood Tea, the ancient ancestor, is the strongest in the current universe, with unfathomable combat power, far beyond the likes of Shanhan and Tai. Previously, Jingchu seemed invincible, but that was by relying on the assistance of Sun-eroding Cry, never facing a truly formidable opponent. Now that Blood Tea has openly challenged him, he shows his fear, only daring to hide and not daring to face the battle. Others say that although Jingchu has slain two ancestors, seemingly with ease, it must have greatly consumed him, perhaps even using some forbidden trump card and suffering backlash. He is now surely hiding somewhere secret, accumulating strength, healing and recovering, perhaps even refining newly acquired heavenly fate, preparing to face Blood Tea in a world-shaking battle to decide the fate of the universe in full form. Various speculations run rampant. But an undeniable fact is that since Blood Tea openly stationed himself at Divine Fire Star Cliff, no new news of ancient ancestors falling in the universe has emerged. This has unquestionably settled the minds of those ancient ancestors who lived in fear daily, afraid they would be the next targets, and calmed them considerably. Whatever the reason, Blood Tea's presence seems to have temporarily stifled the slaughter against ancient ancestors. Over time, the balance in the hearts of many ancient ancestors gradually tilted towards the first speculation. That Jingchu, surely frightened, surely knows he is no match for blood tea and thus does not dare to show himself. After all, if he truly had absolute strength, why would he need to avoid battle? In the depths of the martial pavilion ancestral land. A space not set in the actual void, but within an ancient palace suspended above the source flow of space-time law. The palace is vast and boundless, supported not by stone pillars, but by substantial and continuously evolving martial inscriptions. On the surrounding walls, countless dense martial heritage lights and shadows flow and evolve on their own, sometimes rushing like a great river, sometimes as delicate as drizzle, encompassing everything. The floor is smooth as a mirror, reflecting a vast starry sky projection from the dome, with the trajectory of the stars there seemingly aligning with some supreme principle of fists and movement. This is one of the core holy land of the martial pavilion, where only the martial ancestor can stay for long. The true form of the ancient ancestor of sun-eroding cry is here, his vital energy restrained, yet the natural pressure he emits resonates with this law palace. At this moment, he is watching Chu Jing, seated amidst a stream of chaotic qi, seemingly in profound communication with the foundation of the universe, his rugged face filled with confusion and puzzlement. I really can't understand. Sun-eroding cry's voice rumbles like thunder within this law space. You possess invincible power, why not directly go to divine fire star cliff to slay blood tea? Seize the 2/10 of heavenly fate of the giant god clan in the process? Blood tea's actions this time are extremely arrogant, going alone without involving other ancient ancestors, clearly wanting to settle cause and effect with you in a solo duel. If you have any doubts, worry about others interfering, Xue Qing and I can accompany you, provide cover, with our strength. No other ancient ancestors would have the chance to intervene, it could be a swift battle. This is a question he has been holding for years. From his perspective, Chu Jing possesses battle strength that can crush the ordinary ancestral realm, with blood tea being the largest obstacle on the surface right now, and the giant god clan holding the most heavenly fate. Slaying him would address all issues, at least clearing most obstacles. He does not understand why Chu Jing would delay, allow external criticism, even let those ancient ancestors band together, increasing variables unnecessarily. The chaotic qi surrounding Chu Jing calms slightly, as he slowly opens his eyes, a scene of creation seeming to flicker within them briefly. He looks at sun-eroding cry, shaking his head slightly, his tone calm. Blood tea setting himself up as a target, taking his life is as easy as lifting a finger, any time, nothing to worry about. He paused, his gaze deepening. Right now, I have another more urgent matter, for which I want the martial ancestors' help. Sun-eroding cry, upon hearing this, his expression became serious, able to let Chu Jing, now with incomprehensible power, call it urgent and solemnly ask for help. It is certainly not an ordinary matter. What matter? Just say it freely. Chu Jing stared at sun-eroding cry, speaking each word clearly. I want to borrow the martial ancestor's head. Sun-eroding cry's body stiffened slightly, his brow furrowing, almost doubting his hearing. His first reaction was neither anger nor caution, but an unparalleled confusion. You want the heavenly fate, I can give it to you, but my head, what use could it possibly have? He was a bit puzzled. Compared to Shan Han and Tai ancestor who died before, he did not find his own head particularly precious, in contrast to the future of the martial path, and the grand plan of refactoring the universe. Personal life and death seemed insignificant. But he completely couldn't comprehend what Yu Jing wanted his head for. Chu Jing seemed to have anticipated this doubt, calmly explaining, I want to use your head, martial ancestor, to exchange for a huge favor from Yin Tianji, a support. In my follow-up plan, there is a crucial step that requires him and the power he commands in the Immortal Court to act with full force, with no room for mistakes. You see the current situation too, many ancient ancestors are frightened and banding together. The Immortal Court has even signed a solid alliance with the Golden Crow and Shadow Clan, two ancient clans, to watch over and assist each other, making it difficult to find an opportunity to eliminate them individually. Even if I smoothly slay blood tea and seize his heavenly fate, what I face next will be a complete monolith. I need one person, someone with enough weight, to stir up this stagnant water from within, to unify those fearful forces, and ultimately guide them to gather together for what is called a final battle with me. And this person, Yun Tianji, is most suitable. He hates you to the core. By offering your head, it serves as a pledge, greatly gaining his trust, making him believe that I share his goals, thus willingly being used by me to bring about that battle I need. Before Sun Eroding Cry could recover his senses, Chu Jing spoke again, his tone slightly softened. Of course, martial ancestor, you need not worry about your life. With Yun Tianji's current means and cultivation, he is simply unable to truly annihilate you. At most he can use the foundation of the Immortal Court to suppress and seal you. Afterwards, when the situation stabilizes, I will find an opportunity to release you, allowing you to return to the martial path. At the same time, I also need to take this opportunity to consolidate and cleanse the vast universe, removing some of the ancient ancestors. The issue of your fall, martial ancestor, will surely cause great turmoil and chaos, which will create an opportunity for me to deal with some targets. Sun Eroding Cry remained silent, his expression fluctuating. Chu Zhang's plan was quite astonishing. Feigning death to escape, using himself as bait to trigger upheaval and cleanse the ancient ancestors, all involved significant risks, especially for him. After a long while, a resolute light flashed in Sun Eroding Cry's eyes, and he finally nodded slowly, his voice low. I will agree to this matter. But he also put forward a condition, looking at Chu Jing with a burning gaze. I can give up my heavenly fate, but it cannot go to Yun Tianji, nor can it be scattered to the world. You must find a way to leave it for Jun Huang. Jun Huang is his only personal disciple. His talent, temperament, and perseverance are among the best choices, and he is loyal and meritorious to the martial pavilion. Now stuck in the martial emperor perfection realm, unable to break through, the greatest barrier is the lack of heavenly fate. This is the last fortune he can strive for as a master for his disciple. Okay. Chu Jing immediately agreed without any hesitation. The presence of Jun Huang is also a crucial element for the future, and he must become Qingzu. With the plan set, the two discussed many details thoroughly, such as how to feign death and seclude from the world, and how to ensure the smoothness of the heavenly fate stripping and transfer. After the discussion, Sun Eroding Cry did not stay any longer. His silhouette turned into a stream of light and left this law palace. He went straight to find Jun Huang, who was stationed at the martial pavilion's front line, handling various affairs. Shortly after, in a void fortress where the flames of war had just subsided and broken stars were everywhere, Sun Eroding Cry saw his road-worn disciple. He dismissed those around him and set up an isolating barrier. Looking at the fatigue that Jun Huang could hardly conceal between his brows, Sun Eroding Cry sighed softly. These years have been hard on you. In recent years, the martial pavilion has been fighting everywhere, expanding territories, and dealing with pressures from all sides. As one of the iconic figures of the martial pavilion, Jun Huang has always fought on the front lines, countless times fighting bloodily to stabilize the war situation, and the various wounds of his path have yet to heal. His bravery is recognized by everyone in the martial pavilion, and among many martial cultivators, his prestige is unparalleled. All of this, Sun Eroding Cry saw with his own eyes, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Jun Huang shook his head slightly, his expression calm, without a trace of pride. It is my duty to serve the martial pavilion, there is no talk of hardship. He was silent for a moment, but could not help but finally ask the question that had been repressed in his heart for a long time, his voice low. I just don't understand. Snowqing martial ancestor indeed innovated, contributing to the martial path, but is such merit truly worth half of heaven's fortune? This has long been a thorn in his heart. How precious is heavenly fate, it concerns the path of the future, concerns the tribe's fate, and although Snowqing's merits are great, directly granting half of heaven's fortune is truly shocking and hard to accept among the people. Sun Eroding Cry understood upon seeing the hint of confusion and even a trace of dissatisfaction in his disciple's eyes. He shook his head slightly, his gaze drifting to the endless starry sky outside the fortress, speaking earnestly, don't worry, and don't question, what Snowqing has, you will eventually have as well, and it will not be long, everything has been arranged. His words seemed to have deeper meaning, but Jun Huang could not fully grasp them. Seeing his master unwilling to say more, Jun Huang asked no more questions, agreeing respectfully, I understand, master. Sun-eroding Cry took a deep look at Jun Huang, as if to remember his appearance, and waved his hand. Go, cultivate well, stabilize your realm. In the future, the martial pavilion will need you to bear more. Although Jun Huang felt that his master was somewhat unusual today, he didn't think much of it, saluted, and took his leave. Watching the departing figure of his disciple, Sun-eroding Cry stood in place for a long time in silence before turning into a stream of light and leaving. Meanwhile, within another tranquil cave dwelling in the martial pavilion ancestral land, the deduction and perfection of the path of teaching has unexpectedly gone very smoothly. Xueqing emerged from seclusion after just over a decade. The aura around her became more harmonious and profound, clearly reaching a new level in her understanding of the martial path's essence. However, after coming out of seclusion, she felt a vague emptiness. The wars of the great universe had temporarily ceased due to the unity of ancient ancestors and the deterrence of blood tea, appearing much calmer. Chuzhen was in seclusion, fully refining the newly acquired 10% of heaven's fortune, and did not meet outsiders. Sun-eroding Cry also seemed busy with important matters. For a moment, as a newly minted martial ancestor, she actually felt somewhat at a loss. She stepped out of the grand hall, and her gaze involuntarily fell upon the two lonely graves in front of the hall. There lay her deceased disciples, an irreparable regret on her long path. Gazing at the grave, past memories surfaced in her heart, intertwining with the current chaos of the universe and her own confusion. She couldn't help but let out a light, faint sigh. A sudden strong impulse surged within her, a desire to leave the center of this tumultuous universe, to return and see the beginning of it all. Without disturbing anyone, Xueqing quietly restrained all her tremendous ancestral realm fluctuations, and with one step, she left the martial pavilion ancestral land, traveling through the boundless starry sky towards the near immortal realm deep in her memory. On her journey back to her homeland, she concealed her presence like an ordinary traveler, silently observing this vast and painful universe. The ceasefire was established by the living creatures of the space-time domain, yet below, many living creatures remained trapped in the whirlpool of war, unable to extricate themselves. Along the way, she witnessed countless star domain-level wars sparked by strife over the way, resources, and hatred, seeing innumerable living creatures suffering, stars collapsing, and civilizations turning to scorched earth. Blood and slaughter had nearly become the main theme of the great universe, and brutal scenes were everywhere. Even though she had reached the ancestral realm, accustomed to life and death, witnessing all this still stirred waves in her heart, further strengthening her resolve to end this endless struggle for the way. Soon after, she finally reached the familiar star domain, finding the great realm, the near immortal realm. To her, this place was the origin of everything. However, the changes over tens of thousands of years were enough to turn seas into mulberry fields. Everything familiar had changed. The cities, dynasties, and immortal sect factions she remembered had long vanished into the long river of history, leaving no traces. The once familiar landscapes had also altered due to geological changes and the impacts of wars. The small border town she remembered in that location was long gone, replaced by a grand mortal metropolis. Tall city walls, bustling traffic, and a busy crowd created a noisy and lively atmosphere full of worldly smoke and fire. The mortals here had long forgotten what happened here tens of thousands of years ago, or who once existed. Restraining all her divine phenomena, Xueqing, like an ordinary traveling woman, strolled into this prosperous metropolis, weaving through the bustling crowd. The calls of busy markets, the laughter of children, the clamor of taverns filled her ears. For a moment, her expression showed a trace of confusion, as if the martial ancestor Xueqing standing at the pinnacle of 10,000 paths was merely an illusion. The feeling of time and space intertwining stirred slight ripples in her mood. Just as she was feeling slightly out of it, a clear voice with a hint of teasing sounded nearby. "Miss, you have an immortal demeanor and jade bone, with innate intelligence. It's apparent you are no ordinary being. Would you like to have your fortune told? Predict the future, solve doubts?" Stopping in her tracks, Xueqing turned to look in the direction of the voice. She saw a young Taoist sitting at a stall around the street corner. His face looked no older than 15 or 16, with fair skin and features so delicate they seemed somewhat childish, his hair casually tied in a Taoist bun with an ordinary wooden hairpin, wearing a somewhat loose blue Taoist robe of ordinary material, even washed out, appearing rather shabby. He smiled widely as he spoke, yet his eyes were bright, revealing a hint of cleverness and a devil-may-care attitude. In his hand, he held a long banner. The cloth was worn, but the characters on it were written with bold and powerful strokes, full of Taoist charm. Upper line, divinations encompass all phenomena, connecting heaven and earth. Lower line, lines unravel all kinds, explaining the ancient and today. Horizontal scroll, mystical calculations. Xue Qing's gaze fell on the little Taoist, her eyes flickering slightly. With her ancestral realm abilities, she could see through all illusions with one glance, and the threads of cause and effect held no place to hide in her eyes. Yet at this moment, she did not actively probe into the background and karma of the little Taoist in front of her, merely indulged in casual interest. After pondering for a moment, she walked over, nodded slightly, her voice cold and clear. Then please, little Taoist, divine a fortune for me. The little Taoist seemed to see business arrive, his smile widening. He promptly took a brush and inkstone from the stall, but had no paper. He naturally extended his pale palm, using it as a table, motioning her to proceed. Please, miss, write a character in the palm of this humble one. Xue Qing didn't mind, took the brush, dipped it in ink, and after some thought, wrote a neat and elegant snow in the little Taoist's palm. Little Taoist, divine this character. The playful smile on the little Taoist's face slightly faded, his young face revealing a calm and deep demeanor inappropriate for his age. He stared at the still wet, snow character in his palm, his finger unconsciously tracing lightly over it as if sensing something, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. His voice remained clear but with a barely noticeable sigh. Miss, the character you've written is most exquisite, yet extremely cold. His fingertip lightly pointed towards the upper part of the snow character. You see, the upper part of it is a deformed rain falls from the sky, representing heavenly water, utterly pure and untouched by dust. This signifies your noble and pure nature, untempted by the mundane, and your cultivation path smooth and unhindered, like heavenly rain pouring forth, allowing you to reach the highest realms. This is a heavenly gift. Hearing this, Xue Qing's eyes flickered slightly, feeling a bit surprised. She nodded, quietly awaiting his continuation. The little Taoist abruptly shifted the topic, his finger moving towards the lower part, his tone turning somewhat somber, carrying a weight. This lower part, resembling, exists in ancient scripts as part of, it is also the tail of the character, return, and the shape of a broom, its form scattered, its meaning concluded. With no head for the return, it indicates difficulty in returning to one's roots, and the challenge of ending well. His voice deepened. This omen suggests, although your path is broad and luck plentiful, your end may not be peaceful, nor your longevity blessed. There may be danger of wind and snow burying your bones, leaving you unsettled. This is the first point. His finger lightly moved over the. Secondly, this shape is like a broom, the appearance of a comet, symbolizing a solitary and destructive star, implying the dwindling of descendants and disciples, kinship thinning, the clan becoming desolate. Lastly, he tapped the entire character lightly, lifting his gaze to meet Xue Qing's calm and unwavering eyes, his eyes carrying a shred of sincere pity. Thirdly, the character itself is water encountering cold and solidifying. It is beautiful, yet frigid. It appears immaculate, covering everything, obtaining temporary purity and grandeur, but is actually icy to the bone, melting upon touch, unable to last long, reflecting upon matrimony. The little Taoist's voice was distinct, yet strangely resonated only in Xue Qing's ears amidst the bustling marketplace. Miss, in this life of yours, there seems to be no true fate. Those you encounter will be like the sun warming accumulated snow, creating a fleeting radiance, yet eventually the rising sun melts the snow, a meeting of destiny but no lasting bond. Love, for you, is like grasping snow tightly in the palm. The tighter you hold, the faster it melts, leaving your fingers cold and piercing, ending in emptiness and regret. After finishing, the little Taoist quietly watched Xue Qing, saying no more. Xue Qing stood frozen in place, the surrounding clamor seemingly distanced instantly. After a long silence, she slowly regained her composure, the slight fluctuation in her eyes completely subdued, returning to a tranquil calm. Fate is determined by the heavens, but bond depends on oneself. She shook her head slightly, her voice still cold and clear. Divinations are divinations, fate is fate, but I do not believe in fate. Now, having endured countless vicissitudes over tens of thousands of years, stepping into the ancestral realm, witnessing the vastness and impermanence of the universe, she had long become indifferent to matters of love and fate regarding herself. How to end this ceaseless struggle for the way engulfing the universe, to carve out a new path for all living creatures, had become the only persistent pursuit in her heart. As for the rest, they were but the scenery or calamities on her grand path. She cast one deep look at the little Taoist, said no more, turned, and her figure gradually merged into the bustling crowd, disappearing from sight. The little Taoist remained seated behind the stall, gazing in the direction where she vanished. The playfulness and prior calm pity on his face were all gone. He gently rubbed the now dry character in his palm, mumbling to himself, his words vague, not believing in fate, but little does she know, sometimes disbelief is itself a part of fate's design. His voice was as light as a breeze, quickly dissipating in the bustling market's din. No one heard. Xueqing didn't stay long in the near immortal realm. On that land, both familiar and unfamiliar, she couldn't find even a trace of the past. She walked within the vast red dust, traveled for months, her state of mind slightly settling, yet feeling an increasing sense of alienation from this land, even this era. The hexagram of the little Taoist still vaguely echoed in her heart, but Xueqing pressed it deep down, refusing to dwell on it. During her travels, she heard many legends about Jingqiu and saw various divine temple Taoist schools, where they didn't uniformly refer to Jingqiu. Some called him Dao Lord, while others among the living creatures called him Ancestral Dao. The Taoist orthodoxy of Qi cultivators had spread in the lower realm, but those with significant cultivation were rarely seen. After circling the entire near immortal realm, Xueqing silently departed, her figure disappearing into the boundless depths of the universe. This time, she wasn't in a hurry to travel but slowed her pace, traversing through one interstellar ancient road after another. What she saw along the way made her heart sink bit by bit. Scars and ruins no longer sufficed to describe the universe's current tragic state. The once prosperous star domain now was left with only fragments of shattered stars, like the giant bones of beasts, coldly floating in the vacuum. The star river that once flowed with brilliant starlight became dim and dull, with large fractures appearing in many areas, as if cut by an invisible sharp blade. Some life stars, which once nurtured splendid civilizations, now resembled charred coal, their surfaces covered with solidified lava and thick cosmic dust, dead silent. The traces of war were everywhere, huge warship wrecks scattered across starry space, some still slowly burning, repeatedly exploding, releasing their last light and heat. Occasionally, one could see some remaining cultivators struggling among the ruins, searching for any surviving companions or resources, their eyes numb and despairing. In some star domains, the spatial structure had become extremely unstable, sometimes cracking with black rifts, devouring everything around them. These were traces left after clashes among the living creatures in the spacetime domain, hard to erase. Cosmic storms, like tsunamis, roamed freely through the starry sky, twisting and consuming the light wherever they passed. The once vibrant nebulae were now dull in color, with most of the star embryos within having perished, leaving only cold star cores. Some scenes showed entire home stars of species being completely erased, without a trace of civilization remaining. This is the struggle of the Dao. The resentment of endless billions of living creatures seemed to pierce through the starry universe, echoing continuously within Xueqing's perception. She had attained the ancestral realm, already standing atop the pinnacle of 10,000 paths, the vertex of all beings, yet witnessing all this still brought a profound powerlessness. Even after death, these living creatures must endure battles in the abyss of the universe to achieve reincarnation, and after reincarnation, they still have to float and sink amid the struggle of the Dao. This is the norm of the current epoch. The power of living creatures appears so insignificant in the face of a calamity sweeping across the entire universe. Her steps quickened a bit, unwilling to witness this earthly hellish scene any longer. Through layers of fragmented star domains, Xueqing returned again to the martial pavilion ancestral land. Compared to the chaos and silence outside, the martial pavilion, although imbued with a tense atmosphere of battle readiness, at least maintained orderliness, considered one of the few places of peace in the current great universe. Xueqing didn't return to seclusion, she just wandered within the ancestral land, needing some time to calm her heart from the external desolation. Inside the martial pavilion, some relatively peaceful areas remained uninfluenced by the current situation in the great universe. The gardens and mountains allotted for low-level disciples living were peaceful. Spiritual energy lingered, ancient trees towered, strange grass and spirit flowers dotted about. Occasionally a spirit deer or immortal crane passed leisurely, unlike the external world rife with war and flames. At the edge of a sea of pale purple spirit flowers blooming, Xueqing's steps slightly paused. Her gaze was drawn to a small figure. It was a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old, in the everyday attire of a martial pavilion junior disciple, crouching beside the flowers, face full of cautious care. Xueqing silently walked a few steps closer without disturbing him. The child held a spiritual sparrow in his hands, its wing injured, feathers somewhat disheveled, unable to fly. His little face was full of concentration and heartache, gathering a thread of nearly negligible primordial power, gently covering the spiritual sparrow's injured wing. His movements were clumsy and unrefined, evidently having never learned any healing techniques, merely relying on instinct to try using his small strength to warm and soothe the injured spiritual sparrow. His eyes were as pure as the clearest spring water in a mountain stream, without a hint of impurity, only pure compassion and love. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt soon. In this martial pavilion, where killing was commonplace and the strong were revered, and even against the entire background of the great universe, such a look seemed somewhat out of place. That heartfelt purity, devoid of any utilitarian color, moved Xueqing's heart slightly, making her thoughtful. In such a place as the martial pavilion, where the weak are prey to the strong, the appearance of such a child was indeed a bit of an anomaly. She stood there quietly, without a word. The boy tried several times, yet the weak primordial power had little effect on healing the injuries. The spiritual sparrow continued to tremble in pain, and for a moment, he was anxious enough to sweat on his forehead but didn't give up. He thought for a while, then took out a jade bottle from his bosom, extracted a spirit pill, reluctantly broke off a tiny piece, crushed it, and patiently fed it to the spiritual sparrow's beak. On the other side of the purple flower sea, came a burst of laughter, from a few slightly older martial pavilion youths, simulating combat. The sound of fists and feet colliding was incessant, stirring up waves of air that swept in all directions, causing flower petals and mud specks to fall like rain. Hearing these sounds, the young boy's small body imperceptibly flinched, his brows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of obvious dislike and fear on his face. Instinctively, he shrank back and hid himself. Xueqing felt a stir in her heart, and a thought quietly arose. Perhaps, in passing down the martial path, it is not only necessary to be decisive in slaughter and enterprising in advancement. Compassion is likewise an indispensable part of the great path. This child before her might be able to walk a unique path of the martial path. She walked over slowly. Hearing footsteps, the boy turned around warily. Upon seeing Xueqing, he first froze, then stood up nervously, instinctively hiding his small hands behind his back, concealing the spiritual sparrow. His little face reddened slightly as he bent over timidly in a bow. "Senior." Xueqing squatted down, her tone calm. "What are you doing here?" The boy looked at Xueqing, hesitated for a moment, and still took out the hand he had behind his back, answering honestly, "It's injured and can't fly. I want to help it." In the palm of his hand, the spiritual sparrow trembled because of Xueqing's aura, not daring to struggle in the slightest. Xueqing glanced at the many youths practicing not far away and gently asked, "You don't like practicing martial arts?" The boy lowered his head, his voice weakening. "Fighting will cause someone to get hurt, it's not so good." In the past, saying such things would result in being scolded by family elders as worthless, but he did not want to lie. After a brief exchange, Xueqing learned the boy's name. A very common name, not uncommon among martial pavilion disciples. Yan Feng. Xueqing silently recited the name, her thoughts becoming increasingly clear. She extended a finger, and with a gentle touch, a stream of true yuan filled with vitality was injected into the spiritual sparrow. The injuries on the spiritual sparrow's wings healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It quickly regained vitality, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. In the next instant, its skeleton expanded, transforming from bird to phoenix in a moment, with wings spanning several feet. Its fundamental life level underwent a drastic transformation. It circled around Xueqing and Yan Feng twice, letting out a clear, long cry, and then flapped its wings, ascending into the void and quickly disappearing beyond the horizon. Yan Feng was dumbfounded, his face full of astonishment and admiration. "Senior, you're amazing." Xueqing's eyes flickered slightly, she softly said, "Go back and rest." After Yan Feng left, Xueqing's divine sense stirred, sending a message to Yan Qi martial ancestor. There was a bloodline connection between Yan Feng and Yan Qi, undoubtedly, he was Yan Qi's descendant. Yan Qi's response came quickly, having no objection to the newly promoted martial ancestor Xueqing wishing to take a disciple. As for Yan Feng, he was already several generations removed, and there seemed to be several others with the same name within the clan, leaving little impression. For an ancient ancestor who had lived endless ages, there were simply too many bloodline descendants to pay attention to each unless they were extraordinarily exceptional direct lineage. Being valued by Xueqing was naturally that child's fortune, and there was no need to inquire further. With Yan Qi's approval, Xueqing no longer hesitated. She did not intend to make a big spectacle of accepting a disciple. The martial pavilion was currently in a tumultuous period, and she did not want to draw too much attention, informing only two people, Chu Jing and Sun Eroding Cry. Sun Eroding Cry was busy handling matters and could not make it, only sending back a divine sense to acknowledge and congratulate. Chu Jing, of course, came. The process of taking the disciple was simple to the point of being almost humble. Yan Feng changed into slightly formal new clothes, his little face full of nervousness and unease. His age was still young, with only a vague concept of the ancestral realm, knowing merely the senior before him taking him as a disciple, and the other senior beside with an even more unfathomable aura, were both extraordinary figures. Yan Feng took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, lifting the prepared spiritual tea at his side, his small hand slightly trembling, and respectfully walked to Xueqing. He knelt down on both knees, raising the teacup above his head, his voice clear with a child's distinct brightness, yet somewhat lacking in confidence due to nervousness. "Master, please have tea." Xueqing looked at the pure-eyed child with a hint of trepidation before her, her gaze softening slightly. She accepted the teacup. The spirit tea leaves inside unfurled, diffusing a faint spiritual energy and pure incense. She took a gentle sip, nodded, and said warmly, "From today onwards, you are my closed-door disciple, Xueqing. I hope you stay true to your heart and diligently cultivate martial virtue." "Disciple will remember master's teachings," Yan Feng respectfully responded, heaving a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. After that, Yan Feng picked up another cup of spiritual tea, walked to Chu Jing, and again respectfully offered it. "Please have tea." Chu Jing looked at the jade cup handed to him. The spirit tea inside was a clear jade color, the steam winding upward, reflecting in his deep eyes. His gaze flickered almost imperceptibly, as countless chaotic thoughts and images fleetingly passed through his mind. Yan Feng. A future martial ancestor. The Yan Feng he saw, with a head full of silver hair, was full of twilight energy, with eyes sharp as knives, enveloped in a blood and iron aura, bearing no resemblance to the innocent and bewildered child before him, who was so nervous his small hand trembled slightly while offering tea. The disjunction of time and space stirred a faint ripple in Chu Jing's heart. It was as if he had seen a subtle water splash in the long river of time here, a key node that could influence future times, subtly planting a seed within this seemingly uneventful tea-serving ceremony. He didn't say much, took the jade cup, and drank the spiritual tea in one gulp. The tea was warm and suffused with spiritual energy as it flowed into his stomach, yet at this moment, it felt even more lingering than the strongest liquor in the world. He put down the teacup, his gaze once again fell on Yan Feng, and in his eyes, there was a profound meaning beyond words. Outside the great hall, the starry sky remained unchanged, and the cosmic conflicts were far from over. But within this small temple, a legacy concerning the future was thereby established. A seed named Yan Feng had been planted, only waiting for the nurturing of time. However, Chu Jing, even before it could take root and sprout, had already foreseen its withering scene. Xueqing let Yan Feng step out first, then turned to Chu Jing and said solemnly, "I recently returned to the near immortal realm, there have been many changes there." Xueqing spoke in a deep voice, her expression calm. "I met a little Taoist who divined for me, saying that in this life, I would rarely meet a good end, my household would be desolate, and between you and me, we are destined to be fated but not destined." Her gaze fell onto the two graves before the hall, her voice slightly heavy. "Now it seems that the second sentence and the third sentence have both proved true." Chu Jing remained silent. The relationship between him and Xueqing had always been a tangled mess, always separated by a layer. But now saying these things has no meaning anymore. The river of spacetime is about to reach a turning point, and he must do the only right thing at the right time, everything else must be put aside. "What else did that little Taoist say?" Chu Jing casually asked. He has always found it difficult to see through Xueqing's fate. Aside from the sun-eroding cry, there was no further news about Xueqing in later generations. The drawback of her soul division remains unclear to him even now, with many things still shrouded in mystery. "Nothing much." Xueqing slightly shook her head and said no more. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. In these more than 10 years, Sun-Eroding Cry had carried out a series of hidden yet thorough arrangements within the martial pavilion. He gradually delegated some of the core powers, especially strengthening the cultivation and support of Jun Huang, further enhancing his prestige and practical control within the martial pavilion. At the same time, he used the excuse of secluding himself to comprehend the martial realm, gradually withdrawing from the overall planning of the martial pavilion, paving the way for his eventual disappearance. Everything proceeded silently and orderly. Meanwhile, Chu Jing began to steadily advance his vast and complex plan. In these more than 10 years, his contact with Yun Tianji of the Immortal Court became exceedingly frequent. The two frequently communicated through secret channels, their divine senses crossing the endless star domain, perfecting every detail of the plan together. To Yun Tianji, Chu Jing naturally had another explanation for the plan. The ancient reincarnation road, an ancient path containing the mystery of reversing life and death, appeared in the vast universe. Due to his martial path characteristics, Sun-Eroding Cry was extraordinarily eager to explore this path and would certainly go to investigate. Using this as bait, he invited Yun Tianji to join forces, setting a deadly trap in the vast universe. Yun Tianji's hatred for Sun-Eroding Cry was deep-seated, and the legend of the reincarnation road held immense attraction for any cultivator, so Yun Tianji did not doubt it. Under the fabrication of Chu Jing's lies and his sincere cooperative demeanor, Yun Tianji did not grow suspicious, smoothly taking the bait and engaging in the execution of the plan. During this process, another crucial preparation of Chu Jing's unfolded simultaneously. Among his many avatars used for tribulation in the vast universe, the strongest one had already become the master of the Shantian Divine Mansion, governing a mansion, wielding notable influence in the vast universe. Through this avatar, Chu Jing began secretly contacting those ancient ancestors of the universe with long-standing enmity towards Sun-Eroding Cry and the Martial Pavilion over these years. As the master of the Martial Pavilion, Sun-Eroding Cry had held the border Desolation of the universe for many years. The number of ancient ancestors he killed exceeded the fingers of one hand, and those he severely injured were countless, naturally forming numerous grudges. Chu Jing's avatar only needed to hint slightly, mentioning that Sun-Eroding Cry might be plotting a significant opportunity in the vast universe, and implying that this was a prime opportunity to weaken or even eliminate him. It almost instantly matched up. Soon, 3 ancient ancestors of the universe who bore deep-seated killing intent against Sun-Eroding Cry and had severe conflicts with him in the past expressed their willingness to participate in this siege. This killing trap targeting Sun-Eroding Cry was fully laid out, only waiting for the protagonist to step onto the stage. And as the protagonist, Sun-eroding Cry, upon receiving Chu Zhang's final notification, instantly understood everything clearly and prepared to meet his fate openly. This matter was kept strictly confidential from Xueqing throughout, to prevent her from sensing anything unusual and causing complications. Soon, under the joint operation of Chu Jing and Yun Tianji, a message about a suspected ancient reincarnation road discovered in a perilous place of the vast universe was strictly controlled to spread within a certain range, enough to attract Sun-eroding Cry without alerting too many forces, thus interfering with the plan. When the time was right, Chu Jing notified Sun-eroding Cry at the same time, and the plan commenced. Two figures, one ahead and one behind, quietly left the martial pavilion's sphere of influence, tore through the void, heading towards the mysterious and vast universe. The journey was long, crossing the endless barren star domain, yet the atmosphere between the two walking side by side did not seem heavy. The little one Xueqing recently took under her wing. How has he been over the years? Sun-eroding Cry asked casually as if in idle chat. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing nodded and said, "Pretty good, a pure heart, an excellent root bone. A rare unpolished gem, Xueqing has always had a keen eye." He paused, as if remembering something, and added, "On the day of the tea ceremony, I also drank a cup of tea." Sun-eroding Cry's eyes flickered slightly, and he responded, "According to ancient customs, a teacher, who imparts the Tao and enlightens, though the offering of tea is simple, it is also a formal rite. Since you drank that cup, wouldn't that make you half a master?" Chu Jing shook his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Half a master you cannot call it, but Yan Feng in the future will surely have great achievements." Their conversation seemed like old friends reminiscing, nothing like two men about to enter into a life and death struggle. As for the one still seated like a star atop the divine fire star cliff, waiting for Chu Jing to arrive for the duel, the giant god clan ancient ancestor bled tea. At this moment, in the hearts of Chu Jing and Sun-eroding Cry, he had become an insignificant backdrop, no longer worth their attention. In the great realm of the universe, a desolate land where laws were chaotic and temporal folds ran rampant. This place was the entrance to the reincarnation road that Chu Jing and Yun Tianji had jointly forged. The figure of Sun-eroding Cry approached slowly, coming to investigate alone according to plan. Almost at the moment he stepped into this realm, a sudden change occurred. Boom! 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 Three overwhelmingly terrifying auras erupted suddenly, as if ancient giant gods were awakening, manifesting from three different directions, instantly sealing off the space, dragging this place into the river of spacetime. These were the three ancient ancestors of the universe who had arrived upon invitation, each taking a different form, one surrounded by destructive thunder, another with a giant beast Dharma phase capable of devouring star seas appearing behind, and a third wielding an ancient divine weapon seeming to sever time, all exuding killing intent, eyes coldly locked onto Sun-eroding Cry. Soon after, the void tore open again, and Yun Tianji stepped out. His expression was as cold as perennial ice, with eyes burning with the fire of hatred accumulated over endless ages, fixed fiercely on Sun-eroding Cry. His voice was chilling, like a cold wind from the nine netherworld. "Sun-eroding Cry, back then you killed my grandpa. I made a Tao vow then, that in this life I must kill you. Heaven is my witness, today is the day I fulfill that old promise." The last to appear was Chu Jing, his aura ethereal, standing outside the battle circle, ostensibly to support and prevent Sun-eroding Cry from escaping, but in truth, his gaze deep and calm, observing everything in the field. Facing the murderous intent of the three ancient ancestors of the universe and Yun Tianji's profound hatred, Sun-eroding Cry's expression remained tranquil, not even glancing at them. His gaze transcended the fragments wrought by the river of spacetime, falling upon Chu Jing. In this instant, the habitual calm on his face was entirely stripped away, becoming extremely solemn, and a very secretive transmission, receivable only by Chu Jing, clandestinely sounded. "Hereafter, the martial pavilion, Jun Huang, and the grand scheme of these two worlds, will be entrusted to you, fellow Daoist." As the words fell, Sun-eroding Cry's entire being erupted with chi and blood, his dark golden immortal god body radiating countless measures of divine light, the martial arts battle patterns on his skin roaring and crying as if an ancient heavenly dragon come to life. He held nothing back, demonstrating the ultimate peak combat power of the ancestor of martial arts. Kill! Yun Tianji shrieked fiercely. The battle erupted instantly, with the three ancient ancestors of the universe striking first, one stirring pitch-black thunder into a thunder sea that spanned time and space, billions of black electric serpents wildly dancing, striking against sun-eroding cry head-on. Another ancient ancestor swung the weapon in hand, cleaving out a pitch-black saber light that ripped through time and space, severing all ages it passed. The last displayed a giant beast Dharma phase, opening a sky-devouring maw, seeking to entirely engulf sun-eroding cry along with an epic. Yun Tianji followed closely, eyes icy, attacking with wrath, employing the supreme secret technique of the Immortal Court, a hazy fairy palace phantom appearing behind, invoking the laws of all heavens, transforming into a pure white immortal light of purification that pierced straight for sun-eroding cry's brow ancestor acupoint, full of killing intent. Facing the encirclement of four at the ancestral realm, sun-eroding cry let out a long roar that shook the universe, both fists launching forth. Where the fist seal went, thunder shattered, saber light broke apart, the beast Dharma phase swallowing time and space sounded mournful cries under a single punch, recoiling backward. He actively surged forward, boiling war blood entwining his body like a demon god, deftly avoiding Yun Tianji's lethal immortal light at the critical moment, countering with a punch at one of the universe's ancient ancestors, shattering the protective divine light and forcing retreat billions of miles. This was an exceedingly brutal battle, 5 beings at the ancient ancestor level in a chaotic melee, causing unimaginable destruction, trembling the entire realm of spacetime, as law divine chains shattered like fireworks, space collapsed into chaos, time reversed, and temporal turbulences surged. The river of spacetime was stirred, manifesting apparitions, roaring with violent waves. Sun-eroding cry's combat power shocked the world, even though facing 4 alone, he remained unstoppable. Each punch and kick contained the martial art's true intent of destroying all methods, exerting his cultivation to its fullest extent. Each punch seemed like creating heaven and earth anew, each step transcended ages, resonating throughout the universe and heavens, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. The ancient ancestor wielding the saber was slightly careless, their shoulder grazed by sun-eroding cry's punch, half the ancestorial body exploded in an instant, pitch-black ancestor blood spilling through time and space with a wretched howl, another commanding thunder. Their thunder sea was forcibly scattered by sun-eroding cry's unparalleled chi and blood, severely damaged, their breath withering. Yet, sun-eroding cry ultimately found it difficult to fight against 4 hands with 2 fists, outnumbered. Yun Tianji seized an opening, immortal light like a river of stars attacked again, though largely blocked by sun-eroding cry, a sliver still invaded his body, causing his figure to pause slightly. In that fleeting moment, the last ancient ancestor, manifesting as a giant beast's Dharma phase, suddenly lunged forward, his massive claw striking fiercely on the back of the sun-eroding cry. The body of the sun-eroding cry convulsed violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of divine blood imbued with vast essence. Where the blood fell, it scorched through the void, creating black holes, and for the first time, his aura became noticeably chaotic. Chu Jing was situated in another layer of time-space, quietly observing without intervening. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss, and abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed on the river of spacetime. In an instant, the river of spacetime surged violently, and a figure tumbled out from the fragmented pieces of folded time, witnessing the brutal battle before him. It was a young boy, just over 10 years old, his body teeming with vigorous blood energy, boiling like a blazing divine spring. Fu Pinglan. The moment he recognized the boy's appearance, it was as if a veil had been lifted in Chu Jing's mind, and numerous memories surged into his mind. His expression instantly filled with shock, his eyes darkened, and in a moment, he understood. This was Fu Pinglan, joining forces with various ancient ancestors, venturing into the ancient times for the first time, intent on slaying Daoist ancestor Xingqiu, aiming to reverse ancient history. Xingqiu, why haven't you acted yet? Yun Tianji, hit in the chest by the sun-eroding cry, coughed up blood and shouted sharply. If this continued, with the four of them, it would be impossible to kill the sun-eroding cry today. At best, they would suffer mutual damage. Upon hearing the words Xingqiu, Fu Pinglan's eyes suddenly shot out a radiance piercing through ages and time-space. His divine sense spread like a tide, immediately locking onto the figure that had been lingering at the edge of the fierce battle, his aura elusive as smoke. Their gazes met in the void, without words, yet seemingly inducing a tremor in the time-space rules. At that instant, Chu Jing moved. Since Fu Pinglan had already seen his true form, he absolutely could not allow him to leave safely today. Otherwise, the line of causality would become completely chaotic, and the grand, eternal strategy he had yet to establish would collapse prematurely. The turbulent flow of time-space chaos would transform the main course of this river of spacetime into an insignificant tributary, and all efforts would turn to naught. Faced with Chu Jing's sudden and unprovoked onslaught, Fu Pinglan's expression tightened. Instead of retreating, he was filled with an overwhelming fighting spirit. Both existences having reached the ancestor realm, his Dao heart was unbreakable, and he considered himself not weaker than any reigning giant in the world, even when facing the legendary Daoist ancestor Xingqiu, who subdued ancient times and made contemporaries pale in comparison. Moreover, his purpose of breaking through time-space was precisely to eliminate the legend of Xingqiu. Come well. Fu Pinglan's cold shout was accompanied by his surging blood energy, igniting like an ancient star illuminating time-space. He took a deep breath, seemingly drawing in the chaotic qi from millions of miles around, his eyes flashing with a fierce gleam as if a heavenly blade had been unsheathed. He wielded an ancient battle spear enveloped in dense chaotic qi, the spearhead dripping with traces of corrosion from the ages. Fu Pinglan did not dodge at all, choosing the most domineering, straightforward frontal confrontation, stepping forward to crush the void and advance aggressively. Where the spear passed, space collapsed layer by layer, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure. The spearhead pointed directly at Chu Jing's brow, aiming to pierce through his immortal ancestor's soul in one strike. However, facing this blow capable of piercing through time-space, Chu Jing similarly showed no intention of dodging. He did not even use any divine weapon. He simply raised his hand calmly, his 5 fingers slightly spread, flowing with a hazy Dao light, reaching directly towards the destructive spearhead. Boom, a deafening roar erupted, the chaotic qi rolled back like a tsunami. The expected scene of a pierced hand did not manifest, the fiercely unmatched ancient battle spear was caught firmly by Chu Jing's fingers. Although the spearhead pierced the skin of his palm, shedding a few drops of radiant, golden war blood, it could advance no further, as if striking the hardest cornerstone of the universe. Fu Pinglan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart trembled violently. He felt the force from the other end of the spear was as vast and heavy as the entire universe. Chu Jing's expression was cold and concentrated, leveraging the grip on the spear, his other hand rose, forming a fist aimed straight at Fu Pinglan's face. This punch, simple and plain, transcended the speed of time, shattering the protective blood light around Fu Pinglan as if it were paper. Bam, the fist landed solidly on Fu Pinglan's forehead. Fu Pinglan only felt as if a Buzhou divine mountain, accelerated to the extreme, had crashed into his brow. The intense pain had barely spread when the boundless sensation of impact engulfed him. His vision blacked out, and his ears rang with the hum of time-space shattering. While his skull remained intact, his brain and divine soul inside were nearly shattered by the punch, his thoughts plunged into chaos and void. His proud ancestor realm cultivation seemed so powerless in the face of Chu Jing's absolute strength. Chu Jing's figure instantly closed in on Fu Pinglan, each strike shaking the heavens and the earth, the laws of space-time whimpering at his feet. Fu Pinglan struggled to gather his wits, exhaustively drawing on his essence to unleash various awe-inspiring secret techniques, all of which were dismantled by Chu Jing in an even more domineering manner. Ultimately, Chu Jing sliced with one finger, as easily as a heavenly blade cutting paper, effortlessly breaching Fu Pinglan's final defenses. In the next moment, 2 of his fingers, glimmering with profound chaotic light, precisely and unerringly plunged into Fu Pinglan's eye sockets. Ugh! Accompanied by a stifled scream of pain, Fu Pinglan's eyes, which had once reflected the rise and fall of ages, were forcibly gouged out by Chu Jing. Simultaneously, a torrent of vast divine sense surged into Fu Pinglan's sea of consciousness, like an invisible great grindstone, crushing all memory traces related to today and Xingqiu, thoroughly erasing them clean. After completing all this, Chu Jing expressionlessly tossed Fu Pinglan, who had lost both eyes, into the surging river of spacetime beside him. With a sweep of waves, this formidable martial ancestor who had come to slay another ancestor was swept away like a speck of duckweed by the endless power of spacetime, rushing towards an unknowable future shore, his trace elusive. Chu Jing stood alone by the riverbank, his gaze deep, while the scars in his palm slowly healed. The terrifying clash that could have overturned ancient history had ended in a moment. He looked at Fu Pinglan's eyes in his hand, silently storing them away, for he had great use for them. On the battlefield not far away, watching Chu Jing strike down an ancient ancestor, Yun Tianji's face suddenly froze. That person just now, indeed had reached the ancestral realm, yet he had never seen him before. Before he could think further, the sun-eroding cry pressed forward, having already severely injured 2 of the 3 ancient ancestors of the universe. He was still at a disadvantage but had gradually steadied the situation. Martial Pavilion frontline. Jun Huang, who was stationed and commanded, had been feeling restless these days. Since his master's multiple recent summons, every conversation felt like giving final instructions, advising him on how to stabilize the Martial Pavilion, how to interact with Xue Qing and Yan Qi, and how to respond to future changes. Lately, a foreboding sense had been lingering in his mind. Ultimately unable to contain the unease in his heart, after handling the affairs at the front, he temporarily handed over responsibility to a martial emperor and eagerly retreated from the front line back to the Martial Pavilion ancestral land. First, he tried using a secret technique to contact the sun-eroding cry, under the excuse of reporting the situation, hoping to meet and also to confirm his master's safety. Once, twice, thrice. After several attempts, Jun Huang's expression changed slightly. The divine sense he sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response. The place where the sun-eroding cry was secluded was also devoid of any aura, as if the person had left. The sense of unease in his heart grew stronger, like dark clouds pressing down. Now with Yan Qi martial ancestor far away guarding the cosmic edge, with no other choice, he could only seek the other martial ancestor currently in the pavilion, Xue Qing. He hurriedly arrived outside Xue Qing's hall, disregarding etiquette, directly seeking an audience. Xue Qing martial ancestor, Jun Huang, has an urgent matter to discuss. Xue Qing sensed Jun Huang's anxious aura and came out of the hall, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Jun Huang's face was visibly anxious. After bowing, he spoke urgently, Xue Qing martial ancestor, I cannot reach my master. The front line has important military information that needs reporting, but multiple transmissions have gone unresponded. I am truly uneasy, hoping Xue Qing martial ancestor can convey it on my behalf. Upon hearing Jun Huang's words, Xue Qing furrowed her brow slightly. She too had vaguely felt something unusual about the sun-eroding cry's behavior recently but hadn't investigated it deeply. Seeing Jun Huang so anxious at the moment, she immediately calmed her mind, released her divine sense, and fully sensed the presence of the sun-eroding cry. Her divine sense, like invisible ripples, instantly swept through the endless star domain, delving into spacetime. Moments later, her face changed drastically. In her perception, over the river of spacetime in the distant great realm of the universe, massive waves were surging, with several incredibly powerful ancestral realm auras clashing frantically, rendering the spacetime laws there chaotic. Among them, an aura was fiercely intense, precisely that of the sun-eroding cry, and it was fluctuating violently, clearly engaged in an extremely unfavorable battle, showing signs of decline. Xue Qing did not hesitate, suddenly. Standing up, her eyes flashing with cold light, and without any hesitation, slicing her fingers like a saber through the void before her. SSSSS, a brilliant saber light traversed ancient times, easily tearing through the cosmic starry sky like brocade fabric, revealing a dazzling, dangerous spacetime turbulence. Xue Qing stepped forward, her figure entering the rift, using the fastest method to shatter layers of spatial barriers, rushing directly towards that space-time battlefield. Even before her arrival, the blood around her began to boil, cold killing intent sweeping across the cosmic starry sky. At this moment, the battle over the river of spacetime was nearing its end. After Chu Zheng's strike, the sun-eroding cry immediately fell to an absolute disadvantage, now covered in blood, his martial body filled with cracks, his aura at its weakest point, yet he still stood unyielding, looking calmly at Chu Zheng and Yun Tianji. The three ancient ancestors of the universe were all wounded, yet their eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. Just as Yun Tianji was about to move in and completely obliterate the sun-eroding cry, a cold shout, like ice cracking, echoed through the river of spacetime. Stop! A white-clad figure, carrying overwhelming, bone-chilling cold, forcibly broke through the spacetime blockade, crashing into the center of the battlefield like a meteor. She did not look at the situation in the field, her gaze locking instantly on the three unfamiliar ancient ancestors of the universe. Her eyes focused, without any unnecessary words, slicing her fingers like a saber, aiming at the ancient ancestor holding the battle saber, slashing from a distance. This slash had no earth-shattering sign, just a thin, almost invisible white line crossing time and space, appearing instantly before the brow of the battle saber-wielding ancient ancestor. The smile on the ancient ancestor's face instantly froze, extreme terror erupting in his eyes. He felt a mortal threat, madly urging the heavenly fate within, raising his ancestor weapon, lifting his saber to block. However, it was useless. Crack, the white line gently swept across the saber edge, the ancestor weapon battle saber emitted a wailing sound, breaking in half, followed by a blood line appearing at the brow of the battle saber-wielding ancient ancestor, quickly spreading downward. He opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but his entire ancestor body and divine soul were instantly frozen by an extreme killing intent, then shattered like ice crystals, completely disintegrating into dust, with the heavenly fate it carried also dissipating. One ancient ancestor of the universe fell, slain by Xue Qing with a wave of her hand. The remaining two ancient ancestors of the universe were instantly shocked, repeatedly retreating, with Yun Tianji's pupils also contracting, disbelief written on his face as he looked at the suddenly appearing Xue Qing. A long time ago, he had predicted that Xue Qing might become a stumbling block in his plans to kill the sun-eroding cry. But he never expected that in the short years since Xue Qing had entered the ancestral realm, her combat power would rise to this level, crushing an ancestor weapon and killing an ancient ancestor with a wave of her hand. Since Xue Qing appeared, she effortlessly struck down the sword-wielding ancient ancestor, as swift and clean as lightning. At the peak of the river of spacetime, the chill and killing intent only intensified, like the eve of a blizzard, shrouding the fractured spacetime. Her gaze, like an ice-cold sword, instantly locked onto her next target, the Dharma phase of the manifesting giant beast, the ancient ancestor of the universe, who was now terrified at the sudden death of his companion. There were no words, nor the slightest hesitation. Xue Qing took a step forward, blood qi spread along, suppressing the chaos of spacetime, and amidst her traversal, she appeared above the Dharma phase of the giant beast. The ancient ancestor's soul nearly fled his body, spewing evil from its massive mouth stemming from the netherworld, claws tearing through the void, crashing down fiercely. Xue Qing remained calm, extended two fingers like a sword, and lightly pointed downwards. The waves of the river of spacetime stalled for a moment, a dead silence, and the evil from the netherworld froze and shattered into dust 100 miles from Xue Qing. The claws of the giant beast, along with the entire Dharma phase, were instantly covered with a layer of blood light, completely suppressing the main body and ancestor soul of the ancient ancestor. Then, she slightly bent her raised finger and flicked it lightly. Crack, the Dharma phase and the ancient ancestor, suppressed by blood qi, shattered explosively like glazed glass, turning into gray crystal shards scattered in the sky, spirit and form both annihilated. Again, it was an instant kill. In a mere raising of a hand, two previously heavily wounded ancient ancestors had been successively slain. Xue Qing's gaze turned cold as she swiftly turned towards Yun Tianji, whose face had turned slightly pale, raising her palm, and blood qi gathered into a blood-colored long spear, the spearhead pointing directly at his heart. However, just as she was about to make her move, a figure suddenly appeared between her and Yun Tianji. It was Chu Jing. His expression was serious, and with a wave of his hand, a stream of chaotic qi surged out, not to directly clash against the blood-colored long spear in Xue Qing's hand, but to twist space-time, forming a pliable barrier that slightly obstructed the lethal intent. Xue Qing, stop. Chu Jing spoke in a deep voice. Xue Qing's attack paused slightly, but the chill and fury in her eyes burned even more intensely as she glared at Chu Jing. You are blocking me? She wasn't foolish. From Chu Jing's appearance in this encircling situation to his current act of stopping her from killing Yun Tianji, everything before her was already painfully obvious. He and Yun Tianji were in it together, here to kill Sun-eroding Cry. Chu Jing did not answer her question. Taking advantage of Xue Qing's momentary pause, he grabbed her wrist firmly and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." Before the words settled, around Chu Jing, the void vibrated violently, forcibly tearing open a rift in space, and without saying more, he dragged Xue Qing into it, instantly removing them from the chaotic core of the battlefield. The next moment, the two of them appeared in a relatively stable spacetime far from the battlefield. Xue Qing shook off Chu Jing's hand abruptly, her face covered with frost, her gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly piercing through Chu Jing's body. What is the meaning of this? Her voice carried latent anger. What exactly are you trying to do? Sun-eroding Cry for you, for me, held kindness. During your days at the Martial Pavilion, he invited you multiple times, though without success, yet treated you with courtesy, and later even spared no effort to assist you, and now you join forces with outsiders to kill him? Why? Her eyes were full of bewilderment. In her view, now among the many great clans of the great universe, all had fallen out with Chu Jing. The Martial Pavilion was almost the only faction with whom Chu Jing had a relatively good relationship, and now he even allied with foreign enemies, and there were even ancient ancestors of the vast universe involved in killing Sun-eroding Cry, which clearly indicated a break with the martial path as well. This amounted to cutting himself off from the great universe, and from here on, no one would be willing to help him. Give me a reason. She needed an explanation. Chu Jing looked at the slightly unsteady breathing of Xue Qing and, after a moment of silence, he merely shook his head lightly and uttered 4 words, for the bigger picture. The bigger picture? What heaven-shattering, earth-shaking bigger picture is worth such deceit and betrayal, repaying kindness with enmity? Scenes from the past flashed in her mind, her tone gradually sinking. Previously, you told me you would find a way to end the Dao War, reopen Yin Yang, that everything would return to the right track. You also said you needed assistance, Sun-eroding Cry, and the power of the martial path. Aren't they your assistants? Suddenly, as if understanding something, her pupils shrank suddenly, disbelief appearing on her face. You chose Yun Tianji? You abandoned the Martial Pavilion, chose the Immortal Court. Why? Xue Qing was increasingly confused, unable to comprehend why Chu Jing would do such a thing. Compared to the Immortal Court, the Martial Pavilion was undoubtedly the better choice. In a sudden moment of clarity, her face tensed as she seemed to have realized something. Sun-eroding Cry being besieged, he had not even called for aid, even the guardian of the cosmic edge, Yan Qi, had not received any news. This was clearly most unusual. Moreover, with the combat power of Sun-eroding Cry, even if he were to be at a disadvantage, he could have totally escaped. There was no need to be entangled in such a desperate fight. Could it be? Xue Qing took a sharp breath, tinged with uncertainty. He agreed to this himself. Chu Jing met her gaze, nodding slowly without hiding anything, directly acknowledging. His gaze turned to the distant battlefield below. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could sense that the aura of Sun-eroding Cry was gradually weakening, already showing signs of exhaustion. Chu Jing took a deep breath, suppressed his complicated thoughts, and said in a deep voice, "The heavenly fate on him, you take it and give it to Jun Huang, that is Sun-eroding Cry's will." He paused, looked at Xue Qing, and revealed the truth. Rest assured, with Yun Tianji's current means, he cannot truly threaten Sun-eroding Cry's life. Today's situation, seemingly desperate, is merely the golden cicada shedding its shell. Sun-eroding Cry, he will live longer than either of us. This was the truth, after all. In later generations, Jingqiu and Xueqing had long been dead. Until he reversed ancient history and returned to the ancient times, Sun-Eroding Cry was still healthy, with vital energy as strong as a dragon. Chu Jing turned and left without looking back or offering more explanations, tearing through the barriers of space-time, directly returning to the battlefield. At this moment, Sun-Eroding Cry, after repeated battles, was already at the end of his strength, his martial body shattered, barely clinging to life. Chu Jing's appearance was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With an expressionless face, a surge of chaotic qi turned into a Tao sword in his hand, mercilessly striking towards Sun-Eroding Cry once more. Enough, Chu Jing transmitted his voice. Sun-Eroding Cry gave him a deep look, his eyes complex and hard to understand, voluntarily releasing the last restraint on his own heavenly fate. The Tao sword swept past, slicing open Sun-Eroding Cry's chest, within which the heart beat violently like a blazing sun. Chu Jing extended his hand in a virtual press, and as the Dao seed operated, a torrent of vast and magnificent heavenly fate was gradually extracted. With heavenly fate leaving the body, Sun-Eroding Cry's aura plummeted to the depths, falling into the half-ancestor realm, suddenly withering like a candle in the wind. Chu Jing did not merge this half of heaven's fortune, which would drive many living creatures of the ancient myths insane, into his own being. Instead, he sealed it entirely, isolating all the energy. Elsewhere, Yun Tianji witnessed Chu Jing extracting the heavenly fate, feeling somewhat complicated, but he did not say much. He stepped forward, with his palm radiating brilliant immortal light, transforming into a judgment sword. With a loud cry filled with hatred accumulated over countless years, he struck down the already defenseless head of Sun-Eroding Cry. However, Sun-Eroding Cry's life force was unexpectedly tenacious. His head, though severed from the body, did not lose vitality, the eyes still calmly looked at Yun Tianji, seemingly carrying an indescribable mockery. Yun Tianji's pupils constricted abruptly, his anger growing even more intense. He cast numerous shocking immortal laws, only to find that he could not completely annihilate Sun-Eroding Cry's true spirit. The undying body was truly terrifying, far beyond the imagination of ordinary ancient ancestors. Even the space-time laws could not obliterate his form. After hesitating for a moment, a fierce look flashed in Yun Tianji's eyes. He continuously swung the immortal sword, tearing apart Sun-Eroding Cry's headless body along with the severed head, then sealed them with powerful immortal Dao seals. The brilliant immortal patterns were like chains, sealing those remnants and causing them to fall into silence. Yun Tianji's frame relaxed, his breathing increasingly heavy. Completely annihilating an ancient ancestor like Sun-Eroding Cry was no easy task, for now, he could only suppress him. Chu Jing's gaze fell on the last ancient ancestor of the universe, showing no mercy as the Tao sword swept across the sky, directly destroying his soul, sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. In one battle, almost 4 ancient ancestors fell, an unprecedented shocking upheaval in the disputes between the two realms. The entire vast universe was momentarily in turmoil, with all the ancient ancestors shocked. Chu Jing withdrew his gaze, looking at Yun Tianji, speaking calmly, "The heavenly fate on Sun-Eroding Cry, I wish to hand over to Xueqing." Yun Tianji frowned slightly. If so, this half of heaven's fortune, after all, still fell within the martial path. Chu Jing continued, "You have also seen her combat power. If she insists on intervening, it will be a significant trouble for both you and me." Yun Tianji remained silent for a moment. The terrifying strength displayed by Xueqing indeed made him uneasy. It was not the right time to make another strong enemy. After a while, he nodded, his voice hoarse, "Thanks to you, this great vengeance could be settled this time. What I owe you now, I shall repay in the future." Chu Jing said no more, turned and left without the slightest pause. He once again returned to Xueqing and handed her the half of heaven's fortune, said nothing more, and turned to leave the vast universe. In the river of space-time, Yun Tianji remained silent for a long time and did not hurry to leave this fractured vast universe. With the protection of the heavenly destiny true spirit, the chaotic laws and evil qi of this realm did not disturb him much. He did not wander aimlessly, his divine sense, like a dense net, swept over the ruins and remnants, searching for something, a nearly instinctive pull guiding his advance. Finally, he suddenly stopped outside a relatively intact ancient city. His gaze penetrated the mottled city wall, landing on a sitting figure in the center of the city. Seeing the figure's face, Yun Tianji was struck as if by lightning, his body stiff, his face uncontrollably trembling slightly. It was a young man not yet 20, with heroic looks, dressed in a gray robe, exuding a thick and solid aura, sitting in this ruined city with a demeanor suggesting the ability to stabilize the heavens and earth. Grandpa. A soft call escaped Yun Tianji's throat, carrying an incredulous tremor. No mistake, though his appearance had returned to youth, but the contour of his brows and that deep-rooted familiarity within Yun Tianji's divine soul unmistakably told him the person before his eyes was Xumi Sheng. He was the heavenly god who pulled Yun Tianji from the mire, granting him a new life and Dao path, someone he regarded as a close ancestor. Yun Tianji did not enter the city, standing hundreds of feet away, not daring to take another step. His reasoning, like ice, repeatedly extinguished his ardent emotions. He knew better than anyone that the living creatures of the vast universe, once fallen, were completely severed from the past. They were entities reconstructed by this realm's laws, with physical forms but void of true feelings. Even if past memories were entirely infused, it would only forcibly insert a story into a hollow shell, with no possibility of awakening the true Xumi Sheng. But, when he actually saw his living grandpa, that deep-seated resentment and extravagant hope within him flared up like a wildfire, scorching his insides. He ultimately couldn't hold back. A wisp of extremely subtle aura fluctuation was quietly released, gently brushing against the young man's spiritual perception like a feather. Xumi Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. With a swift movement, he was standing before Yun Tianji, his eyes filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Yun Tianji hesitated no more, concentrating a point of spiritual light at his fingertips, containing many memory fragments, cautiously pushing it into the other's forehead. The spiritual light penetrates. Xumi Sheng's body trembled vigorously, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. After a moment, Xumi Sheng's gaze seemed to truly brighten, carrying a trace of exploration as it fell upon Yun Tianji's face, slightly hesitating, then speaking tentatively, "Tian. Ji?" This call was like a sudden thunder, exploding in Yun Tianji's ear. Yun Tianji's fingertips trembled violently, his eyes instantly reddened. However, under the great disparity in cultivation, every subtle movement of the present Xumi Sheng was as clear as a pattern observed in the palm of his hand, apparent in Yun Tianji's perception. He saw, beneath the facade of apparent realization and excitement, several extremely obscure, malicious transmissions quietly directed towards the depths of the universe, intending to summon the ancient ancestor of this realm to surround and kill this outsider. These transmissions, like stones thrown into a deep pool, were quietly extinguished by Yun Tianji before stirring any ripples. Hope, like fragile bubbles, completely shattered. The final vestige of luck was also utterly scattered to the winds. The last ray of light in Yun Tianji's eyes dimmed, replaced by a deep, profound sorrow. He slowly bowed towards the entity with the mere semblance of Grandpa's shell, solemnly saluting, eyes red, voice abnormally calm, tinged with relief, "Grandpa, farewell on your journey." As the words fell, an invisible and vast power instantly enveloped Xumi Sheng. Without the slightest struggle, that imposing body, along with the forcibly injected memory fragments that did not belong to it, silently crumbled inch by inch, dissipating thoroughly as the puristine qi outside this lonely ancient city. Yun Tianji straightened up, took one last glance at the place where the figure dissipated, turned around, and stepped out, disappearing at the edge of the vast universe. The wind was fierce, lingering with a faint, imaginable sigh. After leaving the chaotic vast universe, Chuzheng did not return to the martial pavilion but headed directly towards that burning, perilous place in the universe, the divine fire star cliff. There, half of heaven's fortune was waiting for him to claim. With one step out, the endless star domain reversed, his aura no longer concealed in the slightest, heavenly fate resonating with chaos law, making him like a walking chaotic sun, surrounded by purple lightning, and where he passed, myriad paths hibernated. Such a grand spectacle soon attracted numerous living creatures to spy. Chuzheng traversed the great universe directly, without detouring, brazenly passing through the domain of the Immortal Court. Seated in the Immortal Court, Feng Qingyi's expression alternated between blue and white as he watched Chuzheng tread overhead, ultimately not daring to take action, merely watching silently. Within the Immortal Court, living creatures immediately picked up their pens and noted the event. Ancestral Dao walks the world, heavenly qi shining brightly, mysterious dome pervasive, bound with purple lightning, carrying heaven's fate tribulation light, where he passes, myriad paths retreat, star sea counter flows, all beings bow their heads, group immortals retreat, none dare confront. At the pinnacle of divine fire star cliff, the everlasting star divine flame continued to fiercely burn, distorting and warping the void. That young fire jade phoenix tree continued to defiantly spread its branches and leaves amidst the fierce flames. The ancient ancestor blood tea, its body as vast as a star domain, like an eternal rock, sat at the peak of the star sea, its war blood long in a boiling state, akin to the blazing fire beside it. When Chu Zhang's figure suddenly appeared above the star cliff, blood tea's colossal eyes, like the revolution of the sun and moon, slowly opened and fell upon Chu Zhang. "You've come." Blood tea's voice was deep. "I thought you had faltered." His words carried a trace of disdain. The rumors from the outside about Jing Chu fearing to battle naturally had fallen into his ears during this decade-long wait. Chu Zhang stood in midair, his robe billowing loudly in the scorching fire wind. His expression was calm, looking at blood tea as if observing a dead thing. "Fear?" He shook his head slightly. "Letting you live 10 more years was already a gift." From the beginning to the end, he never regarded blood tea as significant. In the ancient histories of future generations, blood tea's name wouldn't even stir a ripple. For the entirety of time and space, blood tea's existence was inconsequential. Arrogant. Blood tea laughed in anger, his voice causing the entire star cliff to tremble. Boom. Battle exploded instantly. Blood tea didn't even rise, merely lifting a giant palm to cover Chu Zhang. That palm obscured heaven and earth, seemingly containing a condensed, fierce star domain within the heart, countless burning stars living and dying, the divine power accompanying it enough to crush myriad domains. The attack was an absolute force to overwhelm. Facing this earth-shattering palm, Chu Zhang advanced instead, raising a finger like a sword, chaos unfolding at his fingertip, and supreme Dao charm differentiating yin-yang against the pressing giant palm, gently slicing. Sizzle. A tiny yet incredibly clear crack appeared at the center of that giant palm, like the first ray of light that split heaven and earth, tearing chaos apart. Blood tea's palm-contained universe, imbued with endless divine power, was forcibly bisected by this finger, countless star phantoms mourning and collapsing. Chu Zhang's counterattack was understated, yet it instantly broke blood tea's momentum and shocked his heart. Blood tea's demeanor slightly hardened, putting aside his disdain, as his massive body suddenly stood up, towering like the blazing sun and stars, creating a sense of oppression that made the entire divine fire star cliff rumble. The war blood around him boiled completely, and the dark red smoke of qi and blood surged skyward, stirring the laws of the great universe. Die! Blood tea roared, both fists striking out, the force simple and brutal yet containing the utmost power. Wherever the fists went, the space returned to nothingness. This was ancestor might enough to pierce through space-time barriers. Chu Zhang's eyes slightly narrowed, as the Chaos Dharma form emerged behind him, locking time and space, dragging the divine fire star cliff into the long years of time. Then, he threw a punch to meet it. Within the fist seal was not mere strength, but the order of heaven and earth, the rules of the world, and heavenly might. Bang! The entire divine fire star cliff violently shook. The surface's undying divine flame was instantly suppressed by the terrifying shockwave, with more than half of it extinguished. From the collision point between the two as the center, a ring-shaped ripple of destruction rapidly spread, stirring vast ripples within the river of spacetime. Blood tea's massive body was actually shaken back several steps, crushing the void beneath him. The dark red skin of his fists cracked, seeping ancient ancestor true blood like lava. Impossible. Blood tea was momentarily in disbelief. He had remained unrivaled for ages, even martial ancestor Erosion's son could never have been his match. This era has never belonged to you, neither in the past nor in the future. Chu Jing whispered, transforming into a chaotic stream of light, encircling the massive physique of Blood Tea, his offensive like a tempest, slicing through ancestor skin with a blade finger, shattering immortal bones with a fist seal, and the law chains binding his war blood. All of Blood Tea's counterattacks were easily evaded by Chu Jing, while each of Chu Jing's moves left a precise, indelible Dao scar. Blood Tea roared continuously, wielding various astounding divine skills, mobilizing the power of the universe, and even calling forth the phantoms of ancient giant gods from the river of spacetime to aid in battle. This great battle did not last long. Within several rounds, Star Cliff crumbled, and the entire river of spacetime quaked, splitting into endless tributaries. Chu Jing quickly seized the flaw, consolidating his entire cultivation and heavenly fate authority into a single finger, like a determining divine needle, instantly penetrating the ancestor acupoint at Blood Tea's brow. Blood Tea's massive body suddenly stiffened, the fiery divine light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He opened his mouth as if to speak but ultimately made no sound. The towering divine body began to collapse inch by inch. The death knell buzzed throughout the great universe. Chu Jing's expression remained calm, feeling the vast heavenly fate pouring into his body, his muscles and bones slightly relaxed as he slowly sighed. The entire divine fire star cliff abruptly relaxed, the space-time barriers shattered, returning once more to the great universe. Where his gaze touched, Chu Jing's expression paused. A fire jade phoenix tree swayed at the edge of the battlefield, bearing the terrible energy shockwave. Its branches and leaves withered, yet miraculously survived. Insight flickered in Chu Jing's eyes, penetrating causation. A moment of understanding flashed in his eyes. He reached out to gently draw, concentrating the vast and majestic ancient ancestor true blood in his palm, preventing it from dissipating into the void, and slowly pouring it onto that parasol tree, which remained sturdy amidst the flames of war. The scalding, lava-like ancestor blood irrigated the fire jade-like trunk and leaves, emitting a sizzling sound. Yet did not harm it at all, instead being greedily absorbed. The parasol tree began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its branches and leaves became more crystal and brilliant. The tree trunk circulated a faint blood-golden luster, as if imbued with a certain ancient and powerful life imprint. For living creatures of the ancestral realm, everything is a supreme treasure, an unspeakable tonic. Chu Jing quietly watched this scene, his gaze growing deeper, raising his hand to retrieve the spine into his palm. The remains of the giant god clan were filled with treasures, the most precious being the divine marrow crystal in its spine. That was the essence of their chi and blood, able to be refined into the most top-tier warriors. As the strongest giant god, Blood Tea's divine marrow was sufficient to forge a world-shocking warrior. Within Chu Jing's sea of consciousness at the heart, two pupils hung beneath the Dao seed, observing the external scene just witnessed through his body, with a subtle flow of light in his eyes. Chu Jing's divine sense slightly stirred, detecting the weak fluctuations emanating from Fu Pinglan's eyes, as his emotions gradually returned to calm. Fu Pinglan is a key figure in the eternal grand scheme. Without him, many things would change. Now Chu Jing needs to guide Fu Pinglan, to further deepen his killing intent towards Xingqiu, so that the fruit of future generations can be facilitated. The ancient ancestor Blood Tea, this peerless existence once standing at the pinnacle of the great universe, intimidating the 10 clans, fell too quickly. In the confrontation with Chu Jing, within mere rounds, the once unmatched strongest of the universe fell. His vast ancestor blood like a star sea became nourishment for a divine wood. This news swept like a storm across the entire great universe, stirring tidal waves and causing the 10,000 races to shudder in awe, while the ancient ancestors were shocked. What filled many ancient existences with a chilling sense was that a strong ancestral realm observed the heaven and earth laws through secret technique and horror, discovering that not only Blood Tea but those ancient ancestors who had fallen prior, they carried what should have returned to heaven and earth to choose a new master after death, heavenly fate, all vanished without a trace, not a single sliver leaking away. In the great universe, recently, no creatures have broken through to the ancestral realm. This ironclad fact is enough to prove that the heavenly fate did not naturally circulate. Then there's only one terrifying possibility left. all this heavenly fate has been forcibly devoured and claimed by Jingqiu in an unprecedented way. Devouring heavenly fate, stealing the authority of the master of heavenly fortune, this is a forbidden act unheard of through the ages, and merely contemplating it causes unease among countless ancient existences. And now, having collected the heavenly fate from blood tea, Chu Jing, with 2/10 of the heavenly fate in hand, has fully acquired the absolute foundation to dominate all beings. He no longer hides, no longer lies in wait. For the first time, he truly steps into the view of all beings in the universe. Beyond the 9 layers of starry sky, in the midst of endless void and intersecting laws, he has with bare hands forged a Dao palace, which hangs glaringly at the edge of space-time, proclaiming his existence. This Dao palace is grand and solitary, with its great halls majestically suspended as if it has always been thus since time immemorial. The violent gangfeng above the 9 heavens, strong enough to tear apart immortal gold and divine iron, gently condenses around it into a glazed barrier, crystal clear, flowing with an almost dreamlike luster. The white jade pillars supporting the great hall reach into the clouds, naturally engraved with intricate Dao patterns, their clear radiance illuminating the entire hall. Spiritual mist-like light gauze flows freely within the great hall, at times gathering into clouds, at times dispersing into mist-like flowing haze, adding further to the otherworldly immortal atmosphere. Chu Jing sits cross-legged at the center of the great hall, his breath faintly resonating with the entire Dao palace, and even with the surrounding universal laws. He gazes calmly at the 2 floating eyeballs before him, dug out from the eyes of Fu Pinglan, containing a portion of his divine soul. Fu Pinglan, he spoke lightly. In an instant, bloodstains spread within the eyeballs, quivering violently. At Chu Jing's utterance of his name, Fu Pinglan's remaining consciousness revealed extreme shock. I come from future generations and have naturally seen you. I am well aware of your purpose in reversing time to try and kill me. Chu Jing's voice held not the slightest ripple. Before you are completely annihilated, watch closely by my side. I will show you what true ancient history is, what is destined. Before his words had even faded, a cold and formidable aura, unhindered, penetrated the glazed gangfeng barrier, appearing outside the Dao palace. Chu Jing's eyes moved slightly, looking towards the hall door, as a figure slowly stepped in, stirring a hint of surprise in his heart. The newcomer was draped in a robe woven of stars, with moonlight seemingly flowing with each step, enveloping their form in a clear radiance, their features exceptionally beautiful yet carrying an ancient, icy indifference. This was Yuanya, the ancestor of the Star Moon ancient clan. Jingqiu. Yuanya spoke slowly, her expression solemn, her voice like pearls rolling on a jade disc. At last, we meet. The moment they met, she clearly sensed the overwhelming, majestic surge of heavenly fate on Chu Jing, far surpassing the typical half-portion possessed by those of the ancestral realm, adding a layer of gravity to her icy demeanor. Chu Jing quietly observed her, this incarnation of the moonlight immortal ancestor from previous lives. The records of her in future generations were sparse. He was also unaware of exactly when and why Yuanya perished. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Why had she chosen to come to him? You stole the supreme treasure of my clan, instigated a dispute among the ancient clans, ignited a massacre as a tribulation. Logically, there should be grievances, not grace between us. Yuanya laid it out directly, her tone icy, but my brother Xingyan died because of blood tea. You killed blood tea, thus avenging my brother, this is a grace. She paused, looking straight into Chu Jing's deep eyes. You are too unusual. The Taoist orthodoxy of a Qi cultivator, unheard of, and now the human race is rising in strength. The second-fold immortal martial paths, together with the heavenly fate you bear, already account for half of the number. If nothing unexpected happens, the future should see the human race ruling the universe. I have come today simply to ask you one question. Yuanya's gaze gradually dimmed, a trace of indescribable sorrow flashing through her eyes. I want to know, having gathered such overwhelming Qi fortune in oneself, what are your intentions? When Yuanya fell silent, Chu Jing finally opened his mouth slowly, his voice calm. To wield heavenly fate, to reshape the universe, and redefine the order of yin and yang. This is his fundamental goal spanning ancient and modern times. his ambitions towering over the star sea. If that's the case. The last glimmer in Yuanga's eyes went out, replaced by a kind of complete relief. The half of heaven's fortune I have on me, take it. Her tone was mild, yet startling beyond measure. I'd been to the vast universe, found a trace of my brother's existence still lingering, but even if I were to pour all my living memories into it, what I obtained was nothing more than an empty shell, certainly not my brother. Since my brother is no more, I cannot bear to live alone in this desolate world. My fellow Daoist, I ask you to send me on my way. Consider this meager heavenly fate as an early congratulatory gift for your forthcoming perfection of accomplishment. This was not a plea, but an entrustment. Under such circumstances, the Star Moon Ancient clan was already in name only. To persist further would merely determine when, rather than if, they would meet their end. It was better for her to choose the heavenly fate's direction herself. Chu Zhang's gaze darkened slightly, without immediately responding. He separated a thread of divine sense, probing into the ever-flowing river of space-time, observing the flow and ripples of this period of history. This vast river moved on uninterrupted by Yuanga's decision at that moment, generating no significant waves or branches. Clearly, Yuanga offering her heavenly fate, even her demise, was within the realm of true history. It was a link that was destined to happen. The process might have slight deviations, but the direction of the grand trend was not mistaken. After a moment of silence, Chu Zheng no longer spoke unnecessarily. He slowly raised his hand. Within his palm, heavenly fate flowed, emitting an aura terrifying enough to command all the heavens. Yuanga closed her eyes. The moonlight clear radiance around her began to peel away of its own accord, slowly gathering. That mighty half-portion of heavenly fate transformed into a pure, dazzling stream of light, easily merging into Chu Zhang's palm. In an instant, her body disintegrated together, transforming into moonlight, and vanished without a trace. The bell chimed with a buzzing sound, exploding within the great universe, heralding the collapse of heavenly fate. The ancient ancestors from all quarters were increasingly alarmed and in a state of extreme anxiety, their minds shuddering fiercely. Chu Zheng slowly closed his palms, his gaze slightly narrowed. The final crucial piece of the puzzle has fallen into place here. The 2.5 portions of heavenly fate belonging to Daoist ancestor Jingchu have completely reached his hands. From this moment on, the structure of the great universe will undergo a complete transformation. Upon seeing this scene, the eyeball floating in Chu Zhang's sea of consciousness turned slightly red, with blood threads gradually emerging. Such a vast heavenly fate could nearly rival the Taoist orthodoxy of future generations, inevitably making people envious. Outside the Dao Palace, the layers of starry sky reflected by the glazed barrier became increasingly profound and unfathomable. The news of Yuanga voluntarily offering up half of heaven's fortune and then perishing with the collapse of Dao spread among many ancient ancestors, stirring up not mere ripples but overwhelming waves. The remaining ancient ancestors couldn't help but feel a bone-piercing chill rise from the depths of their hearts, filled with alarm and restlessness. Jingchu's methods have surpassed their understanding, and the 2.5 portions of heaven's fortune, which gather the strength of 5 ancient ancestors as one, render Jingchu's current combat power incomprehensible, even as they too stand in the ancestral realm. Compared to the outside world's clamor, the martial pavilion ancestral land seemed exceptionally quiet, yet beneath this calmness lay deeper anxiety and unease. A fluctuation occurred in the void, and the figure of Xueqing emerged from it with one step, her cold gaze sweeping across as she went directly to the uneasy Jun Huang. Her expression differed from her usual calm, carrying a trace of heaviness that couldn't be dispelled, with a haze hovering between her brows. Xueqing martial ancestor? Jun Huang immediately sensed her arrival and looked up, seeing Xueqing's face. His heart sank suddenly, and a strong premonition of misfortune arose instantly. He hurriedly put down the jade scroll in his hand and stood up, urgently asking, "Did something happen?" Ever since he couldn't get in touch with the sun-eroding cry, his heart had been hanging, filled with anxiety. Xueqing looked at the undisguised worry in Jun Huang's eyes, shook her head slightly, her movements gentle. She did not directly answer Jun Huang's question but raised her palm. In her palm, a golden sphere of light, dense to the extreme, radiating a magnificent martial force and vast heavenly fate, slowly appeared. Within that sphere of light, it seemed as though countless miniature martial divine forms were galloping and roaring, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth laws. It was the half-portion of martial arts heavenly fortune from the sun-eroding cry. This portion of heavenly fortune was voluntarily stripped by the sun-eroding cry, containing not only heavenly fortune but also his many insights into the martial path. For a martial cultivator, this was undoubtedly a ladder to the heavens, sufficient to forge a martial ancestor. This is the heavenly fate left by your mentor. Xue Qing's voice was calm, gently pushing the golden sphere of light into Jun Huang's brow. His life is temporarily unthreatened, you needn't worry too much. She paused, seeing Jun Huang's eyes widen instantly, and continued, now, I will temporarily oversee the situation at the martial pavilion. You should focus on entering the ancestor realm, which is also your mentor's wish. Jun Huang stood as if struck by lightning, dazed on the spot, looking at the blazing heavenly fate in his mind, and for a moment, his brain went blank. My mentor's heavenly fate, given to me? Unharmed? Temporarily? Countless thoughts arose instantly in the depths of his mind, but they couldn't stop that trace of uncontrollable joy. This is the heavenly fate, the opportunity to enter the ancestor realm. His expression turned somewhat dazed, as if he were in a fantastical dream, as if among the clouds. When he forcibly regained his senses from this enormous impact, he found that Xue Qing's figure had already disappeared, as if she had never appeared. Only the golden sphere of light suspended above his sea of consciousness and the boiling war blood within him due to the proximity of heavenly fate clearly told him that all of this was real. Feeling the aura emitted by that vast heavenly fate, Jun Huang's body trembled slightly, his eyes flickering vigorously. This aura was akin yet vastly superior to himself, uniquely belonging to the source of martial arts. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, reaching the peak of complexity. Although he felt a faint worry about his mentor's predicament, he couldn't deny that at this moment, his heart was more filled with uncontrollable joy. He could enter the ancestor realm. This joy, stemming from instinct, was like scorching magma, breaking through the dam of reason, surging upward, causing an uncontrollable hint of a smile to appear on his face. With heavenly fate in hand, the ancestor realm was no longer an unattainable dream, no longer a remote hope requiring endless epochs to await. As long as he opened his heart and merged with the heavenly fate, he could ascend to a higher realm, stepping into that echelon standing at the pinnacle of the universe. He did not hesitate at all, immediately sitting cross-legged, beginning to integrate heavenly fate, slowly advancing towards the ancestor realm. Xue Qing concealed herself in the void, watching Jun Huang's face unable to suppress the joy. Her heart felt slightly cold, shaking her head slightly, turning to leave. If one's heart is unsettled, it is difficult to merge with heavenly fate all at once, it requires at least a period of calm. However, it was evident that compared to entering the ancestor realm, the safety of the sun-eroding cry was not as significant to Jun Huang. In his heart, how the sun-eroding cry would fare without heavenly fate did not concern him in the slightest. This was Jun Huang's nature, which, before heavenly fate, could not be concealed or hidden. After entrusting sun-eroding cry's heavenly fate to Jun Huang, Xue Qing did not linger in the ancestral land for long. She knew well that as Jingqiu flamboyantly established the Dao Palace beyond the 9 heavens, continuously devouring heavenly fate, the balance of the universe was utterly broken, and a greater storm was brewing. The martial pavilion would inevitably be drawn into the vortex's center. Xue Qing slowly left the core area of the ancestral land, her gaze sweeping over the expansive territory of the martial pavilion. She must quickly stabilize the inner workings of the martial pavilion, consolidate battle strength to face an unpredictable future. Immediately, in the name of martial ancestor, Xue Qing issued many decrees, actively restraining the martial pavilion's external forces from waging war, ordering all departments to retract defenses, striving to avoid large-scale conflicts with the Immortal Court, Giant God Clan, and other ancient clan forces, attempting to temporarily quell the escalating local skirmishes in the great universe, to win a precious respite for all living beings. However, purely defending and evading battle is not a long-term solution, enhancing strength is fundamental. While stabilizing the situation, she set her sights on the true foundation of the martial pavilion. Inheritance. She truly utilized the ancient Dao transmission road, with supreme force, combined with her understanding of space-time, forcibly stabilized, and expanded this path of time. She then meticulously selected a batch of determined minds, solid foundations, martial cultivators stuck at the peak of Upper Realm Great Saint for many years, personally guarding them, using her own cultivation as guidance, sending a wisp of divine sense from these great saints into this ancient space-time road. At first, it was somewhat perilous, with divine sense of great saints occasionally being torn apart by sudden space-time turbulence, or injured during clashes with fragments of past and future martial will. Xueqing spared no cost of her origin, repeatedly stabilizing the passage, accumulating experience, protecting their divine sense, and soon there were successes. Gradually, miracles began to occur. These strong great saints often lacked not the accumulation of heritage, but the final step of opportunity, a deeper understanding of the essence of martial arts. And the ancient space-time road provided precisely such a precious opportunity to exchange across time with martial strongmen. Discussing the Tao with martial sages of different times or those who came later, although unable to communicate truly, the ideological clash across time inspired innumerable sparks. In the martial pavilion for a time, unusual phenomena blossomed, breakthrough auras rising one after another. Great saints initially stuck before the space-time domain each seized that moment of enlightenment, breaking through long-standing boundaries of their own realm, stepping into the threshold of the space-time domain. Inside the martial pavilion, the number of strong ones in the space-time domain began to increase drastically at an astonishing speed. Maintaining the ancient Dao transmission road was no easy task. Xueqing often felt her strength insufficient, but fortunately, her recovery power was extraordinary, thus barely sustaining it. Such a large-scale breakthrough, especially involving the sensitive space-time laws, generated celestial phenomena and law fluctuations that could not be entirely concealed. Soon, many ancient clans detected the anomaly from the direction of the martial pavilion. One after another, hidden and powerful divine senses probed cautiously towards the territory of the martial pavilion, attempting to uncover the truth. Although Xueqing had long laid numerous prohibitions, the news about the ancient Dao transmission road still spread slowly, as if on wings. The impact brought by the news of the ancient Dao transmission road is no less than Jingchu's severing of the ancestor devouring fortune. Enhancing the strength of existing powerful entities and making masses of space-time domain experts, this capability, in the current chaotic times, unquestionably greatly influences the cosmic conflict. Especially for powers with only one ancient ancestor, when the number of top-tier forces is equal, the more experts that enter the space-time domain, the greater the advantage in the Dao war. This is undeniable. After all, if all the clansmen perish, seeking a successor to carry on the heavenly destiny becomes futile, much like the Star Moon ancient clan previously. Xueqing and the martial pavilion were inadvertently thrust into the limelight due to the emergence of the ancient space-time road, becoming the focus of attention across all universal forces. Within the Immortal Court, Su Daoyu, Feng Qingyi, and Yun Tianji, the three immortal ancestors, convened and began their research synchronously. This method virtually pointed them toward a path worthy of exploration. There is no reason in this world why the martial path can achieve what the immortal path cannot. Amid the tumult caused by the ancient Dao transmission road and the scrutiny and suspicion from various forces, Xueqing did not overly distract herself with concern. The news is inherently difficult to conceal. These are not matters that require immediate priority at the moment. The majority of her mind remained deeply immersed in perfecting and exploring the ancient Dao transmission road. Establishing and maintaining this time-transcending passage imposed an extremely heavy burden on her. Each time guiding the divine sense of those great saints of martial path into it required her own cultivation and space-time enlightenment as an anchoring point to resist omnipresent space-time turbulence and law rejection. She urgently needed to discover some methods to share this pressure, enabling the road that promises to change the destiny of the martial path to operate more stably and lastingly. This was never something that could be achieved single-handedly. For now, she could only just barely sustain it. As she focused on comprehending, attempting to find optimization methods within the law origin of spacetime. A subtle wave suddenly aroused her vigilance. This fluctuation was not from external scrutiny nor internal disturbances of the ancient spacetime road, but originated from the depths of her own Dao seed, as if something silently adhered to it. Xueqing's heart trembled. She immediately gathered all her attention, beginning to examine herself inch by inch, from the circulation of qi and blood to divine sense, from martial arts battle patterns to the connection points with the spacetime law, missing no minute detail. Only after a long time did she finally capture the true source of that unusual fluctuation at a nexus closely tied to her heavenly fate, connecting to the river of spacetime. It was an extremely weak fragment of consciousness. Xueqing recognized it, heavenly destiny true spirit. Long ago, when she was still shallow in cultivation, she had briefly interacted with it. At the time, the heavenly destiny true spirit had proposed to merge with her, capable of killing and nourishing, gathering heavenly fate, but she declined due to caution. Unexpectedly, a part of it had remained hidden within her. She had been completely unaware until now. Upon realizing it was discovered, the heavenly destiny true spirit once again conveyed indistinct intentions. It perceived what Xueqing was doing, expressing willingness to assist her in perfecting the ancient Dao transmission road, sharing the pressure of maintaining its stability. Xueqing's face revealed a thoughtful expression, her eyes flickering with contemplation. The heavenly destiny true spirit before her inevitably reminded her of Xingqiu's previous act of seizing the heavenly fate. Perhaps the reason Xingqiu could achieve that was due to the heavenly destiny true spirit. Yet, despite considering for a long time, she remained highly vigilant, unable to let her guard down. But the pressure of the ancient Dao transmission road was indeed dire, making her feel isolated in her efforts. Gaining this assistance would undoubtedly speed up further improvements. After pondering for a long time, Xueqing decided to attempt in limited scope. She did not fully relax her guard but instead erected a divine sense barrier, isolating the heavenly destiny true spirit from herself. Then, she cautiously guided the strand of its consciousness, attempting to connect with the law core of the ancient Dao transmission road. Unexpectedly, the process was exceptionally smooth. The heavenly destiny true spirit seemed to have profound expertise in both heavenly fortune power and spacetime law, gently adjusting those complex and chaotic spacetime nodes within the road's framework, optimizing law circulation in an intricate way Xueqing hadn't imagined, quickly stabilizing the ancient Dao transmission road. With the assistance of heavenly destiny true spirit, Xueqing immediately felt a radical reduction in pressure. The road, which previously required her to expend significant mental energy to keep stable, now became much more even. She no longer had to divert too much focus, allowing her to sustain its existence and guide more great saints into it. Furthermore, she could start attempting to extend the road to more distant past and future, her vision increasingly broadened. As time passed, in a flash, over 1,000 years elapsed. With the help of heavenly destiny true spirit, the Martial Pavilion's ancient Dao transmission road ran increasingly smoothly, cultivating more powerful entities at the Martial Monarch and Martial Emperor level, with numerous strong beings arising. The Martial Pavilion's overall strength subtly advanced to a significantly higher level, and Xueqing's vigilance towards the heavenly destiny true spirit slightly softened as time progressed and cooperation deepened. However, just when everything seemed to proceed in a favorable direction, Xueqing's increasingly profound cultivation and keen perception of the heavenly destiny origin gradually noticed something amiss. This anomaly did not originate from the ancient Dao transmission road itself, but stemmed from a broader, more fundamental layer. The entire martial past chi fortune seems to be undergoing some subtle changes. In the past, although the martial arts' heavenly fortune originated from the same source, Xueqing could clearly sense that each piece of martial arts' heavenly fortune was still relatively independent, with a natural invisible barrier between them. It was like trees growing separately within a forest, their roots intertwining but ultimately remaining independent entities. Yet now, Xueqing keenly notices that this barrier, which has persisted through countless ages, is dissipating at an extremely slow pace. The whole martial arts' heavenly fortune seems to be infused with a peculiar adhesive, shifting from scattered sand and individual trees towards a more tightly knit and unified whole. As if some unseen mystic force is secretly urging all martial arts' heavenly fortunes to be twisted into a single rope. The most noticeable change is the significantly heightened cultivation speed of cultivators over the years. This is particularly evident among those who have reached the Great Saint Domain and above. The feeling is more intense, as if there is a mystic force assisting their cultivation. Xueqing developed a sense of foreboding, and she immediately thought of the existence of the heavenly destiny true spirit. It was at this moment, as if sensing Xueqing's awareness and doubts, the long-dormant heavenly destiny true spirit once again took the initiative to approach Xueqing. You should have already sensed it. The heavenly destiny true spirit's intent directly entered Xueqing's heart and mind, clearer than before, calm and indifferent, yet it made Xueqing feel an inexplicable chill. Xueqing condensed her mind and asked directly, "What are you planning to do? What benefit is there to you in merging the martial arts' heavenly fortune?" Dispersed heavenly fortunes are like scattered stars, with weak light. Only by unifying them can they illuminate eternity and resist the apocalypse. Your deeds are but minor paths, only by the heavenly fortunes becoming one can the martial path be eternal. Become one? Xueqing caught the key point, frowning. Become one with whom? You? What is this apocalypse you speak of? A slight ripple emerged in the heavenly destiny true spirit's intent, heavenly fortune, the guide of order, unifying not with me but with the martial path itself, converging with that destined to hold all, the master of heavenly fortune. If you merge with me, then in the future, you will be the master of heavenly fortune. The impending apocalypse will overturn the great universe and reduce eternity to emptiness. Only by becoming the master of heavenly fortune can one transcend the calamity and seek survival. Clearly, even at this moment, it has not relinquished the idea of fully merging with Xueqing. Xueqing, hearing this, did not respond and temporarily cut off contact with the heavenly destiny true spirit, falling into contemplation. For now, the heavenly destiny true spirit remains under her control, but the problem is that this may not be the only heavenly destiny true spirit. Moreover, she knows well that the other ancient ancestors might not refuse the heavenly destiny true spirit's offer. That is the master of heavenly fortune. Master of 10,000 spirits, 2 realms only venerate, peak of Dao, what kind of temptation is this for a living creature? If the heavenly destiny true spirit falls into the hands of the other ancient ancestors, it would surely trigger a massive upheaval and resurrect the calamity of slaughter. After thinking for a while, Xueqing sent a message to Jingqiu about the heavenly destiny true spirit matter, seeking his opinion. Soon, a reply came back, consisting of only 4 words. Let nature take its course. Looking at the reply, Xueqing slightly frowned, questioning the meaning behind it. The outer heaven Dao Palace, suspended at the pinnacle of the 9 layers of starry sky, outside the glazed barrier lies the eternal aura and flowing mist. Inside the palace, a perpetual silence persists. Xuzheng sat cross-legged at the center of the grand hall, his aura integrated with the entire Dao Palace, and even the void outside, unperturbed. At this moment, he frowned deeply, his expression was filled with confusion. Now, most of his consciousness has long been freed from the constraints of the present spacetime, like a detached observer, focusing entirely on that constantly surging river of spacetime running through eternity. His gaze followed countless causal lines flickering, observing every subtle change, especially those critical nodes connected to the records of true history. Since traversing spacetime, reaching ancient times, battling ancient ancestors, accepting heavenly fortunes, orchestrating immortal martial arts, and propelling the grand trend. Up until now, everything seemingly has gone surprisingly smoothly, even more than anticipated, aligning perfectly with the trajectory of the true history passed through latter generations. Many seemingly dangerous variables eventually peculiarly smoothed over, returning to the righteous path. Next, as long as procedures are followed, establishing the boundary, then emerging victorious in the ultimate battle destined to end all ancient time conflicts. I would have completed my intended path, finished all that needed to be done. Xuzheng muttered the steps in his heart. Establishing the boundary and isolating the 2 realms is the cornerstone of ensuring future stability. And that final battle, according to the causal path shown by the river of spacetime, as long as no major deviation occurs, the outcome is predetermined. He, Daoist ancestor Xingqiu, will be the ultimate victor, heralding the aftermath of immortal martial arts and all heavens and realms. Everything appears clear, the road beneath his feet. Yet, there's always a nagging sense of stagnation in his heart hard to express. It feels like some essential link forgotten in Providence or a joint point that should be opened remains blocked. This premonition is mysterious, without a root source, akin to a meticulously woven tapestry where each thread is vibrant and positioned correctly, but he perceives there's one crucial, overall strength-determining hidden thread not yet pierced through the needle's eye. The battle at the end of ancient times, as long as the river of spacetime does not experience violent disruptions and the causality lines do not twist into fractures, victory is inevitable. As for the establishment of the boundary, once the cosmic situation becomes clearer and the chief fortune of second-fold immortal martial thoroughly suppresses other Taoist orthodoxy, it should proceed without too much hindrance, relying on the heavenly fate and absolute strength he holds. Then comes the layout within the universe. Everything is on the right track. But where exactly did it go wrong? Chu Zhang's consciousness repeatedly roams through the river of spacetime, scanning every possible causality segment related to himself from the past to the future. He sees Shui Qing constructing the ancient spacetime road within the martial pavilion, sees Jun Huang fusing heavenly fate and retreating to break through to the ancestral realm, sees Yin Tianji of the immortal court consolidating power, and sees other ancient ancestors either uniting or hiding in fear. Underneath the appearance, there seems to be no anomalies. The torrent of history is carrying all living creatures towards that predetermined endpoint. However, as the huge turning point in the river of spacetime marking the end of ancient times draws near, the inexplicable sense of discord within Chu Zhang grows not weaker, but increasingly clearer. It's like a drop of ink blending into a bowl of clear water, not immediately darkening everything, yet indicating some unknown permeation and change. Chu Zhang slowly opens his eyes, his gaze penetrating the Dao Palace, looking down at the vast and chaotic star sea, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee, breath turning heavier, echoing in the silent hall. Suddenly, a flash of insight hits him, realizing something amiss. That battle at the end of ancient times, Xingqiu won, but how exactly was it won? Chu Zhang furrows his brows slightly, sifting through layers of memories in his mind. After a while, a flicker sparks in his eyes, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Nothing. His memory holds no clues about that battle. Only results, no process. He missed some critical information, perhaps his memory was obscured by that little Taoist. The situation of the great universe seems stirred by an invisible hand, though surface disputes seem to calm, in reality, undertows grow increasingly turbulent. The previous fall of the ancient ancestor blood tea was akin to the collapse of an eternal divine mountain for the giant god clan. The impact is indescribable. Now, the giant god clan, although still holding a substantial portion of heavenly fate, behaves like a frightened bird, completely restraining their previous domineering spirit across the star sea. Except for the few formidable figures guarding the cosmic edge, unable to move lightly, the rest of the clan withdraw deeply into the ancestral land star domain, activating layers of ancient forbidden technique, like stubborn stones in the deep sea, silently dormant, afraid to emerge easily. While the giant god clan's influence gradually wanes, significant change is occurring within the immortal court. Driven by Yun Tianji's full effort, the embryonic form of the immortal Dao transmission ancient road spreads at an astonishing pace, almost evolving daily with constant updates. Aided by the immortal Dao transmission ancient road, numerous top immortal kings within the immortal court successively step into the realm of immortal monarch, with rapidly soaring strength. This action greatly raises Yun Tianji's prestige within the immortal court, like the sun at noon. Soon, at the grand summit gathering all core high-level figures of the immortal court, Yun Tianji is formally honored as the lord of the immortal court, wielding supreme power, with myriad immortals worshipping and auspicious signs abounding. After ascending to the position of Immortal Dao Venerable, Yun Tianji's first major act is a radical change. He announces to the great universe the renaming of the Immortal Court to the Immortal Alliance, with the implication of all immortals forming an alliance, jointly studying the great Dao, intending to break old barriers and invite strong clans other than the 10 great ancient clans to join the grand endeavor. Soon after, he conducts an act that leaves many ancient clans flabbergasted, myriad realms convergence, intending to forge the sources of numerous great realms under his control into one with supreme immortal law, creating an unprecedented, immortal Dao-dominant great immortal realm. Under his commands, the entire Immortal Alliance abides. In the starry sky, countless worlds slowly converge under the pull of the laws, with boundary walls merging, spiritual energy surging, a grand blueprint of an immortal Dao holy land unfolds gradually. In a snap, another millennium passes. Outside the 9 heavens, within the Dao palace suspended in the glazed gang foam, Chu Jing, who sits in silence, suddenly opens his eyes. A slight frown forms between his brows, with a barely noticeable ripple emanating from his calmly circulating heavenly fate. Most of his divine sense remains attached to the river of spacetime, monitoring its direction. It's just now that he clearly perceives a ripple in the river of spacetime, faintly indicating the emergence of branching streams. Chu Zhang's gaze focuses intently, instantly commencing deduction, quickly integrating all transformations within the great universe into his perception, extracting the causality line causing the change. The source is the Immortal Alliance, originating from the causality upheaval triggered by the creation of that great immortal realm. After a thorough investigation, Chu Jing understood the cause and effect. As the starting place of Yun Tianji's initial rise, the near-immortal realm has many of his core direct lineage, all originating from the near-immortal realm. Now, he intends to incorporate the near-immortal realm into the great immortal realm's territory, which is quite normal. But for Chu Jing, this is clearly unacceptable. The near-immortal realm is not only the starting point of his path in this world, but also the key spacetime node connecting the existence of the future Tsungyun realm. If allowed to merge into the great immortal realm, its causality line will inevitably be thoroughly assimilated, completely covered, everything in the future will collapse like a sand tower, ceasing to exist. For him, this is absolutely not tolerable. Chu Jing immediately gathered his divine sense and transformed it into an invisible message, crossing the endless star sea, heading straight to the core of the Immortal Alliance, meet at the near-immortal realm. Near-immortal realm, lower realm. In the depths of a rarely visited mountain range, there lies a serene place. At the mouth of the valley, there is a natural maze formation, inaccessible to those without destiny. The tranquil valley is shrouded in spiritual mist, with a cold pond as clear as a mirror. The scenery within the valley is completely different from the outside world, with streams flowing gently, ancient trees reaching the sky, and strange flowers and grass emitting tranquil fragrances, spiritual energy forming mist, as if it were a paradise. A naturally formed green stone is placed in the valley's center, surrounded by mottled rock walls bearing marks of ancient times. The void ripples slightly, and the figure of Chu Jing silently appears beside the green stone. His gaze sweeps across the familiar scenes of the valley, his fingertips gently brushing the cold patterns on the stone platform, his expression calm. He once sat here for 40 years, and it was here that Xueqing severed the Dao connection with him, leading to their separate paths. With a breath, another ray of light descends, revealing the figure of Yun Tianji, now the leader of the Immortal Alliance, wearing an immortal robe, exuding elegance, and surrounded by authority. Upon seeing Chu Jing, his eyes slightly move, his gaze sweeping across the valley. Such a serene place, fellow Daoist has indeed found a good spot. After speaking, Yun Tianji raised his hand, creating a jade table out of thin air, with a furnace of spiritual tea floating in the void, the water boiling without fire beneath. The two sat opposite each other, Yun Tianji pouring tea with a raised hand. "Please, fellow Daoist." Chu Jing drank the tea in one gulp, without much small talk, going straight to the point. "Your desire to create a great immortal realm is grand, but the near-immortal realm must remain as it is, not to be integrated." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianji was first slightly startled, then chuckled. "I wondered what the matter was. This realm is your homeland, and it also has the qi refining lineage's inheritance. In the vast star sea, it's just a corner. If you wish, I will immediately order the Immortal Alliance's cultivators to withdraw and give this realm to you." In his view, the ownership of a great realm is insignificant to them at their current level, not worth mentioning. Chuzheng slowly shook his head, denying, "It's not about taking possession, my intention is to maintain the status quo. Immortal path cultivators need not withdraw, and the mundane living creatures can follow their natural course." "Why is that?" Yun Tianji's smile faded slightly, with some suspicion. "The resources of the near immortal realm are not abundant, nor is the spiritual energy supreme. To the great immortal realm, it's just a drop in the ocean. That Chuzheng neither seeks its sovereignty nor allows integration, indeed perplexing him." His gaze deep, a trace of doubt arose quietly. Could there be a hidden secret in this realm unknown even to him? Chuzheng naturally sensed the undercurrents in Yun Tianji's mind, but he could not articulate the causality of future generations, only speaking in a deep voice. "This realm is deeply entangled with me, cannot be altered, and the reasons are inconvenient to elaborate. Please, fellow Daoist, fulfill this." The more understated Chuzheng was, the deeper Yun Tianji's doubts grew, instantly thinking of many possibilities. Zhengqiu is such a character that everything he does shakes the heavens and the earth, and if a great realm did not have hidden secrets, how could it hold his attention so? Could it be related to heavenly fate? The valley fell into a brief silence, only the cold pond not far away stirred gentle ripples by the light breeze. Yun Tianji tapped his fingers lightly on the jade platform, quickly weighing things in his mind. In Chu Zhang's perception, the river of spacetime surged as Yun Tianji's current thoughts split into numerous tributaries, causing turbulent waves in the passage of time. Moments later, Yun Tianji finally nodded, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and readily said, "If so, it shall be as the fellow Daoist says, under the Immortal Alliance's command, the near-immortal realm will remain untouched, everything as it was. It's unwise to create a rift with Chuzheng over the ownership of an ordinary-seeming great realm, especially if the near-immortal realm harbors a shocking secret. Once the grand plan is set, it might still be possible to take action slowly." Seeing the agreement, Chuzheng glanced at the gradually calming river of spacetime. Without speaking further, he smoothly guided the conversation toward a deeper scheme. "The matter of the near-immortal realm is small. Inviting the fellow Daoist today involves another matter concerning the cosmic grand strategy." His eyes blazing, looking at Yun Tianji, "I wish to establish a boundary, completely isolating the universe's borders, eliminating forever the disturbance of the Yin God and evil demons." "Boundary?" Yun Tianji's pupils contracted, his expression turning solemn. "This proposal is ancient, but the rift at border Desolation connects to the void, where evil things originate from the shadows of the great Tao, endlessly regenerating. Since ancient times, countless sages have tried, even placing seals that could not withstand the trials of time, soon eroded and collapsed. This matter is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Mentioning the universe's border Desolation, Yun Tianji's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "It's exactly because of the endless border issues that more than half of the top-level combat power of the great universe is held back, making the current Dao struggle impossible to conclude completely. Now, only a scant few from the ancestral realm can move freely. If the Dao struggle becomes too intense, it will easily cause disturbances between two realms. By then, the invasion of evil demons would result in a Pyrrhic victory, possibly causing the entire great universe to topple and all living creatures to perish." Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng, however, was full of confidence. "If we gather all the heavenly destiny of the great universe and use the 100 ancestor blood seal to forge an eternal barrier spanning the border Desolation, it may be achievable. Once Jun Huang enters the ancestral realm and the martial pavilion's heavenly destiny is complete, the three of us can lead the way, gather the heavenly destiny origin, and accomplish this." His tone paused, voice deepening a bit. "However, to gather all heavenly fate, internal troubles must first be resolved. The giant god clan and true dragon bloodline control 2.5 parts of heavenly fate, their momentum reined in, yet their hearts unsatisfied. This must be settled first for heavenly fate to become one." Yun Tianji's eyes suddenly brightened. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. "Friend, your intention at the moment is to make a move against these two clans. But the defense at the cosmic edge is crucial. If we move rashly, the front line might be compromised. The responsibility of the border Desolation, I will temporarily take on myself." Chu Jing declared decisively, without hesitation, I will personally go to the border Desolation, temporarily take on the duty of guarding it, enough to stabilize the situation. Once the internal troubles are cleared, and the heavenly fate gathers, it will be time for the boundary to be established. Now, the turning point of the river of spacetime is near, and each having only 1.5 tenths of the heavenly fate, the progress of the second-fold Immortal Marshal is far behind expectations. Because of his reasons, several ancient clans have clearly restrained themselves a lot, making the Daos struggles difficult to arise. The scheme of the boundary is not only to ward off external troubles but also a crucial step to completely integrate the scattered heavenly fate, guiding it towards the predetermined historical trajectory. The pace must be accelerated. Time waits for no one. Hearing these words, Yun Tianji's last trace of concern vanished, replaced by an overpowering ambition. He had long been intolerant of the current stalemate. Although the Immortal Alliance was thriving, internally there were disobedient clans hindering it, externally there were border troubles constraining it. Only by sweeping away all obstacles with the force of thunder could a truly flourishing immortal path be established. Good. Yun Tianji nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering with a sharp light. Then, as you suggest, the entire Immortal Alliance will surely give their utmost assistance, together achieving this eternal feat. As for whether Jun Huang would choose to attend to the bigger picture, Yun Tianji said no more. He had suppressed the sun-eroding cry, and the relationship between him and Jun Huang had long become irreconcilable. But these were none of his concern. This was something Jingchu needed to consider. With the tea gone cold, the people dispersed. The two figures successively merged into the void. The valley returned to tranquility, as if no one had ever disturbed it. In the Star Sea, Yun Tianji looked back in the direction of the near immortal realm, slightly furrowing his brows. Jingchu's attachment to this realm was far more than just feelings of his homeland. There must be something unusual. But for now, he still needed to leverage his power. Once the giant god and true dragon bloodline were cleared, and the heavenly fate had all found its master, once the boundary was established, it would not be too late to consider these matters. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky rotated, and thousands of years passed. The situation in the great universe gradually stabilized. The strength of the human race grew greater. As a domineering and blazing blood chi surged skyward from the depths of the martial pavilion ancestral land, heralding the birth of yet another martial Dao ancient ancestor. Jun Huang, breaking through and becoming Qingzu. After consolidating his realm, he directly came out and went straight to find Snow Qing, who was stationed at the martial pavilion. Not until this moment, with the situation somewhat settled, could Jun Huang attend to the previous concerns he had suppressed and came to inquire about the whereabouts of the sun-eroding cry. Snow Qing looked at the Jun Huang before her, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she honestly told him the news of sun-eroding cry being suppressed by Yun Tianji. Upon learning that his master had not perished but was suppressed, Jun Huang's face instantly turned cold. The blood chi of ancestral realm, which had just calmed, seemed on the verge of boiling. He did not question but fell into a long silence. After a while, he slightly bowed to Snow Qing, silently turning to leave. At the first moment after Jun Huang left seclusion, a message from the outer heaven Dao palace of the nine heavens fell in front of him. It was an invitation from Jingchu. After receiving this message, Jun Huang did not ponder for long before directly arriving at this heaven beyond heaven. Within the Dao palace, the glazed barrier radiated with brilliance, its clear light unchanged. Chu Jing sat cross-legged in the hall, watching Jun Huang, whose blood chi had become as profound as the abyss, stride in, his expression calm and unperturbed. You have entered the ancestral realm and are qualified to know everything. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. Jun Huang stood in the hall, meeting Chu Jing's gaze, his eyes sharp as a blade. He was silent for a long time, suppressing the turmoil within him, and spoke slowly, his tone deep. I have only one question. Does my master have any worries of life? Chu Jing looked into his storm-repressing eyes and slowly said, rest assured, his life is not in danger. You will travel to the vast universe much earlier than he can be freed. It should be said that none of the living creatures of this era can survive until the sun-eroding cry escapes. Jun Huang's pupils contracted slightly, but he did not pursue further details, just slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, they were almost indifferent in their stillness. If that's the case, then there's nothing else. He paused, then continued, my master has instructed many times before, I understand his meaning 8 or 9-fold, I will take charge of the martial pavilion, do what I must do, and continue the martial path. Jun Huang's calm reaction brought a faint surprise to Chu Zheng's eyes. He had thought Jun Huang would have more doubts or fury. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zheng refrained from more words and directly revealed matters concerning the boundary of the universe's future. Upon hearing that all heavenly fate needed to be gathered to forge an eternal wall to ward off border troubles, and the immortal marshal needed to join forces to clear the remaining obstacles, Jun Huang's eyes fiercely flickered a few times, but soon returned to stillness. He did not hesitate at all, nodding in agreement. Since it is the trend of the times, the martial pavilion will naturally do its best. His words indicated that he had already regarded himself as the master of the martial pavilion. Chu Zheng did not mind, nodding. During the period of Daos struggle, I will oversee the cosmic edge, clearing any worries for you and the Immortal Alliance, so you can act freely. Thank you, Daoist ancestor Jingqiu. Jun Huang cupped his hands in salute, his expression calm, and turned to leave. He returned all the way to the martial pavilion, and again came before Snow Qing, cutting straight to the point. Snow Qing, martial ancestor, master is no longer in the martial pavilion, I am his only disciple, the trivial matters of the martial pavilion should rightfully be inherited by me, from now on, you can rest. Snow Qing's expression was startled, this was an undisguised seizure of power. However, she was not surprised that Jun Huang would do this. After pondering for a moment, Xueqing nodded and transferred all affairs of the martial pavilion, but retained the ancient Dao transmission road. It was not that she was unwilling to hand over the ancient Dao transmission road, but because she did not want Jun Huang to be associated with the heavenly destiny true spirit. Given her understanding of Jun Huang's nature, if he were to merge with the heavenly destiny true spirit, the entire great universe might face a great calamity. Jun Huang did not pay too much attention to this ancient road, as he now had more important matters to attend to. After clarifying the current martial powers foundation within the martial pavilion, he immediately convened all martial monarchs and martial emperors who had stepped into the space-time domain to deliberate, starting to marshal the martial army, pointing swords at the giant god clan. Are you going to war? Detecting Jun Huang's intentions, Xueqing frowned immediately. The great universe had just managed to be peaceful for a while, but seeing Jun Huang's intentions, it seemed like he was going to stir up strife again. If Snow Qing martial ancestor has doubts, you can ask Daoist ancestor Jingqiu, as this is also his intention. Jun Huang's expression was calm as he spoke lightly, your relationship with him is obviously closer than mine. Hearing this, Xueqing tore through the void, heading straight out to the 9 heavens. However, within the Dao Palace, it was already empty. Once the plan was set, Chu Zheng wasted no time. Shortly after Jun Huang left, his figure disappeared from the Dao Palace, and in the next instant, he had crossed the endless star domain, directly appearing in that region of law chaos at the cosmic border Desolation. When his vast aura descended upon the border Desolation, all the ancient ancestors guarding the pillars of light were shocked, looking on in amazement. Jingqiu? How did he come here? Compared to before, he seems to have grown even stronger. Before these ancient ancestors, whose alarms were blaring in their minds, could react, urgent warning transmissions came from the direction of each of their ancestral lands. The Immortal Alliance army and the Martial Pavilion elites, under the direct leadership of Yun Tianji and Jun Huang, launched a surprise attack, targeting the core ancestral lands of many ancient clans. The intention was clear, to force them to leave the cosmic borderlands and return to aid their clans. Chu Zheng calmly glanced over the ancient ancestors in front of him, whose expressions had drastically changed, and spoke lightly, his voice clearly spreading throughout the border Desolation. Your ancestral lands are in distress, it would be wise to return quickly to assist. I alone will guard this border Desolation. Hearing this, many ancient ancestors quickly reacted, their anger instantly ignited, and they shouted out angrily, does the human race not fear extinction by acting this way? The Golden Crow ancestor let out an angry howl, flames seething in his eyes, as the Immortal Alliance had torn up the previous joint alliance agreement and targeted the Golden Crow's ancestral land. Xingqiu, even if you are strong, guarding the border Desolation alone is too arrogant. A middle-aged man wrapped in the heavenly prison map whispered with a warning in his tone, if the border Desolation falls, and the cosmos overturns, do you think you can remain unscathed? If evil demons run rampant, your kin, old friends, and dependents. At this point, the supreme sect leader of the three prisons sect paused. As they knew, Xingqiu was indeed a lone wolf, without even a disciple, and the only one with connections. Xueqing was also a martial ancestor. For a moment, many ancient ancestors glanced at each other, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, the foundation of their ancestral lands was more important, and they gritted their teeth, tore through space, and fled to return to aid. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling and brutal border desolate battlefront became extraordinarily quiet. Yan Qi and Su Daoyu, their eyes complex, had also received transmissions and were aware of the situation. They said little, saluted, and similarly turned to leave. Without them, Yun Tianji and Jun Huang might not have been able to handle those returning ancient ancestors. Chu Jung, alone, walked to the front line of the battlefront, suspended in the void, looking at the rolling evil aura, which could corrode the cosmic origin. In the distance, his expression remaining calm. Xueqing hurriedly arrived, looking at Chu Jung in the distance, her brow furrowed deeply as she spoke in a solemn voice, "Ah Jung." Chu Jung's expression was slightly dazed as he turned around. This was a form of address Xueqing had not used for many years. You said before, you would end the Daos struggle, so what are you doing now? Xueqing took a deep breath, her fingers inside her sleeves trembling uncontrollably. Do you not know how many people will die from this? All the ancient clans going to war was an upheaval that could overturn the great universe. And all of this was orchestrated by the person before her. To rebuild after breaking, there will inevitably be some pain. Chu Jing's expression remained calm. Instead of spending time here, you should return to assist the Martial Pavilion to stabilize the situation quickly. Hearing this, Xueqing was momentarily stunned. In that instant, she felt the person before her had become incredibly unfamiliar. It seemed she had never understood what the person before her was thinking. Boom! In the distant starry sky, blasts of blood emerged, immortal light dazzling, sword chi soaring, cutting through the rising blazing sun. The Immortal Alliance, having prepared for a long time, unsheathed its sword, stirring up shocking storms. In just a short moment, the ancestral land of the Golden Crow ancestor had been breached. Xueqing took a deep breath, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Chu Jung was not wrong about one thing. Only by stabilizing the situation quickly can the deaths of living creatures be minimized. Watching Xueqing leave, Chu Jung turned and raised a palm, forcing back the four ancient ancestors of the universe who had jointly attacked the cosmic borderlands, his calm eyes fixed on the violently fluctuating river of spacetime, not daring to relax for a moment. The development of the great universe's situation did not unfold entirely as Chu Jung had anticipated. Initially, the giant god clan, along with the true dragon bloodline and other ancient clans, indeed fell to a disadvantage, being forced into successive retreats. However, these ancient ancestors, when faced with the joint siege of the second fold Immortal Martial, knew they were no match, yet fought to the end, without the slightest intention of surrendering or compromising. Many ancient ancestors, all bloodstained in battle, fought to the final moment, their ancestor bodies broken, their divine souls dim. At the final moment approaching death, the ancient ancestors of various clans made an extremely decisive choice, to perish together. They did not leave the heavenly fate they carried to their enemies, but instead voluntarily shattered their heavenly fate imprints, transforming them into the most primordial essence of heaven and earth, together with their self-destructing ancestral bodies, exploding completely, scattering into the vast and boundless depths of the universe. In such a near-suicidal battle to the death, both the Martial Pavilion and the Immortal Alliance were significantly wounded. Yan Qi perished, Feng Qingyi perished, Su Daoyu suffered indelible Taoist injuries, retreating back to the ancestral land to recuperate. The countless living creatures that died as a result among the various clans were uncountable trillions. Large swathes of the cosmic starry sky were torn apart, but in an instant, under the nourishment of ancestor blood and vast heavenly fate, they were restored as before, thriving with vitality. Dong. Dong. The funeral bell tolled continuously, several ancient ancestors consecutively self-slashing, their dissipated energy and heavenly destiny origin, like billions of stars flickering simultaneously before extinguishing, transformed into countless streams of light, overflowing to every corner of the universe, merging with the myriad Dao laws. Suddenly, a change occurred. The heavenly fate originally expected to be concentrated and absorbed by the second-fold immortal martial scattered instantly, returning to heaven and earth, nourishing all Dao. For a moment, it was as if the entire great universe was greeted with a rain of heavenly fate, and many cultivators, originally stuck at bottlenecks due to insufficient heavenly fate, began to break through. Countless dormant Taoist orthodoxy unexpectedly nourished, began to flourish. There was even a living creature, who had remained at the realm of ancient myths for countless ages, that suddenly received fortune, breaking through to Qingzhou. More minute Taoist orthodoxy, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, rose up, leading the entire great universe into an unprecedented golden age, blooming yet chaotic. As for these sudden changes, the expansion strategy of the second-fold immortal martial also adjusted accordingly. Martial Pavilion was the first to act, embarking on a bloody conquest, after tens of thousands of years of brutal cleansing and annexation, finally crushed and annexed over 1,000 large and small Taoist orthodoxy, barely gathering nearly 30% of the heavenly Lux share, its momentum unmatched. The immortal path followed closely, benefiting from the cultivation golden era brought by the heavenly fate scattered into the universe, ushered in a true golden age, outstanding talents abundant like carp crossing the river, immortal path emperor-level experts emerging endlessly. With the Immortal Alliance as the core, they changed their previous aggressive strategy, beginning to take one step at a time, using reasons like mediating disputes, maintaining heavenly order, continuously encroaching and infiltrating the rest of the great realm, eradicating all non-immortal path cultivators. During this period, there was considerable friction within the second-fold immortal martial, several great battles erupted, but all were forcibly suppressed by Yun Tianji and Jun Huang. In this process, the survival space of many weaker Taoist orthodoxy was drastically compressed. Feeling the threat of annihilation, they had no choice but to abandon disputes, join forces for warmth, retract their power range, forming one after another loose or tight alliance, trying to seek a slim chance of survival in the gap between the two giants of the second-fold immortal martial. The pattern of the universe, from ancient clans contend for dominance, completely transitioned into a new era where the two heroes of the second-fold immortal martial stand side by side, and myriad Dao struggles to survive. And Chu Jing, still alone guarding the desolate border Desolation, watching the river of spacetime, with cold eyes observing the cosmic changes, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Countless years of blood and fire have passed in the blink of an eye. The cosmic edge, where it borders the endless evil demons, has become a scene of devastation. Even though Chu Jing has been stationed here for many years, forcibly holding the line with heavenly fate and heavenly cultivation, the pressure grows daily. The positions of the three ancient ancestors of the universe who fell earlier have long been filled by Yin gods of the mythical realm. He now faces a full encirclement of 20 ancient ancestor-level evil demons or Yin gods. These 20 terrifying auras exude a chill, like cold stars, constantly pressing against the border defense line, leaving Chu Jing's mind unable to relax for a moment. Even though these ancient ancestors do not trust each other and seldom strike with full force, their rounds of probing and fierce attacks often leave Chu Jing feeling strained. He is like the stabilizer, pinned at the forefront of the boundary between two realms, his body interwoven with chaotic qi and heavenly fortune power, forming countless barriers spanning billions of miles, repeatedly resisting impacts capable of obliterating the starry sky. But the cracks in the barrier grow more numerous, and its breach is only a matter of time. If not for the periodic support and relief from Yun Tianji, Jun Huang, and Xue Qing, aiding Chu Jing in bearing the pressure, the situation would be much worse. Yun Tianji's methods have become increasingly seasoned, his immortal law profound, and his battle power augmented by heavenly fate, making him different from before. However, what concerns Chuzheng the most is Xue Qing. Every time she comes and goes, she is in a hurry, silent, and the usual coolness of her demeanor now bears a fatigue and numbness that are hard to dispel. Years of slaughter, witnessing countless living creatures being devastated, and even personally ending many Taoist orthodoxy, have taken a severe toll on her mind and body. She barely communicates with Chuzheng anymore, as if all that remains between them is the shared responsibility as living creatures of the great universe, with nothing else. Chuzheng sees all of this and feels waves in his heart, but he says nothing more. All he is doing now, all the killings he bears, are for the chance to smoothly inherit the celestial throne and become the master of heavenly fortune. As long as he succeeds, past and present won't be a mystery, he'll know where he came from in life and where he will go in death. All current sacrifices and sufferings can be reclaimed, and once the cycle restarts, what's lost can happen again. Therefore, there can be no mistakes or omissions in the ancient historical process of the present. In the years of warfare, the most significant growth has undoubtedly been in the heavenly fortune of immortal martial arts. During these long years of garrison, the internal purges of the great universe have never stopped. The once 10 great ancient clans, most have become dust of history under the iron-blooded campaigns of the Second Fold Immortal Martial. Their ancestral graves, resting places of past ancient ancestors, have also been excavated one by Yun Tianji and Jun Huang. At Chuzheng's request, they used secret techniques to extract the residual cosmic origin and laws imprints from the immortal remains of these ancestors and condensed them into blood seals. Along with the countless ancient ancestor blood seals captured through years of conquest over various forces by the Second Fold Immortal Martial, Chuzheng's required 100 ancestor blood seal is finally almost assembled. In this process, the remaining Taoist orthodoxy has been driven to the brink, forced to huddle in the corner of the universe for warmth. The Second Fold Immortal Martial, after all, is the human race's Taoist orthodoxy, and the other ancient alien clans naturally faced an even more frenzied purge, being directly driven into a barbaric territory, where they can no longer stir waves. The situation in the great universe is gradually becoming clear. Once again repelling the assault of the ancient ancestors of the universe, Chuzheng, Yun Tianji, and Jun Huang gathered at the border to discuss matters concerning the boundary. Initially, the three encountered some problems. There was nothing wrong on Yun Tianji's side, the issue lay with Jun Huang. There was no connection between him and the heavenly destiny true spirit. In other words, the martial arts heavenly fortune of today is not in his hands, and he cannot mobilize it to assist in constructing the boundary. Chuzheng pondered for a while, and then, tearing open the temporal barrier, he took Jun Huang to the river of spacetime. At his current level of cultivation, through the sensing of heavenly power fragment, he can vaguely feel the general aura of the evil corpse, somewhere within the river of spacetime. After entering the river of spacetime, Chuzheng pierced through multiple temporal barriers and entered an ancient road. In no time, Jun Huang's body stiffened briefly, and his expression paused. Seeing this, Chuzheng understood that Jun Huang should have established a connection with the evil corpse. After a long while, Jun Huang subconsciously glanced at Chuzheng beside him, his eyes flickering but saying nothing, merely nodding slightly. Thereupon, the two left the river of spacetime and returned to the cosmic edge. The blood seals are ready, nothing like the present day to act. Chuzheng spoke concisely, producing a chaotic-colored stone box. When opened, it contained 100 crystals emitting various lights, filled with terrifying energy and waves of laws, precisely the 100 ancestor blood seals. The establishment of the boundary was his initiative, and naturally, these ancient ancestor blood seals were always kept in his possession. At this moment, the 100 blood seals trembled slightly, as if ancestor souls were howling within. Yun Tianji looked at the stone box with fiery eyes, taking a deep breath, anticipation concealed in his gaze. Once the boundary is established, the border troubles will be forever resolved, and the great universe can truly be stable. Then the era of prosperity will dawn. Chuzheng said nothing, spreading his palm, a majestic map outlined with divine sense appeared in the air. It was a grand plan for a giant gate spanning the entire border of the universe, completely isolating the known universe from the external endless dark evil demons. The gate was not made of bricks and stones, but constituted by supreme laws as bones, with the 100 ancestor blood seals as the core foundation stones, and forged by linking with the cosmic origin power. The three of them exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. In the next moment, the three took a step forward, arriving at the forefront of the border desolate battlefront, directly facing the boundless darkness surging within Qi. Rise! Chu Jing was the first to make a move, driving his heavenly fate to its utmost, with the vast Yuan Qi like a divine light ripping open the heavens and earth, forcibly stabilizing the restless boundary of the universe, carving out a relatively stable foundation amidst chaos and void. A mass of dead stars at the cosmic edge crumbled instantly, forcibly transformed into immortal gold and divine iron by the gold element Primordial Qi, merging into a mighty torrent that gathered towards them. Yun Tianji took a deep breath, immortal Dao fortune upon him, forming countless immortal seals with his hands, invoking the power of all heavens, transforming into innumerable brilliant law divine chains, beginning to weave the framework of the boundary. The divine chains intertwined, emitting the sound of the great Dao's roar, gradually outlining the indescribably lofty silhouette of a giant gate, its length innumerable billions of miles, its height reaching straight into the pinnacle dimension of the great universe. Jun Huang's eyes flashed softly, the martial arts true blood around him burning, transforming his body into a hammer, his intent into an anvil, raising his fist to strike, pounding the framework directly, rapidly solidifying it and emanating an indestructible dark golden luster. Chu Jing opened the stone box, and 100 ancient ancestor blood seals soared into the sky like blood-colored stars, each seal once representing an existence standing atop the universe, now refined into the cornerstone of the boundary. The three each displayed their techniques, mobilizing their cultivation, guiding those 100 blood seals to be precisely embedded into the key nodes of the boundary's framework according to the mysterious formation map. Buzz, at the moment the 100 blood seals were in place, the entire boundary shook suddenly, an aura mixed with the essence of 100 ancestral realms being descended upon by supreme might, forming a dark golden light film radiating from the boundary to all directions, past and future. 3 resplendent Dao seals, enwrapped with the Qi fortune, rose from the heavenly spirit of the three, and descended into the now formed boundary. The authority of the Master of Heavenly Fortune, at this instant, was once again completed, the 3 fragments converging unleashed power far surpassing the limits of the ancestral realm. Under the mystic force of the Master of Heavenly Fortune, the 3 Dao seals overshadowed the brilliance of the 100 ancestor blood seals, entirely integrating into the boundary. Where the glow of the boundary passed, the dark evil Qi that continuously eroded the great universe howled mournfully like snow meeting the sun, forcibly repelled. On the other side of the boundary, many ancient ancestors of the universe sensed something amiss and instantly responded consecutively. However, various terrifying divine abilities and techniques entwined with the space-time law struck against the boundary, only stirring intense ripples, unable to budge it in the slightest. The boundary has been established. The 100 ancestor blood seals tempered by heaven's mandate are simply unshakable by the ancestral realm. Separated by the boundary, many ancient ancestors of the universe looked at each other at a loss. Earlier, they dared not act together for fear Chu Jing would take several of them down with him if he fell into dire straits. Yet, the time wasted hesitating now leaves them no opportunity to even try fighting. Chu Jing stared at the boundary, his gaze flickering, within the depths of his sea of consciousness, 2 palm-length keys suspended quietly. The keys were not made of metal or iron, their entire bodies exuding a gentle and reserved jade-like luster. These were the 2 keys he intentionally left, having absorbed the aura of the 100 ancestor blood seals. They could be used to unlock the boundary, reserved for future generations. The boundary stood tall at the border Desolation, completely isolating the known universe from the vast universe, runes swirling on the great gate, blood light and clear radiance intertwining, exuding a majestic and eternal presence. Outside the gate lay the lifeless darkness and unwilling roars, while inside the gate, the starry sky of the universe, finally able to catch its breath, revived with vitality. The 3 hovered above the newborn boundary, gazing at this miracle forged with countless heart blood and the aid of heaven's mandate, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Chu Jing's gaze shifted from the boundary to the distance. Unbeknownst to him, Xueqing had already arrived at the cosmic edge, watching the boundary, her eyes also filled with complexity. She was drawn here by the fluctuations of the martial arts' heavenly fortune. This shocking feat, which even many ancient ancestors across past ages couldn't accomplish, was achieved by just 3 of them now. Chuzheng looked calmly at the surging dark tide beyond the boundary. The establishment of the boundary was only the first step, the tasks ahead for him were still numerous. Within Chu Zheng's sea of consciousness, Fu Pinglan's eyes stirred subtly, watching the boundary being erected, could not help but feel emotional. Had he not come to ancient times, he might never have witnessed such a spectacular scene. The boundary rose majestically, spanning the endless starry sky, the dark golden barrier completely isolating the vitality within from the deathly stillness outside. Xueqing stood alone atop the great gate, the chilling netherworld wind howling, stirring her clothes, yet unable to dispel the solemn and weary demeanor accumulated between her brows for hundreds of thousands of years. She stood there for a long time, her gaze seemingly piercing through the boundary, seeing the relentless surging of the many ancient ancestors of the universe outside, trying to make a comeback, and also the undercurrents within the great universe. With the 100 ancestor blood seals as the foundation, this giant gate should indeed bring a period of peace to the great universe. After a while, Xueqing let out an almost imperceptible sigh, turned around, took a step, and her figure disappeared into the deathly still void of the border Desolation, returning to the martial pavilion ancestral land. The ancestral land remained the same, the grand momentum of the martial path soaring to the heavens, the atmosphere becoming more solemn than before. After hundreds of thousands of years of war and accumulation, the martial pavilion had undoubtedly become one of the giants in the universe, though it had paid an unimaginable price, with countless martial cultivators dying on the path of conquest, leaving no bones behind. "Master." A steady voice resounded. Outside the hall, Yan Feng bowed, his expression filled with utmost respect. As hundreds of thousands of years passed, the once innocent child who disliked bloodshed had now grown to stand at the pinnacle of the martial path as a supreme being. His cultivation had reached the stage of martial emperor perfection, a mere step away from the legendary ancestral realm. His demeanor was calm and restrained, with faint traces of the gentleness of his past visible in his countenance, but what dominated was a resilience forged through trials and tribulations. For this disciple, Xueqing had always maintained a protection different from that for others. Perhaps it was the pure kindness that touched her at their first meeting, or maybe it was her reluctance to see such a rare nature be completely worn away by the ruthless battles of the Dao. She did not allow Yan Feng to overly involve himself in the bloody disputes of the great universe, instead having him focus more on the internal transmission and stabilization affairs of the martial pavilion. Xueqing slightly nodded and walked straight into the depths of the grand hall. Within the hall, an incense burner emitted a heart-refreshing divine incense. She sat on the wide jade chair she habitually used, leaned back slightly, and closed her eyes, with her long eyelashes casting a shadow below her eyes, showing an unwashable fatigue between her brows. The continuous years of Dao battles had nearly exhausted her energy and spirit. Yan Feng quietly followed behind, seeing his master's unabashed exhaustion, his lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but stopping short. He wanted to share some of his master's burdens, no matter how insignificant, yet the words were swallowed back at the last moment. A martial emperor perfection, in any past era, would be a top-tier existence capable of traversing the universe at will. But in this era, where ancient ancestors emerged frequently and the Dao battles could sweep the universe at any moment, such cultivation seemed rather thin. He even somewhat sadly realized that even those newly ascended ancient ancestors might not be able to control their own fate in the true vortex of a great trend, let alone himself. This powerlessness caused a suppressed bitterness in his heart. The grand hall fell into a long silence, broken only by the faint cracking sound of the spirit condensing incense burning. After a while, Xueqing slowly spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "Lately, has there been anyone suitable?" She was inquiring about whether there were candidates suitable for entering the ancient Dao transmission road. Over the years, Xueqing had gradually restricted the number who could enter the ancient Dao transmission road. She increasingly realized that this shortcut, facilitated by space-time law and heavenly destiny true spirit, though capable of quickly creating strong individuals, came with potential pitfalls like unstable foundations and insufficient trials of character. If one's talent was lacking, they might suffer backlash. It was more like a double-edged sword, not applicable to all martial cultivators. Now, except for those with truly unparalleled talent and character, ordinary martial cultivators no longer had the opportunity to tread upon it. There is one. Yan Feng gathered his thoughts and responded respectfully. He is currently waiting outside the hall. Summon him. Still with her eyes closed, Xueqing gave the brief command. She could sense that the martial arts' heavenly fortune was undergoing subtle changes that she could not entirely control, changes closely related to Jun Huang and inevitably linked to that heavenly destiny true spirit. She did not know how long she could keep control over the ancient Dao transmission road, but she could only, within her abilities, strive to discover some true prodigies for the martial path. Soon, a figure was summoned into the hall. The newcomer wore a red garment, as vivid as blood, standing tall. His cultivation had reached the martial monarch realm, with a youthful appearance seemingly only in his early 20s, full of striking elegance, his skin whiter than snow, making the red garment appear even more enchanting. His long hair, as dark as ink, hung down to his waist, his features exquisitely drawn like a painting, his eyes like autumn water rippling softly, captivating at a glance, yet upon closer inspection, a barely noticeable sharpness and coldness lay deep within those eyes. Erosion Sunrain, greets Xueqing martial ancestor. The man bowed respectfully, his voice clear, like a mountain spring, with eyes lowered in deference. Erosion Sunrain. Upon hearing this name, Xueqing finally opened her eyes, her gaze piercing like lightning, instantly sweeping over the man's entire being. Her invisible gaze penetrated the outer shell, directly observing the core essence. In an instant, she understood the close blood connection between the person before her and the one subdued, known as the sun-eroding cry. Xueqing nodded, asking no further questions, responding faintly. Facing the kin of the one known as the sun-eroding cry directly, she felt a slight complexity in her heart. She slowly raised her hand, silver-gray law runes of the space-time law flowed from her fingertips, lightly drawing a line in the center of the hall. Buzz, a misty, illusory passage, with light and shadows flickering, as if extending into the depths of endless space-time, quietly opened, marking the entrance to the ancient Dao transmission road. At the entrance, the power of space-time was chaotic, emitting an aura that was deeply unsettling. Erosion Sunrain saw the ancient road, a flicker of fervor in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Once again, he bowed to Xueqing and then, without hesitation, stepped into that bizarre passage, his figure instantly engulfed by the space-time turbulence. Within the ancient Dao transmission road, the space-time law was distinct from the outside. The saying "without knowing the passage of time in the mountains" applied. What seemed like a mere moment outside might be a long period of tempering and transformation within for the cultivator who entered. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the ancient road fluctuated again, and Erosion Sunrain stepped out, still in the same red garment, his appearance unchanged, yet his entire aura had undergone a monumental transformation. The previous sharpness and coldness had been greatly restrained, replaced by an unfathomable calm, with his eyes opening and closing, seemingly birthing and extinguishing space-time fragments. Erosion Sunrain bowed deeply, his tone full of gratitude. Xueqing waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Erosion Sunrain said no more, quickly exiting the great hall, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared, eager to digest the gains of this encounter. The hall returned to silence. Xueqing felt a deeper fatigue wash over her, stemming from the weariness of her divine soul. "I will seclude myself to rest for a period of time," she instructed Yan Feng, who was standing beside her. "Affairs of the martial pavilion shall still be decided by you and several elders together. Should any situation arise, especially any abnormality concerning Jun Huang martial ancestor or the ancient Dao transmission road, report to me immediately without any mistake." Mentioning Jun Huang, her tone carried a trace of undetectable gravity. If the heavenly destiny true spirit chose to join forces with Jun Huang, it might cause a terrifying shift in the situation. Disciple understands, rest assured, Master. Yan Feng bowed in response. He stepped forward, carefully adding a piece of spirit condensing incense into the incense burner, watching as the curling blue smoke rose, emanating a soothing pure incense that calmed the divine soul, before slowly withdrawing from the hall and gently closing the door. The heavy doors sealed the inside from the outside. Xue Qing leaned against the chair back, completely relaxing. Her breathing became shallow as she closed her eyes in slumber, slowly recovering the excessively depleted yuan qi and spirit. Beyond the 9 heavens, suspended within the glazed Gangfeng, the Dao Palace, after countless years, once again welcomed its rightful master. Chu Zheng's figure appeared silently in the great hall of the Dao Palace. The hall remained cool and quiet, with white jade columns glowing gently, the spiritual mist like gauze, spotless, as if time had already frozen in this place. On one side of the hall, a figure sat cross-legged, with a beautiful yet clearly haggard face. Sensing Chu Zheng's presence, Chuan slowly opened her eyes. Master. Chuan stood up and bowed in salute. The movement seemed to aggravate her injuries, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Her aura, although strong, had already reached the peak of the primordial golden immortal, just a step away from the Daluo golden immortal realm, but her overall aura was extremely unstable. The surging tribulation qi, in Chu Zheng's eyes, was like substantial black flames, flickering unsteadily on her body surface, sometimes calm, sometimes erupting suddenly, causing a chaos of the surrounding laws. Even though she had been cautious for years, treading on thin ice, the drawbacks of her incarnation undergoing tribulations were becoming increasingly apparent. In the intricate karmic web of the great universe, some originally targeted curses and even destiny technique backlashes against her incarnation would, in various unexpected ways, occasionally affect her main body. For hundreds of thousands of years, she had repeatedly experienced life and death, faced dire dangers, and had come close to complete ruin several times, narrowly escaping all because of her own shrewdness. Chu Zheng silently watched her, his gaze sweeping over the intertwining new and old Dao injuries on her body and the extremely unstable tribulation qi, then slowly raised his hand a moment later. At his fingertips gathered a point of dazzling to the extreme, majestic heavenly fate. Without any hesitation, he pointed toward Chuan's forehead, transferring half of the heavenly destiny origin into her body. Master? How can this be? Chuan's body trembled violently, her face immediately filled with astonishment. She clearly felt that with the integration of that mass of heavenly fate, the cultivation bottleneck that had stalled for so long began to loosen, and the violent tribulation qi around her seemed to be soothed, being neutralized by the heavenly fate. This was a treasure that would cause countless giants of the mythical realm to break their heads. Inciting bloody wars, a chance to achieve ancestral status, and the master just directly gave half of it to her? Chu Zheng's expression remained calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. He withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "This is the fate you are supposed to have, do not worry too much." He looked towards the boundless starry sky outside the Dao Palace, his gaze deep. Nowadays, the heavenly fate framework of the great universe is gradually stabilizing. Various forces are intricately intertwined. Wanting to rise from nothing and contend for fortune to become an ancestor yourself is now extremely unlikely. This step, you cannot cross on your own. He needed Chuan to become an ancestor, whether to allow Chuan to live a longer life or to set the stage for the more distant future. Chuan was a very important piece. Now that the normal path had been blocked, he could only use this most direct method to forcefully push her ahead. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power and clarity of her Dao path within her, Chuan's heart was a mix of emotions for a long time, before she once again deeply saluted. Chuan shall not fail to meet the master's high expectations. Chu Zheng nodded slightly, saying no more. His gaze had already penetrated the walls of the Dao Palace, cast into the river of spacetime, seeing the near future. Bestowing heavenly fate upon Chuan, aiding her to become an ancestor, was but a move in the eternal chess game of this world. For now, it was just the beginning. The establishment of the boundary brought temporary peace to the interior of the great universe, but it also meant that the second-fold immortal martial arts would no longer have external constraints. Its power and ambition were bound to swell to unprecedented heights. It was foreseeable that when the Immortal Alliance and Martial Pavilion had fully digested the benefits brought by the boundary and solidified their own orthodoxies, whether for the good corpse of the Immortal Path or the evil corpse of the Martial Path, they would undoubtedly make trouble for him. Balance, in the end, would be broken. After a moment of contemplation, Chuzheng stepped slowly into the void outside the Dao Palace. Surrounded by eternal silence and the flowing space-time laws, with a slight movement of his mind, a set of incomplete skeletons that still emitted a heart-palpitating oppressive aura even after death for years was retrieved by him, suspended in the void, which was none other than the remains of the ancient ancestor Blood Tea. The giant god clan, once the overlords of the great universe, possessed bodies that were the most supreme treasures in the cosmos. The most precious among them was the divine marrow crystal hidden within the spine dragon. This was a crystallization concentrated from the giant god clan's blood chi, laws, and even part of their life origin, making it the best material for forging supreme warriors. Blood tea, as the strongest being in the history of the giant god clan, possessed a divine marrow crystal of such ancient brilliance that it could serve as the primary material to forge a world-shaking, bloodthirsty weapon that would accompany battles through eternity. All these years, Chuzheng had been observing Xueqing both consciously and unconsciously. He was well aware that under the pressure of continuous wars and the subtle changes within the martial path, Xueqing was already physically and mentally exhausted. Though Xueqing was mighty, she always lacked an ancestor weapon that could fully unleash her combat potential. Especially now, as Jun Huang and the evil corpse have established a connection that deepens over time, Xueqing needs more self-preserving power in the changing future. After pondering for a long time, Chuzheng sat cross-legged in the void. He did not use the alchemy furnace divine fire. At his level, all things in the world could be the furnace, the universal laws being the weapon forging fire. With fingers like a blade, he drew a precise arc in the void, accurately breaking open the outer defense of Blood Tea's spine, extracting a divine marrow crystal about a meter in size, dark golden in hue. Inside the divine marrow crystal, it seemed as if liquid blazing sun flowed, exuding vast blood chi and an immortal aura. The moment the divine marrow crystal appeared, the surrounding void slightly twisted, unable to bear its weight. This was far from enough. Chuzheng raised his hand, and grabbed toward the boundless starry sky. Within a distant star domain, under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Alliance, from the interiors of countless stars, strands of dazzling dark golden light abruptly peeled off, traversing space to fall into his palm, transforming into a blazing liquid gold. Chuzheng raised his hand again, reaching into another part of the great universe, into the territory of the Martial Pavilion, causing chunks of cold iron marrow to break through ice and fly over, encased in his palm. This action quickly drew attention from many ancestral realm experts, yet none dared to pry into what Chuzheng was doing. With a calm demeanor, Chuzheng extended his hand once more, delved into a tributary of the river of spacetime, tearing a segment of time, forcibly stripping the spacetime origin fragments and refining them directly. Then, from the years within that time, he extracted the remnants of ancient ancestors who, after falling, were reluctant to disperse for a long time, using them as quenching materials. The entire great universe, past and future included, became his battlefield for selecting materials. With a solemn expression, Chuzheng formed intricate Taoist techniques with his hands, enveloping all the supreme divine materials along with the divine marrow crystal. Using his own chaotic chi blood as furnace fire and the heavenly fortune power as a hammer, he began forging a world-stunning weapon. In the void, it was as though an invisible grand Dao furnace roared, with intertwining laws and thunderous Taoist sounds. Occasionally, flames like colossal dragons would sweep through the skies, while the chill capable of freezing everything solidified the void, binding even space-time turbulence and successively embedding them into the weapon embryo. Chuzheng's silhouette flickered in the intertwining light and dark, wholeheartedly engrossed. During this weapon forging process, Chuzheng lost track of time. By the time he regained consciousness, Chuan had already emerged from seclusion, providing protective support by the side. All anomalies around the Dao Palace abruptly gathered, the radiance retracting completely into Chuzheng's grip. It was a battle saber. Over 4 feet long, its design ancient and unadorned, naturally emanating an aura of slaughtering gods and demons. Its edge was not the usual straight blade, but had a chilling, sinister curve, resembling giant god fangs, with a slender blade, not metallic in sheen but layered in dark red, almost black, as if from layers of congealed blood of countless living creatures, faint blood light seen flowing within. The hilt was pitch black, neither metal nor wood, icy to the touch yet incredibly tough, with an unidentified dark red beast tendon coiled around the grip, long stained by shadows of time and laws into dark red, as if it had drunk the blood of countless gods and demons. Though freshly forged, the saber seemed as though it had endured the vicissitudes of life and drunk much blood. Holding it, Chu Jing felt a bloodline connection arising naturally, but more intense was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a long contemplation, his gaze penetrated the blade, seeming to glimpse some trace of the future or shadow of the past. Ultimately, he raised a finger, pulling the fragmented flesh and bone essence from the divine materials. Using it as ink, he inscribed an empty air, leaving two slightly sinister inscriptions near the sword guard on the blade. Emperor Palace. These words were not engraved, but branded into the saber's origin, fused with the refined ancestral realm remnants, becoming an inseparable part of this vicious weapon. Gripping the Emperor Palace, Chu Jing felt the terrifying power transmitted from the blade and an impulse longing for blood. He temporarily put the saber away, planning to find an appropriate time to give it to Xue Qing. With chaos brewing, she might need this sharp weapon for protection. Time flowed, and beneath the seemingly calm surface of the universe, undercurrents surged relentlessly. After receiving half of heaven's fortune gifted by Chu Jing, Chuan secluded herself for many years in deep cultivation, smoothly breaking through boundaries and attaining Qingzhou. The process of her becoming Qingzhou was very smooth, without causing much disturbance in the universe, as though it happened naturally. As a Daluo golden immortal, cause and effect did not touch her, transcending worldly constraints. The many lines of karma concerning Chuan's past were almost wiped out, faded, blurred, becoming difficult to extrapolate, leaving her entirely clean and transparent. Due to the illustrious reputation of the Daoist ancestor Xingqiu, no force within the universe dared to easily lay hands upon the lineage of qi cultivators. Apart from unavoidable natural disasters or trials in cultivation, the qi cultivator orthodoxy instead welcomed a relatively stable development period, with disciples gradually increasing, beginning to emerge in some remote star domains. The flow of heavenly fate in the great universe stabilized as the boundaries were established and internal structures preliminarily set. The second-fold immortal martial arts had almost simultaneously entered the most prosperous period in history. The great immortal realm of the Immortal Alliance did not change due to the absence of the near-immortal realm, successfully establishing itself, with its sphere of influence expanding unprecedentedly. The martial pavilion was not far behind. Xue Qing went into seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs, with the newly ascended ancestral realm cultivators almost all looking up to Jun Huang. Though the Immortal Alliance and martial pavilion often clashed, they maintained a subtle balance without causing upheaval. Chu Jing chose a usual time to send a message to Xue Qing, inviting her to the Outer Heaven Dao Palace for a meeting. Xue Qing came as invited, her aura more stable than before, yet her eyes still shrouded by some hidden worries. Chu Jing dispensed with pleasantries and directly produced the battle saber, handing it over. Chaos is imminent, this saber is named Emperor's Blade. It might aid you, he said. Xue Qing's gaze fell upon the Emperor's Blade, her pupils contracting slightly. With her cultivation level, she could naturally sense the terrifying power and deeply hidden savagery within the battle saber. She remained silent for a moment, not immediately taking it, but instead raised her eyes towards Chu Jing, speaking in a serious tone. The celestial fortune spirit has had almost no communication with me recently. Her light words caused Chu Jing's mind to waver slightly. The sudden silence of the celestial fortune spirit was by no means a good omen. This meant it might have found a more suitable partner, such as Jun Huang, or it no longer needed Xue Qing as a bridge, having complete control over the current martial arts' heavenly fortune. Either way, it was quite troubling. Chu Jing's expression unchanged, he pushed the Emperor's Blade towards Xue Qing. Take the saber. As for the rest, let's wait and see. Xue Qing gave Chu Jing a deep look, reached out to take the battle saber, said nothing more, stored away the emperor's blade, and turned to leave. Watching Xue Qing's disappearing figure, Chu Zhang's gaze grew profound. He had originally thought there was still a buffer period before the final battle, enough time to make more preparations. Chu Zhang mused briefly, then immediately summoned Chuan, entrusting her with the task of observing the changes. Now, with the immortal martial arts poised to cause trouble at any moment, he needed to be informed of the situation immediately. Chuan received the order and left the Dao Palace, first heading toward the Immortal Alliance. She concealed all her aura and approached without fanfare, gathering information and probing reality along the way. Upon entering the Immortal Alliance's territory, as soon as Chuan's divine sense extended, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. The starry void was instantly sealed by endless immortal Dao runes, the river of space-time surging away. Amid boundless immortal light, two figures stepped out from the void, completely blocking all her escape routes. One of the figures was clad in a moon-white immortal robe, still as handsome as ever, with eyes shrouded in an unprecedented coldness. It was Yun Tianji, the leader of the Immortal Alliance. His gaze fell coldly on Chuan, his expression indifferent. Beside him, Jun Huang stood quietly, his vital energy as vast as an abyss, his expression stern. Seeing this scene, Chuan's heart sank instantly, as she immediately realized this was a terminal situation orchestrated against her. The opposing side seemed to have already known of her actions. She calmed her mind, trying to warn Chu Jing to beware, but the surrounding spacetime had been completely sealed, leaving her no way to send out a message. For a moment, Chuan furrowed her brow with some hidden worries. She wasn't too concerned about her own life or death, but worried about the half of heaven's fortune in her possession. This half of heaven's fortune was a gift from the Lord. If lost here, it would also be a huge loss to the Lord. Before she could think further, Yun Tianji attacked silently, behind him rising the shadow of a fairy palace, a pure and ultimate world-extinguishing immortal light tearing through spacetime, directly stabbing at Chuan. This strike carried the blessing of 3/10 of the immortal Dao's heavenly fortune, its power far surpassing the limits of the ancestral realm. Even a Daluo golden immortal could not possibly resist it. Almost simultaneously, Jun Huang moved, striking a punch, not aimed at Chuan, but at a section of spacetime behind her. The fist intent coalesced, cutting off the light and time, the thundering martial Dao law becoming an indestructible barrier, completely severing any escape for Chuan. Chuan's expression returned to calmness. She exhaled a breath of turbid qi, facing the coordinated, premeditated execution by these supreme beings. Armed with overwhelming heavenly fate, she knew today's escape was impossible. Boom! Terrorizing immortal light filled the whole spacetime. As the light dissipated, Chuan's figure had already dimmed. One strike was enough to fill the Daluo golden immortal's body with cracks. Her aura weakened to the extreme. She looked at the closely advancing Yun Tianji and the silent Jun Huang, who had blocked all her escape routes. Her eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance, her divine sense subtly trying to convey a message. But soon, her form was engulfed by a second intense immortal light coming swiftly after. In a blink, she was utterly obliterated, form and spirit destroyed. The scattered heavenly fortune was forcibly gathered by Yun Tianji, slowly merging into the immortal Dao. Yun Tianji, expression cold, turned to look at Jun Huang by his side. Now that the conflict has begun, it should end quickly. We must directly take Xingchu's life, splitting the heavenly fate between us, and afterwards, divide the immortal martial realm equally. Without waiting for Jun Huang to respond, he directly turned and left. The ripples from Chuan's fall emerged like a star silently exploding in the quiet universe, coming without forewarning, yet carrying an unmistakable inevitability. Chu Jing looked down at the shattered jade token in his hand, his gaze obscure and unreadable. He wasn't able to sense even a ripple of warning in the spacetime. It seemed even his spiritual perception was veiled. Within the Dao Palace, silence reigned. The void before the hall stirred with a faint ripple, as Xue Qing appeared soundlessly, her expression solemn. Xue Qing strode into the Dao Palace, her steps carrying a hint of urgency. The cold aura around her was now replaced by a heavy solemnity, the dark attire accentuating her upright figure, and the shallow scar across her face appeared even sharper under the palace's clear glow. She walked straight to the jade table in front of Chu Jing, slowly sat down, her eyes like torches, fixated on Chu Jing who remained sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. The hall was silent, with only the faint light of the distant Star River's illusion flowing. Xueqing stared at Chu Zhang's face, which was so tranquil that it seemed indifferent, observing for a long time, as if trying to find some flaw. In the end, she spoke with a bit of uncertainty, her voice low. "Did you already know?" Chu Jing was silent for a moment, slowly withdrawing from the eternal time and space, then opened his eyes, his gaze deep and unfathomable like an ancient well. "What are you referring to?" "The abnormal fluctuations of heavenly fate." Xueqing spoke concisely, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the jade table. "The martial arts' heavenly fortune surged out of nowhere not long ago, and now, the heavenly fates of the great universe already have their respective masters. Aside from you, the only other active ancestral realm remains." She paused, then uttered a name, Chuan. "I am aware." Chu Jing nodded, his tone indifferent. "I also know who is behind it. The one capable of such clean and decisive action, even to the extent of partially shielding his foresight, could not be ordinary. Those who could accomplish this were none other than the good corpse or evil corpse born from the master of heavenly fortune. The evil corpse and Jun Huang have not fully merged, their movements too disjointed to be so covert, leaving no doubt that the one responsible is Yun Tianji, who now controls the Immortal Alliance. However, from the information brought by Xueqing, the martial arts' heavenly fortune has also increased, indicating that the evil corpse must have participated, yet it is unknown by what means. The second-fold immortal martial arts, with regard to Chuan, have reached a consensus, or perhaps, in essence, it is aimed at dealing with him. What are you planning? Xueqing looked at the calmness on Chu Zhang's face, knitting her brows tightly, the ominous premonition growing stronger in her heart, or rather, what are you going to do? As the boundary was initially established and the universe's external threats temporarily quelled, this should have been a period for all clans to recuperate, ushering in a brief peace. But to her, Chu Zhang's current calmness was more unnerving than any rage, more like the dead silence before a storm's arrival. "I and the second-fold immortal martial arts must have a battle." Chu Zhang slightly shook his head, no longer hiding anything, his clear voice resonating in the vast hall. "This battle is unavoidable, but I shall prevail." Xueqing's expression changed dramatically, she suddenly stood up. "You intend to face the second-fold immortal martial arts alone? How can you withstand it?" Her voice carried disbelief. "With what will you withstand?" The second-fold immortal martial arts now occupy over 70% of the heavenly fates in the great universe, not to mention the heavenly destiny true spirit supporting them. Their combat power far surpasses ordinary ancestral realms. To her, this equated to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, destined for a path of destruction. Chu Zhang's gaze turned towards the boundless dark void outside the Dao Palace, shaking his head again slowly. "This battle is unavoidable, I do not wish to fight, and the second-fold immortal martial arts will not relent either." With his words falling, he spoke no more, slowly closing his eyes, as if shielding himself from all distractions, his mind sinking into deeper calculations or awaiting something. Xueqing looked at him in this state, her brows tightly knit, knowing that further words would be futile. She stood in silence for a moment, a light sigh, turned and left in large strides, her dark figure disappearing at the intersection of light and shadow at the Dao Palace's entrance. The hall returned to dead silence, leaving only Chu Jing. On the other end of the universe, in the depths of a desolate star domain where even stars were sparse, a gate stood majestically. No longer could it be called a gate, more like an enormous monument overshadowing the entire star domain, eternal in its presence. It was forged from some unknown divine jade dark enough to absorb all light, so vast it's unimaginable, as though it had been there since the universe's inception, silently observing the rise and fall of eternity. The surface of the door was covered with mottled and ambiguous ancient divine patterns, their lines having endured countless ages, eroded by time, long rendered incomplete, yet still exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the soul, as if sealing the ultimate secrets of an era. This was the entrance to the Heaven Burial Palace. At this moment, two figures stood side by side before this seemingly forever sealed door. Yun Tianji, clad in a moon-white immortal robe, gently swayed in the void, his expression calm and unwavering. Jun Huang stood by his side, his blood robust, face stern, gazing with complex emotions at the massive door before them. The time has come. Yun Tianji spoke mildly, suddenly raising his hand. Instantly, the heavenly destiny he amassed surged threefold, transforming into a pure and splendid celestial light, like a colossal axe cleaving open the skies, fiercely striking at the tightly shut heaven burial palace door. Bang! Deafening explosions erupted, the universe's starry sky reverberated, accompanied by the eerie whimpering of laws being severed and extinguished. The entire star domain, at the moment the celestial light touched the door, seemed swallowed by an invisible giant maw. Stars, light, even space itself, silently and soundlessly turned to void, thoroughly buried. The barriers of time and space were forcibly pierced, an ancient, desolate aura containing portions of the original heavenly Dao essence started seeping out trickle by trickle, dispersing into the vast starry sky. Those were the unowned heavenly fates sealed within the heaven burial palace. With one strike, Yun Tianji shattered this land that's been passed down since the last era. As Jun Huang stabilized at that chaotic entrance, he raised his hand without hesitation, reaching into that bizarre and dangerous entrance rift. With a faint bloodline sense, he cautiously retrieved an item from within. It was a broken skeletal corpse, washed away by countless ages within the heaven burial palace. The corpse had almost completely decayed, leaving only a rough outline. If not for the weak mystic force barely wrapping it, it would have long turned to cosmic dust. Jun Huang's fingertips trembled slightly, he took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions. This skeleton was the remains of his sister, Jun Ishue, whom he had been searching for through countless eons. The true immortal bones, imperishable for 100 tribulations, shouldn't be this fragile. Yun Tianji glanced at that skeleton, his voice icy as he made his judgment. The naturally condensed immortal patterns on the bones were utterly dissolved by some force, and the entire body's immortal Dao essence chi was completely depleted, died under the immortal banishing rune. Immortal banishing rune. This blood case sealed for millions of years, the truth seems to be revealed at this moment. In the whole great universe now, only one person comprehends the complete immortal banishing rune and was among the heaven burial palace that year. Zhengqiu. Jun Huang remained silent, carefully gathering his sister's remnants. His face showed no towering rage, but rather an unusual calmness, under which was a bottomless coldness. He had prepared for any result, though this answer was unexpected, it wasn't unacceptable. Millions of years were too long, he now could hardly remember his sister's appearance and demeanor. The pain of losing loved ones had gradually been soothed by the passage of time. Yun Tianji was not surprised by his reaction, turned and said, "The remnants of heavenly fate within the heaven burial palace will eventually return to the second-fold immortal martial arts. All matters are ready, just awaiting the severance of Zhengqiu. Then you and I, joining forces, can excavate the reincarnation road, examine past life and present causality, naturally finding your sister's reincarnation to renew the sibling bond." After speaking, Yun Tianji did not linger anymore, turned and stepped out, disappearing into the void. As he proceeded, his heart was strangely calm. Since last meeting Grandpa deep within the vast universe, he had understood much. The existence of the vast universe itself was a mistake, a symbol of disordered reincarnation. To completely uproot this tumor, establishing a truly orderly reincarnation, he must obtain the entire heavenly fate, conducting the act of reopening heaven and earth. And now Zhengqiu has become the next biggest stumbling block on this path, aside from Jun Huang. The immortal path was Grandpa's lifelong wish. He would protect the immortal path, paving his way through any costs, even sacrificing former alliances. The Dao struggle was inherently thus. Unaware of how long had passed, Yun Tianji stopped his steps, arriving at a familiar yet unfamiliar starry sky. Outside the near-immortal realm. Before his eyes, the near-immortal realm remained as ever, the four sides of the heavenly dome like a canopy, covering the vast world below, living creatures thriving, order maintained, as if the outside universe's towering waves hadn't affected this place at all. Gazing at the near-immortal realm, Yun Tianji furrowed his brow thoughtfully. He recalled when Chu Jing specially invited him to meet, the sole request was to preserve this great realm intact, not allowing the Immortal Alliance's forces to retreat. This unusual move had already sparked doubts in his heart. The Immortal banishing rune Jingchu comprehended in this realm. Can the near-immortal realm's immortal path cultivators, unlike elsewhere, bear some peculiar traits becoming his hidden hand? This thought rose uncontrollably within him. Yun Tianji paused outside the boundary for a long time, his gaze becoming cold and sharp. He slowly raised his hand, palm gathering immortal Dao laws. This strike would thoroughly bury this realm along with its countless living creatures, erasing all potential threats. Yet, his hand halted halfway in the air. His brow furrowed, doubts surged. If he currently shattered the near-immortal realm, wouldn't he precisely fall into Jingchu's calculation? From Jingchu's entry into the ancestry, the impression left on him was unfathomable, his actions often astonishing, as if clairvoyant. Spectacular deeds like those at the boundary, he was firmly assured, seemingly poised to succeed inevitably. Such a man specially retained the near-immortal realm, how could he not have backup plans? This seemingly unguarded great realm itself, could it be bait, a trap? Upon reaching this thought, Yun Tianji forcibly suppressed the notion to act, turning instead to meticulously inspect with divine sense. He had thoroughly scrutinized every part of the near-immortal realm, from the void to fundamental heaven and earth laws. Results emerged swiftly. Indeed, there were no artificial setups laid within the near-immortal realm, not a single defense exceeding this realm's level. At this moment, with a mere intent and lifting his hand, he could turn the near-immortal realm into cosmic dust. The cleaner things appeared, the stronger Yun Tianji's unease grew within. If there was no issue, what was the ultimate significance behind Xu Zhang's persistent efforts to preserve the near-immortal realm, simply due to nostalgia for his homeland? He wouldn't believe. For a long while, Yun Tianji's gaze sharpened as he made a decision. He refrained from choosing destruction of the near-immortal realm. Instead, he connected with the heavenly destiny true spirit, borrowing its authority, wielding an invisible heavenly destiny knife, he struck fiercely towards the near-immortal realm. This stroke did not sever existences on a material level, but causality and foundation. In an instant, within the near-immortal realm, the laws of heaven and earth quaked violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. All foundations related to the immortal path, inheritances, cultivation techniques, and spirit vein connections, were severed by an invisible force. The Lin Xian three clans, regardless of their cultivation level, screamed in agony, as their immortal bodies seemed to ignite, and the immortal path essence within them uncontrollably burned away. Ancestral immortal blood dried up instantly, as Yun Tianji fundamentally severed the immortal path of the entire near-immortal realm with absolute power. From then on, no living creatures of this realm could ascend to the position of immortal venerable, with true immortal perfection being the utmost limit. Yun Tianji withdrew his hand, gazing indifferently at the dramatic changes occurring within the realm. To him, the immortal path was not to be compromised. Thus, even if Jingchu had any fallback relying on this realm's immortal path, it would become a rootless tree, a waterless river. Whatever plans and strategies Xu Zheng might have, he would not leave the opponent a single possible chance. In this Taoist struggle concerning the future order of the great universe, there was no room for luck or mercy. Having done all this, Yun Tianji's figure gradually faded, disappearing into the void outside the near-immortal realm. The outflow of heavenly fate from the Heaven Burial Palace was like the last massive stone thrown into an already overflowing pond. The ripples that formed completely ended the previous power structure within the great universe. After Chuan's fall, the heavenly fate he bore was divided and absorbed by the second-fold immortal marshal, along with the heavenly fate within the Heaven Burial Palace, leading both forces to each give rise to a new ancient ancestor. Thus, the power of the Immortal Alliance and Martial Pavilion swelled to unprecedented peaks, with immortal grace and martial might spreading to every corner of the universe. Those once glorious ancient clans, except for a very few who pledged loyalty early and were integrated into the immortal martial Taoist orthodoxy, had mostly been crushed under iron hooves. Some dissipated in the river of history, while others were forced to retreat to those barren, lawless desolate star domains, struggling to survive at the edge. The order of the great universe had been reduced to its utmost simplicity, either immortal or martial. Those who followed would prosper, those who resisted would perish. Chi cultivators among them were hardly noticeable, a mere drop in the ocean. Thus, the boundless universe, all 10 portions of heavenly fate, were now fully claimed, with none remaining unclaimed. Yet beneath this gradually calming surface lay a hidden, imminent surge of killing intent. Xueqing returned to the martial pavilion ancestral land with a heart full of gravity and unease. Her steps had barely settled, and she hadn't even had time to catch her breath, when a cold divine sense instantly transmitted into her soul, echoing eerily, "Slay Jingqiu, and I will grant you the complete authority of the martial ancestor, to control the martial arts' heavenly fortune. After the immortal's fall, you shall be the heavenly lord of the new epic." This was the voice of the heavenly destiny true spirit, clearer and more alluring than ever before. Xueqing's brow furrowed instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, her mind blazed like a knife, severing the encroaching thought, outright refusal. The heavenly destiny true spirit seemed to have anticipated her reaction, not entangling further, its whisper retreated like the tide, quickly falling silent. But this silence only weighed heavier on Xueqing's heart. She appeared grave, instantly understanding her predicament. The current martial path no longer saw her as the sole choice, she might even have been marginalized. Aside from her and Jun Huang, the ancient ancestors promoted in the martial path henceforth received their heavenly fate transferred and bestowed by the heavenly destiny true spirit. In a sense, their Dao foundations were intricately entwined with the true spirit, to a degree, under its control. The entire martial pavilion, unwittingly, had already fallen into the hands of the heavenly destiny true spirit. I must find Jun Huang first. At the thought, Xueqing's divine sense instantly spread, covering the entire martial pavilion and even the great universe, attempting to locate Jun Huang's presence. However, she searched for a long time, crossing countless secret realms and great realms, yet she could not find a trace of Jun Huang. He seemed to have vanished from the world, along with his vast life force and the fluctuations of heavenly fate, disappearing without a trace. An intense sense of unease seized Xueqing. Just as she was feeling slightly anxious, an earth-shattering event arose again in the great universe. A golden battle missive, condensed from the vast heavenly fate, shot skyward from the core of the Immortal Alliance, like a wildfire, spreading to every known corner of the universe in an instant. The content of the battle missive was concise and direct. Jingqiu has usurped the heavenly fate, seizing heavenly life for himself, disturbing the cosmic balance. In 3 days, it will be a fight to the death, to redistribute the heavenly fate. The signature was that of Yun Tianji, the leader of the Immortal Alliance. The battle missive caused a global sensation. Even though there had been premonitions, the formal, public challenge to Daoist ancestor Jingqiu by Yun Tianji still stirred all quarters. In no time, supporters gathered like clouds. Particularly, the remnant bloodlines of ancient clans like the Shan clan, Tai clan, and Feng family, thoroughly integrated into the immortal path, spoke up one after another, preparing to target and eliminate the Qi cultivators. After receiving the battle missive, Xueqing was silent for a moment. She knew this moment had finally arrived, and it came so swiftly, leaving no room for maneuver. Turning around, she no longer searched for Jun Huang futilely, instead tearing through the void to return to the Dao Palace suspended beyond the 9 heavens. Within the Dao Palace, Chu Jing still sat calmly behind the jade table, his expression tranquil, even exuding a detached indifference, as if the cosmic turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. Xueqing sat down before the jade table in front of him, seeing his unconcerned demeanor, her eyebrows furrowed further, her heart filled with half anger, half worry. "I suppose you've long anticipated today's situation." Xueqing's voice carried a trace of fatigue. She hesitated slightly, gazing directly into Chu Jing's eyes, no longer beating around the bush, and spoke bluntly, "Ah Jing, I came today, setting aside those grand schemes, heavenly fate, just wanting a straightforward answer from you." She spoke slowly, her expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Can you let go? As long as you are willing to hand over heavenly fate, to retreat voluntarily, perhaps, there is still room for maneuver." The true spirit of heavenly destiny wants to kill Jingchu, simply for heavenly fate. Once they obtain heavenly fate, Jingchu's existence becomes meaningless, and it's the same for the second-fold immortal martial arts, at least lives can be spared. Xueqing took a deep breath, laying the situation bare. You understand the current circumstances better than anyone. With your strength alone, it is utterly impossible to be a match for the second-fold immortal martial arts. If you really engage in this duel, the result will definitely be the collapse of your path and your demise. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, her tone heavy. The martial arts heavenly fortune warned, issuing a death order for your life. It promised me the position of martial ancestor, asking me to act, which I refused. But it can only be delayed temporarily, not forever. It will inevitably choose a new martial ancestor, most likely Jun Huang. On the immortal path side, Yun Tianji is bound to act personally. Perhaps Jun Huang has maintained a decent relationship with you before, but that's because the struggle for heavenly fate has yet to occur. No matter how deep your friendship with Yun Tianji is, in the face of immortal path aspirations, how much remains? Now, each large ancient clan is united. The heavenly fate in these two people's hands together accounts for more than 70%. You only have 20%. How will you contend with them? Even if I am willing to relinquish heavenly fate, will they let me go? Chu Jing finally spoke, his tone still calm. Moreover, to whom should I give these 20% of heavenly fate? Martial path, or immortal path? This heavenly fate, he would not give, nor could he. Chu Jing glanced at Xueqing, slightly shook his head, his eyes devoid of any tension. There is no need to worry. Even if Yun Tianji and Jun Huang join forces, this battle, I will definitely win. Now the river of spacetime has not fluctuated, proving that the ancient historical trajectory has not been rewritten. When the conflict begins, there will be a way to resolve it. Where does this confidence come from? Xueqing almost slammed the table. She couldn't understand Chu Zhang's almost blind determination. Previously, you blasted graves and slaughtered ancestors, stole treasures and seized fortunes, offending each large ancient clan across the board. Now, besides me, who else stands by your side? Who else is willing to help you? Saying this, Xueqing's emotions were somewhat chaotic, ultimately voicing some words buried deep within her heart for a long time. Ah Jing, since you achieved the ancestral realm, you've changed so much. Sometimes, I hardly recognize you. Jun Huang, this man, has a wolf's ambition. He is not someone easy to deal with. And with Yun Tianji, though you all crawled out from the corpse piles of the Heaven Burial Palace as sworn brothers, how much weight does this friendship hold in the face of his pursuit of the immortal path? Do you really think they will show mercy to you? This is a Dao war, it's a matter of life and death. Where is the room for maneuver? Xueqing. Chu Zhang's expression finally showed a trace of fluctuation. He looked at her, with a complex gaze. The truth of some matters, I cannot tell you at this moment. You only need to know, this battle I will win, because, this is an already destined future. He slightly shook his head, and spoke a seemingly vague statement. Once a mighty heavenly waterfall lies horizontally, it is only a small river, a gentle brook. If manifested on the peak of the star river, the world only sees it as a vast star sea. The height you stand at determines how others see your form, but I have always been me, never changed. From the beginning to the end, the things he wishes to accomplish have never changed. Speaking to this point, Chu Zhang's eyes for the first time reflected a tangible cold-killing intent. Now, you just need to stay quietly, not interfering, wait for when the heavens change. After this battle ends, in no time, I will end the struggle for heavenly fate, uproot every ancient clan, thoroughly end the Dao war, reopen Yin Yang, and sweep away all flaws from eternity. Hearing this, Xueqing took a deep breath, knowing that further persuasion was futile. She suddenly stood up, turned around intending to leave. Just as her figure was about to merge into the void, she suddenly looked back, taking a deep look at that still calm-seated figure, softly spoke, her voice carrying an imperceptible tremble. Jingchu, I'll ask you one last time, back then, why did you help me so much? Chu Jing smiled faintly, slightly shook his head. I have said before, I owed you a life, had to repay it. And back then, I asked you to marry me, why didn't you agree? Xueqing pursued further, her gaze burning. Chu Jing was visibly stunned, remained silent for a long time, then murmured, I had already married, with a wife, how could I marry again? It's the same old excuse. Xueqing laughed coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment. We have known each other since you were 7, would I not know whether you are married? For a moment, a sense of desolation emerged in her heart. At this point, he is still unwilling to tell her the truth, always concealing. Xueqing took a deep breath, no longer lingering, fiercely tore apart the raging 9 heavens gang wind before her, angrily flicked her dark sleeve, her figure transformed into a stream of light, disappearing without a trace. Sitting cross-legged in the original spot, Chu Jing slightly lowered his head after she left, a deep sigh, heard by no one. As the echo of the sigh had not yet dissipated, his expression suddenly froze, abruptly lifted his head, looking towards a certain empty corner of the grand hall. Though it was clearly empty, at this moment, Chu Zhang's gaze seemed to pierce through the mist of space-time, seeing a shadow faint, yet immensely familiar, making even his spirit soul tremble.